From NerdLab Games and the creator of Magic the Gathering comes the new evolution of card games, Mindbug.
What is this place? Let's see if my servants will find some new DNA on this Earth!
Mindbug is played from a single deck of cards. Each player draws 5 cards to form their deck, and 5 cards to form their hand. In addition, each player has 2 Mindbugs at their disposal. Form a strategy and deploy your creatures in a clever order. Trigger their powerful effects at the right time. And mind control your opponent's biggest threats. Find the gap in your opponent's defense and hit them 3 times to win the game.
With Mindbug, we distilled the most exciting situations of trading card games and put them into a single box. We achieved that by giving all of our creatures insanely powerful abilities. And since those features don't require a resource cost, it's up to you and your strategy when to play them. But the exciting twist of the game really is our unique Mindbug mechanic.
What attracted me to Mindbug in the first place was the idea that players could each steal the other person's play twice per game. That seemed like a really promising mechanic, and when I played the game, I was surprised to see how much it delivered on that promise. Not only that, it was attached to a really elegant, simple, flexible card battler that looked like it would be a lot of fun to work on.
So it's your goal to construct a board state so that your opponent has to use their Mindbugs in a less beneficial situation. Outsmart your opponent, gain an advantage, and win the game.
Okay, we've heard enough! Be a good human. Support the Mindbug.
So, hello everyone. I think we are live. Welcome to this awesome event here on the NerdLab Games channel. My name is Marvin. I'm one of the game designers of Mindbug and the publisher of the game with NerdLab Games. And today I have with me Christian Kudal, my fellow co-designer of the game. So we are 2 of the 4 designers of the game. There's someone else. Probably you might have heard his name. He's better known than Christian and myself. It's Richard Garfield, the designer of Magic the Gathering, who is one of the other co-designers, as well as Skev Elias. And today we also have Alex with us here.
Hi guys.
He is
to be here.
Yeah, he's also working at NerdLab Games and doing a lot of great stuff for the game. One of it being the whole organization of this TCG Invitational tournament that we are going to show you today. So before we start showing you the all the matches, we want to talk a little bit about the game and how all of this maybe started, just for a few minutes, because the players are already playing the first round. But we don't show them live. We show them with a little bit of delay so that, of course, no one can look at the stream while playing. That's quite normal for organized play. And once the first matches are finished, we will start live. We will start streaming them and commentating them for you so that we can find out who is, basically the greatest TCG player of all times. So, maybe a little bit about the whole idea of this tournament before we dive into this topic about what is Mindbug. The idea was to bring the best TCG and dueling card game players to this table, to one table, and let them play against each other on some form of neutral ground. So giving them a game that most of them have not played before or not played too intensively before, but that requires the same kind of skills that they already have from playing these other games. And thanks to Alex, we have an incredible lineup today. So we can really say that these are the best TCG players out there. Of course, there are others that are also very good, but we are super proud of the setup today. So yeah, maybe it makes sense to briefly show the setup so that we can show people who is participating today. And yeah, while we prepare that, so maybe Christian, you want to start talking a little bit about Mindbug. What is it for people that have not seen the game before and are just here because they want to root for their favorite TCG champion?
Sure, it's been quite a wild ride. When you have an event like this, you think a little bit back. So we started doing Mindbug around 2019 or 20. So in the beginning, it was just me and Marvin here, who like new game designers trying. We like these dueling games. Can we create something? And I think a little bit of luck and a little bit of talent somehow came together, and suddenly we just had this thing that was like really good. So Marvin, you had the podcast where you had Richard on as a guest talking about game design, and you were a bit cocky asking him like, "Hey, Richard Garfield, do you want to see our game?" And Richard, he's so nice. He was just like, "Yeah, sure, humor me. Let me see what you got." And you guys played, and he was like, "Can I play again?" And we played again. And he was like, "This is pretty good." And like next day, I think he had played 10, 20 more times and asked if it was something we're interested in collaborating on. And of course, you say yes. So he and Scaff came on board. They brought so much experience and their talent to the game, and it really helped it get to the final stages. A lot also changed after they came on board. Started with a small release, but the game has slowly grown, getting more expansions, and that's crazy. It has brought us where we are today with multiple world champions from other games taking part in the game. I think Mindbug as a game is particularly well suited for this type of challenge because it doesn't require any deck building and the rules are deceptively simple. Yet, even as a beginner, you can quite quickly start applying all your skills from other trading card games. So we're really looking forward to seeing what these weird brains and all kinds of geniuses can come up with in Mindbug today. Super excited to see that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a game that can be played quite casually, so it's quite easy to get into, but it's also very competitive. So if you want to play it competitively, I think it's we now have the best players to show you that this is possible. And maybe one aspect of designing the game is how we started. So we basically said, okay, we love these dueling card games, but let's try to make the entry level a little bit simpler and easier. And we cutted away all the stuff that we thought could go away. Like, so there's no resource system, and every card there should be just one card type, so just creatures. And they only should have one value, like one power value. And that's basically it. And we cut everything else, like no deck construction, no power, toughness, initiative, or multiple different values, no resource system, and so on. And to be honest, I really thought, okay, this is the starting point, and then we have to add multiple of these things back in to make a real game. But as you said, with some luck, maybe, we finally turned this into a game by introducing the Mindbug mechanic. So maybe you want to tell a little bit about how this mechanic works and why it makes this game unique.
Sure, it's extremely simple, and it sounds a bit dumb when you say it. So in the game, you have 10 cards each that are these cool monsters that are good at different stuff. We try to make all of them super powerful. Your turn, you said a lot of stuff is simple. Even your turn is very simple. So you just play one card or attack with one card, and that's it. That's your turn. So the Mindbug mechanism, the unique part about this game that kind of replaces a resource system, is that twice during the game, when your opponent plays a card, you can say, come on, this one's clearly overpowered. I'm stealing that. So you spend one Mindbug and you get that creature. So whenever they play a creature, they have to think about, not only is it good for them, but can they also deal with it if it plays against them? So you can't really open with your super strongest card on turn one. It's allowed by the rules, but it will get stolen and used against you. And this kind of push and pull just resulted in some super interesting gameplay, which I think when we first played around with it, we hadn't quite realized how much this does.
Yeah, actually. not, but when we played it for the first time, we really immediately saw that it's really good. It's working really well and adds a lot of excitement to the game. So I would say it makes sense to briefly show the rules video so that people who never played the game before have a good overview of how the game actually works.
And it's like 3 minutes something, so
yeah, it doesn't
stay
take
here,
too
guys.
long.
Doesn't take too long.
I'm the Rules Girl, and this is Mindbug, a tactical card game of monsters and mind control for 2 players. In Mindbug, players duel by playing cards and summoning creatures. The goal of the game is to win, and you win by reducing your opponent's life total to 0. Players take turns performing one action. There are 2 possible actions: play a card or attack with a single creature. Play a card. The player must pick any card from their hand and place it face up in front of them. Whenever a card is played, the opponent has the option to use a Mindbug. If the opponent does not use a Mindbug, the player resolves the effect of their card normally. But if the opponent decides to use a Mindbug, they take the played card and place it in front of themselves, as if they had just played it, resolving its effects accordingly. They then turn one of their Mindbug cards face down. To attack with a single creature, pick a creature in your play area to attack with. The opponent may pick one of their creatures to block. If they decide not to block, they lose a life. If they do block, the creature with the lower power is defeated and sent to discard. If the cards have the same power, they're both defeated. Each creature comes with powerful abilities and unique effects that are triggered by different game situations. Ready to play? Deal 2 Mindbugs to each player, placing them face up in front of them. Shuffle the creature cards and deal 10 cards face down to each player. This is the draw pile. Each player then draws 5 cards into their hand. The players start with 3 life points. To represent these, players take 3 of the unused cards and place them face down in front of themselves. You're now ready to play. If you enjoyed this video, consider liking it and subscribing to The Rules Girl for more rules videos.
Okay, welcome back everyone. So I hope everyone has a good understanding of how the game works. I'm pretty sure that you will understand it once we hop into the games. And I've already heard that the first games have been finished, but before we go into them, we briefly want to show all the players today. And Alex will tell a little bit about how the tournament is structured and for what stakes the players are playing today.
Yes, so we have 12 participants today. Insane lineup that we are very proud of. And starting with John Finkel, the best player of all time of Magic the Gathering, who doesn't need any introduction. Followed by Todd Reklev, who basically has the same title for the Pokemon trading card game, considered to be the greatest player of all time, won the highest tournaments in the world. We have also Talpinator, who is the current world champion at Legends of Runeterra, which is a digital collectible card game. And PetitBOT from France, Keyforge champion. He has many achievements, the latest one being winning the latest European Vol Tour in Italy last year. And Sam Black, professional Magic the Gathering player who has a staggering number of Pro Tour and Grand Prix top 8s from USA. And Peter Franqui is the latest world champion at the Digimon card game. Next one is Pete Ingram, also a professional Magic the Gathering player. He won Grand Prix Washington. Mateo Renteria, who took 2nd place at the latest World Championship for Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. Educated Collins, famous player and streamers for Hearthstone and now increasingly for Marvel Snap, one of the highest MMR players. Frozen, he played the final of the Digimon World Championship against, the player I talked before, so he's the current runner-up, and he also won the European Championship. Frozen is from Germany. And now we have 2 players that are from the Mindbug community. So Jules Gregis from France is a current runner-up world champion, and Tanguy Vilcot, who won the world championship last year. So those are the 12 participants for today. And so 8 different collectible card games are being represented. So Magic the Gathering, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh!, Keyforge, Digimon, Hearthstone, Legends of Runeterra, and Marvel Snap, as well as 2 representatives of the Mindbug community.
It's a super stacked lineup. Just looking at all those world championships and wins of all kinds of stuff. I'm so excited at seeing what these guys will do with Mindbug.
I'm excited. So the whole idea is to show and that the skills transfer from one game to another. We have seen that in the past. I mean, we've seen John Finkel transferring his skills from Magic to poker. We've seen, and Gabriel Nassif did the same thing. We've seen Brian Kibler transferring his skills from Magic to Hearthstone, for example. There are many hundreds of examples like that. And well, Mindbug is easy enough to learn that a champion from any trading card game could actually pick it up, learn to play in a few minutes, and then practice maybe for a couple of days, and probably be quite at ease with the strategy. There are 30 cards to know, 32, 31 in today's tournament. So that's not difficult. It's still a very deep game. So we know that the latest Mindbug World Champion and latest Mindbug Runner-Up World Champion, they have some kind of an advantage here. That's cool that they are here. We want to involve the Mindbug community, and maybe other players can learn a little bit from them as well.
Yeah. So and all the players are playing for stakes today. So there is a cash prize for of 2,000 euros in total for the first 4 players, and I think that's exciting for those players as well to so that it's a bit that they have a bit of a reason to give their best, and I'm pretty sure they are all very competitive players, as they told us. So they were all really looking forward to dive into this tournament, because for them it's of course a challenge to learn a new format and play against other players. So
how is the tournament structure? Yeah. Sorry, Marvin.
Yeah, tell a bit about the tournament structure. So that's best of 1 and so on.
Yeah. So we'll play 4 rounds of Swiss. Best of 1, so that we can showcase different players, and then after 4 rounds of Swiss, we'll go into a top 4 playoff, which will be best of 3. So we will see the semifinals, both of them, and before we go to the finals of the event, we will have a 3rd place playoff to determine who got 3rd place. The cash prize is different for 3rd place and 4th place, so it matters a little bit. And then we'll go to the final. So the whole event will take something like 3 hours. I think 3 hours and a half probably.
Yeah, and there's also a lot of other stuff going on today. So we jumped now in the first game, but there will be also a lot of stuff in between the rounds. So we will have Richard Garfield on this stream as well. We recorded some very nice discussions with him about the TCG market in general. So he will be on the cast. We also have giveaways for all of you, and we'll draw some winners that can win T-shirts and also the newest version of our game, the new set. So we will talk about that after the first round. But I think now you waited long enough before seeing the actual game. So Mindbug actually is a physical game, or has been a physical game for the last 2 years. But we also work on a digital implementation of the game, because it's very fast-paced. You only have 1 decision per turn. It's a back and forth, no waiting time. So it's perfectly well suited to become a digital game. And with Kisaki Studios, we are working on that since quite some time, and what you will see today is the current version of the digital implementation. It's still in the beta phase, so it's not final, but it's close to be released as a closed beta. So when I see that correctly, we will start with Educated Collins versus Frozen. So this is our Marvel Snap and Hearthstone player versus the Digimon card game player. So yeah, really interested to see how this match went, and yeah, ready when you are.
Okay, let's dive in.
A Marvel Snap is probably the game that is closest to Mindbug in terms of simplicity. So I wonder if that could give some advantage to Educated Collins. That he's used to playing these really cut into the most basic stuff games.
That's a good point, yes.
Okay. Here we go. So a little bit of description in the beginning. So the 5 cards you see at the bottom is the hand of Frozen. You start with 5 cards in hand, and these are his 5 creatures. So we see the game from his perspective. On the left side, you see that both players have started the game with 3 life points and 2 mind bugs. So what do you think about his starting hand, Christian?
And certainly a few options here. Luchator is an interesting play. He doesn't actually have great... I guess he was planning to go into Tiger Squirrel if it gets mind-bugged. But Luchator hits the table. Educated Collins goes right back with his own Tiger Squirrel. So Tiger Squirrel, when it comes into play, defeats a creature with power 7 or more, which can indeed defeat this Luchator. So now Frozen is considering, should he steal this Tiger Squirrel or let his Luchator die? The Luchator dies. These guys are playing quite fast, I think.
Yeah. So and now he's following up with a Compost Dragon, and this shows a very interesting aspect of Mindbug. So now he plays a Compost Dragon, which lets him play a card from his discard pile. So Luchator will come back. But Educated Collins could have stolen the Compost Dragon, but he would not have get the play effect. So because he didn't have a card in his discard pile. So we have a lot of those cards that have a different value for both players depending on a certain board state, and that's what you want to achieve. You want to maneuver your opponent into a situation where the board state for a specific card is better for you than for your opponent, so that he has a very, very difficult Mindbug decision to make.
So in this situation, Educated Collins could have had a clean attack with his Tiger Squirrel. It's a sneaky creature, so it cannot be blocked except by other sneaky creatures. But the problem is the Luchator with Frenzy can attack twice per turn and would outrace the Tiger Squirrel. So Axolotl Healer has come down, giving 2 extra life to Educated Collins, who's now on 5 life, and it gives him a good blocker against the Luchator, so he could start racing with the Tiger Squirrel. So here I expect we might see the Compost Dragon being a hunter, hunt down the Tiger Squirrel. So hunter in Mindbug means when you attack, you get to choose which creature blocks. So normally it's the defender who chooses the blocker, but when you're attacking with the hunter, it's the attacker.
So basically, hunters are very good against sneaky, and poisonous are very good against frenzy. So
Yes.
here we have quite an interesting board state.
Yeah, we have this weird rock paper scissors situation that makes Mindbug actually a very good game, and we never have been able to really describe the rock paper scissors concept, but you said a good aspect of it, that hunters are very good against sneaky, and frenzy creatures are very good to have a higher tempo, so they also kind of counter sneaky a little bit, but poisonous is a good answer to high power frenzy creatures. So this is why this game has a lot of back and forth going on.
So we see an Axolotl come down for Frozen as well, meaning both players are on 5 life. Normally in Mindbug you only start with 3 life. So this means the game has turned into more of a value control type game rather than the players trying to outrace each other, which was what it looked like at the start. So both players are now thinking about how do they win the long race. And I expect we'll see some bigger boards build up here.
And we see a few cards that come here as duplicates. So basically, this is a Mindbug best set, First Contact. And it has 16 creatures that are unique, come as a one-off, and 16 creatures that come as duplicates, or as a two-off. And each player gets 10 random cards at the start of the game, so you don't use all cards for your game. And yeah, so Luchator, Accelerator, Healer, those are cards that are actually available as duplicates. You can see two little dots in the bottom right corner of the card that indicates you that this one comes twice. For example, the Snail Thrower, which is a card on the left side of Frozen's hand. Here, this is only a one-off. You see only one dot.
So here, Educated Collins was actually able to have a clean attack with his Tiger Squirrel, but seeing as both players were on 5 life, he opted to develop his board instead, seeing that he's probably not gonna like outrace Frozen here.
That's something that I have seen from other TCG players that enter Mindbug quite often. They value developing the board much higher than a professional Mindbug player because they maybe in some of the games you can attack with multiple creatures at the same time, and often it's a good strategy to develop your board. In Mindbug is a very direct game, so if you have a clean attack, it's not always, but often a good choice to take the clean
Pretty
attack.
Good heuristic, yeah.
Yeah, because you have just 3. The opponent normally just has 3 life, and getting rid of one of the lives basically brings you 30% towards victory. So that's often the right choice. Not always, of course.
But here I think there is actually some merit to not attacking with the Tiger Squirrel. Oh, we see now the Axolotl Healer attack.
Axolotl Healer is attacking. I mean, like Compost Dragon would be able to hunt down Tiger Squirrel. That might have been a good attack as well.
Yeah, I think so. Seems like Frozen wants to simplify the board state.
Yes.
To get Axolotl against Axolotl, both players opting to keep the Frenzy creature on board.
Yeah. So we will try to keep our commentating beginner friendly. So much different that when we do it for the monthly Mindbug tournaments online, where it's mostly Mindbug players who know Mindbug very well. I think many people who are watching us tonight don't know Mindbug. They have watched the rules video at the start of the streaming. But this one doesn't go into details for the keywords, for example. So we probably have to emphasize what the keywords do and do that many times tonight.
Yeah. So
because there are no reminder text on the cards. Actually, if you when you're playing in the app, if you click on the card, you immediately see a reminder text for what the keywords is doing. There are only 5 keywords, so that's quite easy. I think we saw all of them already. Tough is the only one that did not enter play, right. But we see it in Frozen Hand.
So against my predictions, the guys have actually opted to simplify the board here. I had expected each one to build up a quite big board and have some very complicated lines of computation, but instead they simplify it.
I'm glad they did that.
So here Frozen is debating, should he trade with the Tiger Squirrel? It is nice getting it off the board, but it does give Educated Collins the tempo. So he chooses to develop instead, playing the Grave Robber. Grave Robber, when it comes into play, you get to play a card from the opponent's discard pile. So this effect can be quite asymmetrical, depending on what's in the discard piles. Right now, both players actually have a Luchator and Axolotl in the discard pile, so they do have exactly the same choice here. And we do see Educated Collins pulling off the Mindbug. So even though Frozen played this card, Educated Collins spent his Mindbug, he stole it, and now stole this Luchator from Frozen's discard pile. So it gives him a very aggressive push onto the board by spending his Mindbug.
Yeah, so he basically got 2 cards for 1 Mindbug.
And when you spend your Mindbug, your opponent gets an additional turn as a compensation. So Frozen got Mindbug, but he didn't waste this. He gets a new turn to try and fight back against this new big board. See Tiger Squirrel come down again, taking out the Luchator. Tiger Squirrels have been really killing these Luchators today.
They hate them.
And you can see how many Mindbugs each player has left. On the lower part of the screen, you see here all informations, how many lives they have, how many cards they have remaining in their draw pile, in their deck, how many cards they have in the discard pile. And you see this little pixel style octopus, which is a Mindbug, and that are moving their tentacles. So we see that Frozen has 2 Mindbugs remaining, and Educated Collins has only 1.
And yeah, now we see the Turbo Bug entering the game. So I will read the card effect for the viewers. So and it says on attack, the opponent loses all life except one. If you hear that card, and many people that read it for the first time, they think it's just crazy. It's just a crazy card because in all the other TCGs, it's super powerful. Here also we see a Mindbug from Frozen for that card, and of course it has a higher value here because both players spend some cards and resources to go up to 5 life, and basically it deals 4 damage on attack. So before the opponent gets the chance to block in any way, he will lose. Educated Collins will lose 4 lives.
It is particularly spicy here because if he sets Educated Collins to 1 life, we see in his hand there's the Killer Bee, which on play deals 1 damage. So I think Frozen has his game plan here. Now the problem is Educated Collins still has 1 Mindbug left, so he kind of wants to play something else to lure out that Mindbug and then slam down his Killer Bee to finish the game. But first he has to attack with his Turbo Bug to actually cash it in. It could also be defeated before it has the chance to attack.
Yeah, I think he will cash it in as soon as he gets the chance to do it. It's just too valuable here with these 4 points of damage.
Yeah, Kangasaurus is the main counter that he's scared of at this point.
And just to make things clear, an attack trigger triggers before the opponent declares his blocker. So like if my opponent is attacking me with Turbo Bug, I lose all my life except 1, and then I decide if I block it. If I don't block it, I lose the game because I lose my last point of life, basically.
This is looking quite strong for Frozen here. He can attack with the Turbo Bug. He can use the Compost Dragon to hunt down the Tiger Squirrel. He doesn't mind taking a few hits from a Rhino Turtle with Frenzy, and he can finish off the game with his own Tiger Squirrel. I think he might have a good game plan here where he doesn't even need his Killer Bee.
Yeah, I think he has two ways to victory, which is quite looking quite good for him. So maybe for the viewers, you can see that the deck of both players is already empty. So this is quite typical for Mindbug that you play with almost all of your resources until the end into the end game, and so we see the Turbo Bug being cashed in and Educated Collins going down to 1 life. So now he needs a very good plan. I think we can see his hand on the top right. In a normal game you don't see it. This is spectator mode, of course. So he still has 1 hunter in hand. So that and now he's playing it. So he needs that hunter because hunters are the only creatures that can directly attack other creatures. And Frozen has a sneaky creature on board, and it's threatening to deal 1 point of damage. So a hunter is a good answer here, and I think Frozen is considered taking it.
Yeah, but it's also a little bit scary for him taking it. He's making himself a bit vulnerable to something like a Kangasaurus coming down, defeating all his creatures with power 4 or less.
Definitely. When you use your second Mindbug, you are making yourself very vulnerable. He sees that Collins will have 4 other cards in his hand, so there might be something very powerful in there.
The feeling is a bit like when you go all in, when you spend your second Mindbug, you're saying, I think I have it from here, but I'm leaving all the power to my opponent now to do all kinds of stuff to me.
Definitely. So basically sneaky here. Yeah, so he does that.
And he takes it. He
Mindbugs the Urchin earlier. So that's a hunter, and also it says other allied creatures have +2 power while it is your turn.
So the buff probably doesn't make a difference here.
Not much. I mean it does because the Frozen's Tiger Squirrel would be bigger than Collins' Tiger Squirrel. So that's important, I guess.
Yeah, I mean he still needs 1 turn to remove the Tiger Squirrel.
Yes.
So he probably still hunts it, but now his hunter can actually survive. And looking at the hand of Educated Collins, it seemed like this Mindbug was the right call, unless I'm missing something.
Yes, but of course he didn't have that.
He didn't have information.
So sometimes in Mindbug, it is right to take the risk at the right point in time. So still, even if you don't know the last 4 cards, sometimes it's the correct choice to Mindbug early and put some pressure on your opponent, so maybe he doesn't find an answer. That's at least what we tried in the community match. We are playing currently a community match where we play on a daily basis, like 2 turns or so. The NerdLab Games team against the community, and we spent our Mindbugs quite early, and currently I think we might regret that a little bit.
Yes.
We'll see. That is going
we
on
will
over
see.
at Board Game Geek in the Mindbug forums. If in case any viewers wants to check that out.
Now, this community match that the Nerd Lab team is playing against the community is with another set of Mindbug. So it's not the first contact set that you see on screen. It is another one that will come to the stores next year.
Educated Collins is trying to put some pressure on Frozen here by attacking with the Rhino Turtle. And the Rhino Turtle, it has the strongest power value on the board. So that's one thing, but it's also Frenzy Creature. That means it can attack twice. So, Frozen is throwing away his Compost Dragon for the first attack, but Rhino Turtle...
I would probably just have taken the hit, but I mean, he does have the Urchin Hurler.
Same. I would also just have taken the hit. Now he's taking the second attack. He's taking the hit, so he's going down to 4. And I'm pretty sure we will see an Urchin Hurler or Tiger Squirrel attack now.
Yeah, either way.
It makes no difference whether Squirrel or Hurler attacks, because in both cases, if Tiger Squirrel attacks, then the opponent's Tiger Squirrel will block. Oh, he plays a card. He plays Camelot Sniper.
So he goes the other route. So basically, this is a must Mindbug for Educated Collins, because the Chameleon Sniper on attack, it deals a damage to the opponent before he can block or decide anything else. So
this is an interesting play. He assumes it will be Mindbug and he can finish off right away with the Killer Bee, but he is setting himself up to be hit by a Kangasaurus Rex here. But he might figure that it would have already come down if it was there.
I mean, Kangasaurus Rex defeats all enemy creatures with power 4 or less, so it would kill Sniper, but not the other two.
Yeah, it would also kill the Tiger Squirrel, because during Educated Collins' turn, it doesn't have the buff from Urchin Hurler.
Of course, thank you, Christian. Good call. Yeah.
So I mean, I think here the play is going to work out.
I think it's going to work on. I think Collins will Mindbug that. Yeah, exactly. Yes. And now finish your opponent with Killer Bee.
Yeah. So that's a victory for Frozen.
So Killer Bee is like a classic finisher in the first contact set. It's a bit like, throwing a fireball to the face.
Yeah, so congratulations to Frozen, Digimon European champion from Germany.
Congratulations.
Round 1.
But it doesn't mean Educated Collins is disqualified, so he can still
why would he be disqualified?
Not disqualified, sorry. Wrong word, I'm sorry. But he can still proceed to the finals, because everyone with, I think, 1 loss still proceeds.
Yeah, so he needs to go 3 wins and 1 loss should be enough to proceed.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that was a pretty cool first match to watch. What do you think, Christian? What was the level of those players?
I think it was good. I think they played well. I think, maybe Educated Collins misjudged a little bit the tempo on the board. Like, he didn't really, even though his Rhino Turtle was dominating the board, it didn't really have enough time to go through. Forgot what was. He had one play where I guess he was betting it would not be Mindbug, and it was. The Urchin Hurler. The Turbo was earlier, but the Urchin Hurler would have stabilized the game for him. So I guess he was betting that Frozen would not take the chance with four cards still in his hand. And Frozen did. So maybe he's a daredevil, maybe he had a good read.
I think so. Well, we know that Frozen practiced the game. He told me so. So I think it shows here. Yeah. And
we didn't see any obvious mistakes or anything. These are clearly good players.
No, not at all. No. We didn't see any blunder or something from any of the 2 players we saw. So and they are, I think, and Collins can still qualify to the semifinals. You just have to win 3 rounds in a row.
All right.
And,
So we're looking at the standings here. That's always what I like to see. So we have winners of the first game, Todd Reklev, who's the super great player from Pokemon. This actually, I also watch some competitive Pokemon, so I have seen this guy play a lot of that. So it's definitely the one I'm rooting for. We just saw Frozen win. We have PetitBOT, the Keyforge player, another Richard Garfield game. Peter Ingram, Evil Guy, and Julio. So Pete Ingram is from Magic, right?
Yes, but he's also has also played Mindbug before, I guess. So
yes, he did.
It's not completely new for him. So he won also.
And Evil Guy and Julio are our two experienced Mindbug players who managed to pull out win the first round. Mm-hmm. Normally in Mindbug tournaments we play like a best of 3 or best of 5. So in this best of 1 format, it also gives the other players a chance to surprise these experienced Mindbug players and pull a win out of somewhere. So I'll be rooting for someone to kick their asses.
Yeah. So while we wait. Go ahead, Alex.
I see Todd Reklev has defeated Sam Black. Yeah. So this was a Pokemon versus Magic match.
Yeah. Ooh.
From two very well-known players. Yeah.
That's the match I would have liked to see. Maybe we can take a look at it now or later. But while we wait for the next match, maybe we can talk about the 2 giveaways that we plan for today. So we are running currently a GameFound campaign for the newest Mindbug set. It's called Mindbug Battle Fruits, and there are 2 sets in this campaign. It's the one is called Battle Fruit Kingdom, and the other one is called Battle Fruit Galaxy. And you can win a few prizes here within our contest, and there are just a few things you can do to increase your entries into this contest. You can follow our GameFound page, you can go to our Instagram page, and so on. And for every action you take, you get another entry, and you can recommend it to friends, which gives you more entries, and so on. And in the end, we will draw a winner. And that winner will not only get our 2 new sets in a deluxe way, but the first winner actually gets to team up with Richard Garfield himself in a nice and play a nice 2v2 game, because we have a super exciting new game mode which allows you to let the game play the game 2 versus 2. And the winner of this contest will team up with Richard Garfield and play against 2 other players. Some of them maybe from the pros that are playing today. We will offer it to the winners to play against Richard and the winner of this contest. Or if they don't have the time, you will play against the design team, maybe Christian or myself. So there will be some worthy opponents for you, for sure.
So what do people do if they want to participate in this contest?
We will post the link in the YouTube chat and also add it to the YouTube description, I guess. And you go there on the side and it is described what you need to do exactly to participate. It's quite easy. You can see it down there, and there are multiple prizes like games, and the top prize is teaming up with Richard Garfield.
Oh, and the second prize, the all-in pledge for Mindbug Battlefruit, this is quite a big one, right? Because
it's a pretty big one. It's more than 200 euros of worth. Yes. You get our entire package, all the components we have made so far, all the sets we have designed in a very nice box, and all the deluxe components for free, shipped to you. So I think that's a very good offer. But that's only one of the giveaways and contests we do today. So at the end of the stream, we will also draw the winner of 2 Mindbug t-shirts. So 2 people can win Mindbug t-shirts from our fellow friend, Mr. Meeple, who's making incredibly good-looking board game t-shirts. And we will draw a winner. We announced it in our GameFound campaign, and everyone who is a backer in our GameFound campaign is automatically participating in this giveaway. So yeah, we will draw the winner at the end of this stream tonight. So if you didn't participate in the campaign, you still can do that. Also, you will find the link for that also in the, of course, in the show notes and in the chat.
All right. So do we have like the next match ready, or are we jumping into a clip here? What's going on next?
Let's wait for our technical team to tell us.
Yes.
So okay, we will jump into the first part of the interview with Richard.
Yes,
Excellent.
please. Nice.
Hi Richard. So at NerdLab Games here, everyone loves dueling card games and trading card games, of course, and that's one of the reasons why we love creating Mindbug. We really adore what we do, and that's one of the reasons why we came up with the idea for the TCG Invitational tournament that we'll be running today. So since you are also one of the designers of Mindbug and the original creator of the TCG genre with Magic the Gathering, which started in I think 1993, we thought this event would present a unique opportunity to delve into the evolution of the dueling card game genre and the TCG genre at large. So, very briefly, when did you get the original idea of creating a dueling card game, and how did it turn into a trading card game?
I first started working on, I guess really, I didn't work on a dueling card game until the trading card game. With there was a big eureka moment with me when I realized that not all players had to have the same game equipment, and I thought that there was a lot of different things you could do with that as a design concept, and I began to look around for ways to use that idea, and came up with this magical battle game which I'd been working on off and on, but looked very different. And I started working with that, but until that point, I wouldn't have called that a dueling game. I would have called it, I don't know, usually had 4 or 5 players at a time. So I really think it became something new, that my dueling games began with Magic the Gathering.
Yeah, you just mentioned that it's basically it's just a very seemingly simple concept of just having a couple of cards, but everyone having different cards, you know? And for me, it's very surprising how all of that has evolved into this expansive universe that we see today in dueling card games and TCGs, with many different games, each of them having thousands of unique cards. And the genre itself has, I don't know, managed in the last 20, 25 years to continuously reinvent itself, both in the physical world and in the digital realm. So you have also been part of that with a lot of innovation in there, for example, with inventing Keyforge in 2018 or so, where you have created another milestone in the history of these genres. Okay, and welcome back. We will now hop into the second round where we see Peter Franqui versus Sam Black. So another Digimon player against a Magic player now.
Peter Franqui against Sam Black. So this is an exciting match. Both players from USA. They both won. No, Sam Black has won his round 1 match.
No, I think he lost.
Oh, he lost against Reklev, yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. So they both lost their round 1.
So they're both like fighting for their tournament life here.
Yes.
Which is pretty early already, right? I mean, if you lose your first match, you are with the back to the wall already. Yes. Yeah, we can see that they both lost their first match, and will be quite exciting to see how they play and if they manage to defeat the other one.
And I mean, they will play 4 Swiss rounds no matter what. So
Yes.
and have fun doing so. Yeah. So and because it's best of one, the Swiss portion of the event is quite short actually.
Yes.
A game takes like something like 15 minutes.
Yeah, it can be much faster actually. So some games, if the players are playing really fast, it can be a 5-minute match.
Yeah,
For sure.
If someone makes an all-in play,
Also,
yes.
takes a risk that pays off or doesn't.
yeah, that's what makes this game so exciting to play on mobile. Also, for example, if you play against an AI or so, that makes it immediate moves. I think almost all of the games are done in 5 minutes.
Yeah,
unless you are thinking a lot.
We do that sometimes in the development team. We have a quite strong AI that we use to practice against, and when we're doing new expansions, we can also just play 30 games against the AI and get a good feel for which cards are strong, which cards are weak, that type of stuff.
Yeah. So the fun thing about Mindbug is actually, compared to other games, we have most problems with cards that are too weak, that are not exciting enough, because since we have this Mindbug mechanic where you can steal another creature from your opponent, basically we don't need bad cards that you play in the beginning of the game. All of our cards should be super exciting and super powerful. And that makes weak cards much worse than strong cards. So now we hop into this game. We see Sam Black on top and Peter on the bottom. And he starts the game with a Tusk Extorter. It's a power 8 creature that on attack makes the opponent discard a card. And discarding in this game is kind of brutal because you just have 10 cards available overall. So discarding one card is 10% of your available resources, which is a lot.
Yes, the way you draw cards in Mindbug is you always draw back up to 5 as long as your deck is there. So you might think when you discard a card, it doesn't matter because you just draw a new one. But very quickly your deck will run out and you will really be missing that card. So discarding is actually a very important resource. You can see it a little bit as a win condition, so you can hit the opponent's life, but you can also hit their hand. And if you make their hand run out, you're probably going to win.
It's kind of an alternative win condition that matters quite often, actually.
So Samuel Black is really considering Mindbug in this.
Yes, he thought about it for a while.
He has a few poisonous creatures in hand, which he can use to counter this when it attacks, but it's a good start. We have Pete on the bottom, right?
Yes, Pete is on the bottom.
Yeah,
Peter's on the bottom.
There's a good start for Pete because now that Tusk Extorter is attacking, it will make Sam discard a card and he will trade with the snail thrower. So already he's got 2 for 1.
Yeah.
So this
and that's actually what you're looking for, right? You want to have these 2 for 1 trades.
Sure, this is also a common concept from other card games. So something these players understood immediately, I think.
Yeah, and you have seen that he has discarded the Killer Bee, the one that ended the last game. So this is now in the discard pile of Sam.
Yeah.
But there is a second one in the shared deck. We don't know if it is in this game because the shared deck has 48, actually 47 in this tournament, 47 cards, and 20 were dealt to the players. So the second Killer Bee might be in the remaining cards that won't show up.
And we see that Peter here is going the discard route. He has Mindbug the Ferret Bomber, which on play forces your opponent to discard 2 cards, which is quite brutal. So we now see that Sam has only 5 cards available. His deck is already run out. And now he's following up with a Kangosaurus Rex. On play, it defeats all creatures with power 4 or less. So again, this was kind of a good counter, but yeah.
But the K-Rex usually offers you the opportunity to do some card advantage, which is not the case here, but still.
It
not a big one.
It still can generate the card advantage now by attacking. If Peter blocks, it's still a 2 for 1. However, yes. I think Sam had other options in hand.
Yeah, Goblin
So
Werewolf
he could have tried to get more value out of this Kangasaurus Rex, maybe.
It's always with the Kangasaurus, it's a bit of a gamble how long you keep it in hand and when you play it, because if you're very greedy like me, you want to get a lot of value out of it, but sometimes you keep it too long, and at the end, when it gets mind-bugged, you just cannot stop the opponent.
And also, you have to play the Kangasaurus Rex. It's much better to play it when you don't have any small creatures, so that your opponent can get the value out of it if they mind-bug it. You want to craft asymmetrical board states to get the most value of your cards. So this is the most important skill in Mindbug.
We keep seeing kind of fair trades here, which is not great for Sam because he is slowly running out of stuff. He has 3 cards left in hand, but he still has 2 Mindbugs.
Yeah,
and each Mindbug represents 1 additional card, sometimes even more.
Yeah, I've seen that +1 card for you and -1 for the opponent.
I've seen that multiple times, that you are with the back to the wall and just have almost no resources left, but you have the 2 Mindbugs, and that can still win you the game. But this was very bad for Sam here.
Was a good Mindbug from Pete. The play from Sam was good. Yes. He played the Rhino, not knowing it was in hand. It's not clear if you Mindbug or not. But this Rhino Turtle, none of the card in Sam's hand stopped that in any way.
Yeah.
So he's just dead here.
Yeah, I think he's dead here, but actually I think it was a very good Mindbug here, because Peter now had just 2 cards, 2 threats on board, and he knows that he doesn't have to play cards here because he has a good board presence then, and him not being forced to play cards means Sam cannot use his 2 very valuable resources, the 2 Mindbugs that he still has available. So now he only has one option here, playing the spider, and he recognizes this doesn't change anything. He can just trade with one of the 2 creatures and not with both. So this is the win for Peter.
Well played. It was a quick one. So it's really bad feeling when you lose the game, still having both of your Mindbugs in hand. But the thing is, you only have the option of using them when the opponent is playing a card. So if the opponent is just attacking you, you cannot suddenly decide, oh, I actually did want to steal that. You have to live with the hand you're dealt. And
if we look at this board here, so maybe Sam should have Mindbugged the Explosive Toad.
Yeah,
it's maybe not a card that he was super excited about on an empty board, but and Rhino Turtle actually is a good answer to it. So if you consider taking it, or no, I don't have to take it. I have the Rhino Turtle, but yeah, you have you have to think about your opponent that can Mindbug your cards.
So congratulations to Peter Franqui. Peter Franqui, aka Invert, here as Digimon World Champion, who bested Sam Black here. An exciting game, and it really feels good when you manage to win a game of Mindbug and your opponent still has their 2 Mindbugs at their disposal at the end of the game, because that means you didn't give them the right opportunity to use it.
Or you took the right Mindbug decisions. I mean, that's
as
also
well.
part of it.
Yeah. So we can spectate another game in this round 2. So let's do that. Other players.
Let's do that. Let's wait for our for Romain at the back end to tell us which match we're going to show.
And just give a shout out to Romain. So when we're talking about our technical team, it's just Romain who is one guy running everything with the stream. He also developed the digital game and is basically doing all kinds of stuff, allowing this to be possible.
Yeah, so you will also see him. You will also see Romain later in the stream. He will also do commentating, because he's one of our main commentators in our monthly events, and he's possibly very good at the game.
The strongest player on the team.
Possibly the strongest player on the team. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right. Okay, so the match we are watching is John Finkel against Educated Collins. So second match of John Finkel and second match of Educated Collins. I think both are also 0-1. So we will also see one player being defeated here.
Yeah.
Being out of competition for the playoff here. But not out of the tournament, of course. They still continue to play. So this is Magic against Hearthstone and Marvel Snap. And So John Finkel starts the game. So we see his timer going down. So he's here on the play. He has a Spider, Altus, Extorter, Deathweaver, Kangasaurus Rex, and Luchator. So we see he has one sneaky creature. This is important to keep in mind. So basically, sneaky is the same thing as flying in Magic the Gathering. Except the flavor is a little bit different. So instead of the creature having wings and flying, it is just like sneaky, small, hard to see. So he goes undercover, and he starts with a sneaky creature.
What would you have started with?
I mean, Tusk Extorter is a pretty good starting play, I think.
Think it is. I would also consider. What would you have considered, Alex?
I think Deathweaver is quite good. I mean, yeah.
I'm also a fan of Deathweaver. I really like getting this card in play, and if you play it early, you often get the chance to get it through.
So Deathweaver is the card that prevents the opponent's play effects from going on, which is like I don't know, 40% of the cards in the set or something.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But it is asymmetrical, so it only prevents your opponents benefiting from their play effects, not yourself.
And in fact, we see the Deathweaver come down here. Mm-hmm. To be honest, I always kind of underestimated the Deathweaver and only really started respecting it recently when I just became aware of how much work it does. So a lot of the strongest effects in the game are play effects. We see the Kangasaurus Rex here, we see the Grave Robber. An educated Collins does recognize the power of the Deathweaver and Mindbugs it.
But I'm surprised because Collins has 0 card with play effect in his hand. We can see that in the top right corner of the screen. I'm not saying it's a mistake because, for example, right now we see that John has 3 cards with play effects in his hand. So he's really
locking out most of his plans. He took a game playing that, and
I think he's regretting. He probably regrets playing that Deathweaver on turn 2.
So, do you remember Educated Collins lost the first match against the Killer Bee, which is a play effect? So maybe he's still having that in mind when mindbugging the Deathweaver.
Yeah.
And now we see a mindbug for a Shark Dog, which is the favorite card of Roma. It's a power 4 hunter that on attack defeats a creature with power 6 or more. So it's a pretty strong card if the board is set up for it.
So when he attacks here, he can use the attack effect to defeat the Elephantopus, and then he can hunt the Deathweaver, killing that. Now the Elephantopus does have tough, which means it has 2 lives, so it will only be half defeated. So it's like 1.5 for 1, but he does get rid of this Deathweaver, unlocking his hand again.
And the Urchin Hurler actually is kind of the exact weak spot of Shark Dog, because Shark Dog basically can get rid of creatures with power 6 or more, and it can hunt creatures with power, let's say, 3 or less. But the Urchin Hurler with power 5 is exactly in the middle, so this is like a very threatening card. Yeah, a blind spot. And I think he's cashing in his Shark Dog here before it gets hunted down by the Urchin Hurler, which is the right thing to do.
It will trade with the Deathweaver because that's poisonous.
And Elephantopus has lost its shield. So Elephantopus had a little yellow shield around its power value in the top left corner. And now this shield has disappeared and the tough keyword is now grayed out. So meaning it has lost its first life and it will die at the next time it is defeated, basically.
Yeah, so John is considering to mindbugging the Rhino Turtle here. Which would not really help him a lot on defense, because the Elephantopus is power 9, because it's buffed from the Urchin Hurler, which is giving him +2 power on the opponent's turn. But it helps him on offense to put some pressure on Educated Collins. So, and that was probably enough for him to take it.
I mean, if you look at it from the other point of view, if he doesn't take it, he's under a lot of pressure. Like, he doesn't really want to block with this Tusk Extorter. He wants to attack with it. Get this 2-for-1 type thing. Oof. I will see the Strange Barrel come down. It's one of the biggest value cards in the game. So when it dies, you steal 2 random cards from the opponent's hand.
Which is big card advantage. It's a card advantage of 4 cards in a game where you have only 10 for your entire game.
We see that go down immediately. And John is applying the pressure with the Rhino Turtle.
So what did he steal? He stole a Killer Bee and a Kangasaurus Rex, right?
Yeah.
And John immediately drew 2 new cards to replace them, because that's the rule. When you go to below 5 cards in your hand, you draw back up to 5 if possible, unless your draw pile is empty. And he drew a Killer Bee and a Kangasaurus Rex as well, right? This is very unusual. Those cards are duplicates, yeah.
So he drew the exact 2 cards that were stolen from him.
Yeah, so like this never happens. But...
So he was like getting ready to abandon his game plan, and then he was like getting it back up from the trash and see, oh, I just keep this.
That's funny. Yeah. So if you just look at the board, it looks quite good for John here. He has basically a free attack with Spider Owl that cannot be blocked at the moment, which is putting pressure on Educated Collins. He also has the double attack with the strongest creature on the board, with the Rhino Turtle that is putting pressure on Educated Collins.
Ooh.
But here comes down the Brain Fly, and the Brain Fly can steal a creature with power 6 or more as a play effect. And now the Rhino Turtle has changed sides again.
This is a game changer here.
Which
what John really needs here is time. You know, he wants to attack with this Tusk Extorter, going like 1 for 1.5 type thing. He wants to attack with his Spider Owl, but he doesn't have any defense. He cannot block this Rhino Turtle when it comes crashing down onto him next turn.
Yeah, and it will come as a power 10 card, because it will be buffed as Urchin Hurler, so it doesn't even help him to play a Luchator, for example. Doesn't help him too much play a Rhino Turtle, also this will trade down.
I mean, can you attack with the Spider Owl here?
He can get in the hit with the Spider Owl, but he will lose the race. So
he will lose the race, yes.
Yeah, he will have to look for an answer, so...
But this is a smart play, because, I mean, probably he was hoping this would get mind-bugged, and then he could use the Luchator to lock out the whole board.
It was a bait, but it didn't work.
Educated Collins is trying to increase the power of his creatures even more.
Yeah, why didn't he attack here? I think he had a quite good attack with Rhino Turtle, didn't he?
A very good attack, yes.
But, I mean, Shield Bugs is backbreaking here, because it makes... Especially because now Collins' Rhino Turtle is bigger than John's Rhino Turtle.
I think it's the right time to start to push. This will force the trade with the Urchin Hurler, I think.
Mm-hmm. So we just saw Spider Owl attacking, and because it has a sneaky keyword, it cannot be blocked except by creatures that also are sneaky.
Oh,
but,
that's good.
Kangasaurus Rex defeats it now.
This is a strong board from Educated Collins. I think he might be taking this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the Grave Robber is basically like a pretty good card here. So you can play a card from your opponent's discard pile. Yeah, you probably take the Strange Barrel here to get some more cards.
But I think it will be mind-bugged.
I think the Grave Robber it's such a strong value card. It probably will get mind-bugged here, because
especially coming down this late.
Yes, and since Educated Collins is not under much pressure at the moment, I think he's strongly considering mind-bugging it.
So but he might also consider keeping the mind-bug, just to say, okay, I can, even if they get something, I can deal with it.
No,
he took it.
He mind-bugged it. So Collins mind-bugs the Grave Robber, which means that he instead resolves the play effect, taking a card from his opponent's discard pile. And he took a Shark Dog from John's discard pile. Yeah. So this is quite a strong board. We cannot even see all cards here.
And the Shield Bug is putting multiple cards, I think, out of the range of the Kangasaurus Rex. So normally Kangasaurus Rex would kill the Shark Dog, but it's not the case here because it's buffed by Shield Bugs.
Yes. And also, as you said, Marvin, Shark Dog has a blind spot, which is usually creatures with power 5, but when it is buffed by Shield Bugs, then it doesn't have this problem anymore. Especially when you also have Urchin earlier, my god. Oh.
Yeah, this is over. But actually, it's closer than it seems. So if John, he has the Killer Bee, you know, if he had like a Compost Dragon or something to bring it back, he would actually win this.
Yes. Yeah. It looks like he's getting crushed, but no, it's close. A few decisions that might have been taken differently will have changed everything, and yeah.
I think Educated Collins got a lot of value cards here that gave him card advantage.
Yeah, I mean, John spent his mind box a bit early, and the barrel severely punished him for that.
Yeah.
One technique you sometimes see with people playing against the barrel, since the you steal the 2 cards only on defeated. So what players sometimes do is to play out all their good cards before and try to prevent the barrel from going off, to avoid those cards being stolen.
So we see the defeat screen and we are watching the game from John's perspective because he's a player on the bottom part of the screen. So so Collins has won that game. So
Well
congratulations to Educated Collins from USA, the Hearthstone and Marvel Snap player here. One of the best in the world. Congratulations for defeating John Finkel.
Okay, so I would say before we hop into round 3, we can probably watch the second part of the interview with Richard.
Yes, sounds good.
What do you think is it about this genre that it consistently attracts new players, but also manages to retain the attention of existing players over decades?
I think it's an incredibly rich area. I think games in general are an amazing pastime. Amazing pastime is too weak. Amazing art, amazing medium, and it's only just started to become as appreciated as it deserves in the last 20 years. And Magic is one. The dueling card game is one facet of that. I think what attracted me first to that particular area of game design is the emergent complexity you get with these combinatorial combinations. And I fell in love with that in a game called Cosmic Encounter, where I played the game and I thought it was pretty interesting. And then we played it again and I was blown away because it was like a completely different game. And it was that point that I began to really appreciate how just tweaking these rules in simple ways would lead to this emergent depth, which was surprising, and it was just really fun to watch what would happen and to try to react to it. And so I think it's that amazing depth and the vast area to explore, which I think keeps me involved and a lot of the players. And it also makes it so there's always sort of fresh new things you can add to this genre of game. One thing that I think is really interesting with it is that is some people look. I've begun calling these games massively modular games because games like Keyforge, which are definitely not trading card games, because that's the whole point, is you can't trade your cards in Keyforge. It's not really honest to say, though, that it doesn't bear a relationship to trading card games. And so I've been trying to figure out how to refer to them. A dueling game might be correct, although that would include a lot of things probably which I wouldn't consider. But anyway, I've begun thinking about them as massively modular games, which also harkens back to this original interest in it as an emergent complexity and combinatorial playground.
And we're back. And we are going to watch another game from round 2 between Talpinator from Italy, the current world champion of Legends of Runeterra, and Mateo Renteria from Peru, with the latest runner-up world champion of Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. So this is a nice match. I mean, those guys will have probably never met because they play different games. One is playing a digital card game, the other one is playing a physical one. They are not living on the same continent, and now they are meeting on a neutral ground. So this is kind of cool. This is the concept of tonight event.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see Mateo play. I've often heard Yu-Gi-Oh! Players really connect with Mindbug. I think it shares some similarities, like you don't really have a concept of damage on creatures. You have just a single stat, and there's some stuff that is kind of Yu-Gi-Oh! Like in Mindbug.
We see at the bottom, we see Talpinator, the Legend of Runeterra. Yeah, the Legend of Runeterra player. So, Christian, again, your question to you. What would you start with here?
I mean, could do Bear. You don't really have a good answer for it, but I wouldn't expect it to be mind-bugged. Could also do Elephantopus, maybe slightly more safe. Oh, okay. Mateo is starting.
Oh, and we see Mindbug.
We immediately see the Lone Yeti Mindbug. So this is like one of the strongest creatures in the game, but only when it's alone. So it's a 10 power tough frenzy, but when it gets a teammate, it goes down to 5. Oh, and this is not a good answer for it.
So it's a pretty hard card to answer. So if you played turn 1 and you get Mindbugged, you are under a lot of pressure.
What? Whoa! Oh. What? This
I didn't
very
expect
surprising to me. I think that it may be a misplay, although it's not objectively so.
Yeah, I mean, not really. I mean, maybe he's thinking, okay, then I have more pressure. He will put pressure with Runeterra, and if Runeterra dies or gets stolen by a Brainfly or something, then he still have a lone Yeti that is alone. So maybe. That's good.
But this Harpy Mother is an awesome play because the lone Yeti, while it has a teammate, is down to 5, and the Harpy Mother, when it dies, can steal up 2 opposing creatures with power 5 or less. I think Talpinator really messed up by throwing out the second Mindbug.
Yeah. So the first Mindbug was an instant Mindbug. It was a really good one. But the second one basically made his Lone Yeti from power 10 Frenzy Tough into a, not so Lone Yeti.
I mean, probably he thought, as Alex said, it doesn't matter, maybe like a Plated Scorpion comes down, he could trade that with the Ryan Turtle and get the Yeti back up.
Something like that, yeah.
This is super annoying for him. And
totally.
What he can do is like attack with the Lone Yeti. So that means when it trades with the Harpy Mother, it loses his tough. So it's just a 10 power frenzy that he now has to fight, which he can do with his Axolotl healer. Could be the play. He's going for the Bear. Okay.
Well, Bear cannot be blocked by Harpy Mother, so it's a good way to go around it. And
but I mean, if Mateo starts pressuring with the Harpy Mother now, and Mateo is stealing the Bear, what the hell is going on here? So, these guys are wild. I think these Yu-Gi-Oh players are just used to instant action from turn 1. All right.
Well, so Talpinator from Renteria was even more aggressive with his Mindbugs than Mateo from Yu-Gi-Oh here. And I mean, you sometimes see games of Mindbugs being played with very aggressive Mindbugging. So when you use your Mindbugs in turn 1, turn 2 or something like that. And sometimes it pays off, but you really have to assess the risks that you are taking.
That is kind of the more modern style of Mindbug play. Like, I think the classic way to play, like what we grew up with in Mindbug, is that you try to keep them for as long as possible. But we have actually seen some of these modern players throw out their Mindbugs quite quickly and have good success with that. Basically, that's where you have to have a little bit of taking a leap, taking a chance. And actually it pays off often.
And it depends on which set of Mindbug you are playing. So they are playing First Contact, which is the very first set. But for example, with Beyond Evolution, which is the second one, basically, here we see more aggressive Mindbugging.
All right. So what we saw here was the Harpy Mother being traded off, taking control of the Lone Yeti, and the Lone Yeti is now alone and fully powered up, and it starts bullying this Rhino Turtle.
Yeah,
but
it has the same keywords, but it's power 10.
But Talpinator has at least 2 answers to it in hand, and you need 2 answers for it because it's tough. So he has the Gorillion, which is also power 10, and he has the Axolotl healer, who not only heals himself for 2, but also is poisonous to steal 1 life of the Lone Yeti.
So will Mateo Mindbug this?
I think he will Mindbug it. I don't know.
Like, at this point, just seeing the match so far, I'm like pretty sure he's gonna Mindbug because
he is Mindbugging it. I think he's. But then you lose Lone Yeti again. But you get a good attack with. You can just attack with your less. Oh, he's not Mindbugging it.
He doesn't.
It makes sense to me. I mean, you don't want your Lone Yeti to have a friend. He's much better when he's alone and sad. Is stronger, a stronger creature.
I can see that.
And now Lone Yeti has lost its shield. So Lone Yeti has a tough keyword, meaning that it has 2 lives. It must be defeated twice. It was defeated already once by Axolotl Healer because Axolotl Healer has Poisonous, which is the same thing as Death Touch in Magic the Gathering. very intuitive keyword. It's poisonous, so Lone Yeti dies even though its power value was higher. But because it's tough, it survives, it lost its shield, it will die the next time. And now Gorilla as vanilla creature.
Just as you predicted, Marvin, he immediately goes for the 2 answers. And Mateo is actually being disciplined here, keeping his Mindbug. And I think that's what is putting him in the driver's seat right now, that he has this Mindbug.
Would you have been disciplined as well here?
It's hard to say. I mean, this situation is a bit annoying for Mateo, because he cannot really attack now. If he does, Lone Yeti trades off the Gorillion and he takes 2 hits from the Rhino Turtle. So he's kind of forced to play something which turns off his Yeti. So now Gorillion has a clean attack.
No, Rhino Turtle has even a better attack.
Well, yeah. Because now, what do we do here? Urchin Hurler kind of has to block and then he can just stop. Is he just taking the 2 hits?
No, I'm not sure what he wanted to do with the Urchin Hurler actually.
I mean, I assume he's taking the 2 hits now, because if he wanted to trade the Urchin Hurler, he should have done so first.
I think he probably should have played another card than the Urchin Hurler, maybe the Barrel or something else. So what is he trying to get back?
Oh,
the
Brave
healer.
Robber taking Axolotl Healer. Okay.
Strong
2
play.
life.
So he's punishing Talpinator here for spending his Mindbugs early. As we said, this Grave Robber is quite a priority Mindbug pick this late in the game.
This Lone Yeti will probably never be alone anymore. You know,
Well, you say that, but let's see.
Let's see. Sometimes
when the dust settles, you just have
game. Yes.
the Yeti rising and dominating everyone again.
We've seen that in the past. A Lone Yeti that dominates the early game, then goes quiet for the mid game, and then in the late game is still here and dominates because the others have died. Yeah. Kangasaurus Rex doesn't do a lot of things. It just kills Axolotl Healer here.
Yeah, I mean, Axolotl Healer is the only card that deals with the Gorillion and the Rhino Turtle, so it kind of makes sense.
Sure.
But I was still a bit I was just expecting to see Rhino Turtle push, taking the 1 hit from Axolotl, but keep pushing.
Now we see the Barrel,
Nice.
which is really annoying for Talpinator here.
I think what he should consider doing is,
Playing around it?
I mean, maybe not playing around it, but if there is some stuff you would like to get down, like maybe the Snail Hydra, like you don't want your opponent to get that, you could play it now.
Yeah, I think so too.
I just want to point out that because in the YouTube chat, people are talking about the app, so I want to point out that the app is still in development. It's not commercially available yet. We are still working on making it look the best it can be. For example, you cannot see. I mean, you can see whose whose turn it is. Like you see the timer, you see who is up, but we will probably improve that so that it is easier to see. Now we can see that it is Mateo's turn, for example, because his timer is going down. If he plays a card, then Talpinator's timer will go down because Talpinator will have to take a decision of mind-bugging. But he doesn't have any mind-bugs, so that won't happen.
Or do we have, if people would be interested in the app, do we have somewhere they can sign up for the beta or something?
Yes, absolutely. You can sign up for the beta. You can go to our website, mindbug.me, and click on the digital navigation link. Digital on top, and there you can sign up for the beta.
Okay, so we saw the Strange Baron being cashed in here, and in fact it did steal this Snail Hydra, which is...
I think the Snail Hydra is bad, but also the Plated Scorpion is also pretty bad because Talpinator is trying to push with his strong creatures, and it's the Plated Scorpion is just a power 2 creature, but it's tough and poisonous, so it can basically deal with 2 powerful creatures.
I mean, Elephantopus can go above it. Oh, we see the Lone Yeti actually traded here. This is an unusual choice.
Yes, it is.
I think so.
I mean, usually you would let your Grave Robber die first, but
It didn't try. It jump blocked actually.
Yeah. So I'm saying you would probably jump block with the Grave Robber instead.
I would have expected to see the snail come down, the Snail Hydra.
Yeah, it would be a strong play here because when it attacks, it can take out the Gorillion, and it has good trades from there.
So Explosive Toad is a very flexible card. You can use it as an answer to almost anything.
Yeah, and we try to put those kind of cards in every set we design, like a flexible removal that can deal with almost any card. It's just
Because
very
we like to put all this overpowered crap into the set, so we also have to have some stuff that can answer it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
And
it's quite healthy for a set to have those cards, I think.
so we see its defeated effect as triggered now.
Do we expect to see Gorillion go down here? No.
No, he decided to remove Rhino Turtle. So Rhino Turtle had lost its first life already before in combat. Now it's lost its second life. So it is out. I mean, Rhino Turtle was a big threat because of Frenzy, but I would have expected the Gorillion to go out. Well, especially when you want to play Snail Hydra right after, right? Because it's power 9, so it would have been a much better decision, I think.
This is a good play now. I mean, I think he set up things nicely, because if Talpinator plays a card, so just to tell the viewers, the Snail Hydra, when it attacks, if you have fewer creatures than the opponent, you get to defeat a creature. Right now they have the same. Right now they have the same number. So if Talpinator plays a card, he allows Mateo to attack with the Snail Hydra, getting this trigger off. Talpinator doesn't have really other great options. You know, he can attack with. He attacks Gorillion here. So I expect
if he plays a card, he's screwed. If he plays a card, he's screwed. Yeah.
But here it's the same, right? So I expect Grave Robber to block here, and now Mateos has fewer creatures. So Snail Hydra is online and can start attacking.
So there was no good option here for him, actually.
Yeah, so Snail Hydra is attacking. Its attack trigger doesn't trigger because Mateo doesn't have fewer creatures than his opponent. But still, it's a respectable power 11 here on board.
He does.
He has fewer creatures. He traded the Grave Robber.
Yes, of course. Yes.
And now it's going off. So he defeated the Gorillion, and now he still needs.
This was why I said he needed to play the Snail Hydra before the barrel went off. Now, in his defense, there was still a Mindbug up at that time from Mateo. There still is.
Oh, Mysterious Mermaid.
It could have been Mindbug. Mysterious Mermaid, good play here. Can put him back up to 3 life.
And
you know, if Mateo takes it, he loses the game.
Yes. If Mateo takes it, this is a very tempting play because he's thinking he's winning. He doesn't want Talpinator to go back up to 3 life, but he doesn't take it.
It was a very good bait, but Mateo didn't take it.
Nice.
The thing is, the Snail Hydra is back online again here.
Yeah.
And there is...
Yeah, I would have loved to see that. Mateo mindbugging the Mermaid, both at 1 life, and then Killer Bee. That doesn't happen here.
It's kind of hard to stop here, I think.
Yes.
I mean,
as long as Talpinator is playing cards from his hands, then Snail Hydra will be online, and Mateo will be benefiting from it.
Really don't see any path forward here for Talpinator.
That's hard.
Me neither. I think this one is almost over.
Yeah.
I mean, Mateo played very well. He still has a Mindbug.
I remember how the game started. They were both just throwing out Mindbugs left and right.
Yes.
So in Mindbug, tempo can swing a lot. Sometimes you have these very aggressive games. Sometimes you have these boards that build up and then resolve and build up and resolve. There's a lot of variance between each game. It doesn't. There's no sometimes in other games you're playing on curve or something. There's nothing like that in Mindbug.
No.
Alright, so we do see the win from Mateo. That puts him to 1-1.
Yeah. So congratulations to Mateo Renteria from Peru, from Yu-Gi-Oh! Winning this match against Talpinator, Italian world champion at Runeterra. Very entertaining game that we just watched, guys. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Like it. So, how is it looking?
Alright, so this is after the second round.
Yeah, so in round 2, Frozen from Digimon defeated Todd Reklev from Pokemon.
Yeah. Todd Reklev is at 1-1.
Yeah, 1-1. He defeated Sam Black on round 1.
And one of our Mindbug players also lost. Julio lost.
Julio lost against Pete Ingram. Yeah, Pete Ingram, professional Magic player who worked at Wizard of the Coast in the past. And Peter Franqui from Digimon defeated Sam Black from Magic. And the Mindbug World Champion won round 2 as well against PetitBOT. So,
And PetitBOT is the Keyforge player, and he's still he's
Keyforge.
also 1-1. Yeah.
Yes, Keyforge Voltour champion from last year. All right, so we see the matchups for round 3.
So we see a match between the two Magic players here.
Yeah, between John Finkel and Sam Black.
I have read a Twitter post from John Finkel today where he wrote, that he sees the depths in this game because he's pretty bad at it. That was his words, and he would bet on Sam Black to win. So now they are fighting against each other, and I'm curious to see if his statement was true or not, and if Sam is going to win against him.
Let's see. So Sam Black opens with B-Bear, which has an evasion type ability. It can be blocked by creature with power 6 or less. So for example, it can be blocked by Killer Bee, for example, or by Shaki Crop Dog Memipus.
John Finkel correctly sees Snail Hydra as a super strong play when you're the second player. Because if the opponent plays out a new card, they now have 2 cards, you get this strong ability online. However, Sam is playing a good answer against it in the Tiger Squirrel, which can defeat it even before it gets to trigger its attack ability.
And mind-bugging the Tiger Squirrel is a great decision here. I totally agree. John mind-bugs the Squirrel, so he keeps his Snail Hydra and defeats the Bee-Bear. Ferret Bomber as a follow-up from Sam Black. This one...
good card advantage, but not really stopping the board, right?
Yes, it's a sneaky creature, so sneaky is the same as flying in Magic, but Tiger Squirrel has power 3, also sneaky, and Ferret Bomber has power 2. So Tiger Squirrel would be able to block Ferret Bomber, for example, or let's say Tiger Squirrel would attack and Ferret Bomber could only chump block. So that's the idea. And but John lost 20% of his entire deck.
Yeah, I mean, he is definitely in the driver's seat here. Oh, he's actually opting to develop board. This seems to be a habit for these Magic players. And
it really is.
As a Mindbug player, I definitely would have pushed.
Yes. The thing is, in Magic, you can attack with several creatures at once. In Mindbug, you cannot do that. You attack with only one creature, you block with only one creature. You can attack and block with the same creature because you don't tap it upon attacking. So things are different and...
Sure, so I mean, the value of a big board is a bit smaller here. You still get the versatility of having lots of options, but you don't get the value of activating all of them at once.
Exactly.
But if you are playing against the Tusk Extorter, you really don't want it to attack multiple times because it really hurts. And here this is like a free attack for John, so that's very tempting to take it, and I would have taken it as well. So you get it like basically a damage in or a free trade and a card advantage. That is a pretty good attack.
And this attack triggers before Sam Black decides whether to block it or not. So it is still attacking, and he still has to take a decision here.
Yeah, I mean, wasn't it a mistake maybe for Sam developing the Turbo Bug into the Tusk Extorter?
Yes.
It seems like one of the poisonous creatures would have been the better option.
Yeah, I think his game plan is to play Turbo Bug into Killer Bee.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like
it. Yeah.
But I think he doesn't quite have the time to do that yet he did it anyway.
Maybe he thought that this is the right moment to play the Turbo Bug and get John to let it pass through. But
I mean, let's see. Shark is an interesting option. It can take care of one of the big guys and the Tiger Squirrel in one swoop and still survive itself. So this is a board that really highlights its power. Would you Mindbug that here?
I would Mindbug that because it is the perfect answer to John Finkel's board.
I'm not sure. I mean, you could also push with Tusk Extorter into it.
He Mindbugs that.
Yeah, now he cashes in the Turbo Bug.
Yeah.
Okay, but then he gets another Tusk Extorter hit in the face, right?
Yes.
John doesn't have any Mindbugs left.
He has spent his last Mindbug, so if
Killer
John
Bee is
doesn't,
just the win.
He will lose to Killer Bee.
Yeah.
Yes. He will.
I actually thought John was winning this. It was stealing the Shark Dog. It was a risk.
Yeah, I would have done that. I mean, Shark Dog was the bait, basically. But it was still a very good Mindbug, recognizing that if your opponent has a Killer Bee, you lose. And John knows that. He knows that Killer Bee is a 2-off in the deck. It was a calculated risk, I think.
I think it was well orchestrated by Sam setting up this kind of situation, because if the Shark Dog doesn't get Mindbugged here, it still leaves him in a quite strong place.
Yes. And that's what you want to. That's really what you want to do in Mindbug. You want to give your opponent choices where both options are very bad for him.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But that's not easy to maneuver.
And it also adds
the fun of it.
That's sometimes where the bluffing comes from. Sometimes you just play a strong card and you pretend that both options are bad for the opponent, whereas one of them is in fact very good for them, but they don't know that yet.
Yeah, but that's very high level play with the bluffing.
Definitely.
Yeah.
So our next game is PetitBOT, last year's Keyforge World Tour champion against Frozen, with European champion at Digimon and the latest runner-up world champion as well.
And this is also already a round 3 match. So
this is round 3, yeah. We are still showing several games of round 3.
PetitBOT is 1-1 and Frozen is 2-1. 2-0.
2-0.
Yeah. 2-0. Okay.
2-0.
So this is France against Germany.
So
Frozen actually
I'm from Germany and Alex is from France, so we clearly know who we root for. And Christian, you're from Denmark, so not sure, you have to choose. You have a tiebreaker.
I think notable here is Frozen actually defeated one of the experienced Mindbug players in the previous round, Julio. So I think that really shows some credence. I think he's a 2-0. I think he's a strong show.
No, it wasn't Frozen. It was Pete Ingram who defeated Julio.
It was Pete Ingram.
Oh, sorry. My mistake.
Right. Okay,
but
so the cards we see...
Nevertheless, we have seen Frozen train the game quite a bit, so this training might pay off. He's 2-0.
Yes. Yeah, and at the start of each game, we see 2 cards selected at random from the remaining cards that are not in the game, so the 28 cards that are still in the box, basically, and those are to select the first player. Just
and
for
viewers
wondering.
And it gives a little bit of information, since these are not part of the card pool. The players will know that these cards have a smaller chance to appear if they're 2-off, or if they're 1-off, they cannot appear in the game. So it changes a little bit your evaluation of stuff if you're playing at a high level.
Bear again, turn 1 Bear. We've seen that before today.
Yeah, Bear has not done much on stream today, but it can be a really scary card. So it can dominate the board quite a bit. And if I look at the hand from PetitBOT here, so I mean, sure he had the brain fly, but other than that, not really any good answers to it.
And it was quite safe play from Frozen, because his hand is basically all Bear counters.
Yes, so therefore I think he will not Mindbug the brain fly here.
No, definitely
and
not. He's kind of happy to just lose the Bear and not lose a Rhino Turtle.
I think that's even if it looks like a bad spot for Frozen here, I think it's not too bad to lose it.
That's fine.
He's well suited to handle the Bear, certainly.
Yeah.
He has Gorilla,
and
he has Rhino Turtle, he has Lucha.
I think what he's doing here, he's kind of playing his cards from lowest power value to highest power value, because he's afraid of PetitBOT mind-bugging it. If he would start playing with a Lucha Tower, basically the Rhino Turtle becomes kind of useless. So what he's now doing, he's following up with a Lucha Tower, and
he's very happy to see this Mindbug.
Yes, he's very happy to see this Mindbug.
And if this Lucha Tower is also Mindbugged, he has basically won.
Then Gorilla is a slam dunk. It doesn't work. Okay.
So now PetitBOT has a good answer. He has a shield bug that increases the power value of all his creatures. So Rhino Turtle then is like the biggest threat on the board again.
But there are answers from Frozen. He has his own shield bug. He has a Harpy Mother to steal the shield bug. He has the Gorillion, so I would not expect a Mindbug here.
Me neither, but I think the Harpy Mother is the interesting answer to it.
I mean, you would like to steal something even more juicy with it. You can get a shield bug and like a used up Brainfly. It's not like the dream. It's okay.
You don't have to cash it in right away, you know? It can
Yeah,
be the threat of. I really like the threat of activation of Harpy Mother on the board, because if you have it on board, you can kind of freely play your low power creatures, and your opponent really doesn't want to take them. So that's what we really like in Mindbug, that we create these cards that have either a permanent effect or a threat of activation that changes the Mindbug decision of a player, the evaluation that he has to make. And Harpy Mother is a very good example of those kind of cards. He takes it.
Sometimes the game can feel like cooperatively building a house of dominoes, and you're and somehow trying to make it fall at the right time or fall in the right direction. So you can have a very big build-up and then quite quickly resolve and have everything explode.
It would be nice to see two shield bugs next to each other. Then they buff each other, and Luchador becomes.
It's pretty strong. I'm surprised to see the Mindbug here from Frozen.
A bit surprised as well, yeah.
I think he could have kept that. Lone Yeti is also like a really long-term strategy, so it's not doing a lot now, but it could be scary one day.
It's a very good target for Harpy Mother, by the way.
That's
the card you really want to steal with Harpy Mother.
Yeah.
But I mean, now playing your Harpy Mother is a bit less fun, because it
yes,
can be Mindbugged and you can have your shield box stolen.
I mean, now you just can basically attack with your Lucha Tower, right?
Yeah, the only threat here is the Yeti coming back online at some point, and that will take a while. Maybe Harpy Mother is actually a decent play here. Like, if it gets Mindbugged, PetitBOT is out of Mindbox, and you can, for example, have a late game Grave Robber roaming freely. I think it puts you in a strong spot.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, yeah, probably can attack here or the Harpy Mother, I think, are good options.
Windfly chump blocking here.
That's kind of all it can do once it has done its thing.
Yes, definitely. We have not seen games being overly decided by sneaky creatures. Right?
No, this is often seen among new players, and while these players are new, I think they are smart enough that they have a lot of respect for the sneaky creatures.
Exactly, this is what it tells me. Yeah, like when you play for the first time, you often lose to sneaky creatures, maybe one you played yourself, but got mind-bugged, and you made the mistake of playing it because you had no solution for it in your hand, for example. In Mindbug, when you play a card, you have to evaluate your answers to this very card you're playing, in case your opponent Mindbugs it. And you have to play your cards accordingly. But as you said, these players, they have practiced the game, and they are talented players anyway at other games, so it's a good sign that Sneaky is not dominating to next tournament.
We see the Turbo Bug come down again. I feel like Turbo Bug has gotten a lot of screen time today.
Yeah, definitely.
It's only a one-off, and actually, I would say it's not generally one of the strongest cards, but it can certainly shine, and we have seen it shine today.
It is one of the most exciting cards in the set, right? When you read it, it feels broken.
It's the one you feel is really overpowered the first time you see the game.
Totally. And it presents interesting combos, you know, with Killer Bee. So we have seen this combo worked today. Now, PetitBOT doesn't have a Killer Bee in hand, but he might have one in his deck. He still has one card. We can see that on the left part of the screen where all informations are there.
This is what Christian meant before. This is what I think what Turbobug makes Turbobug really an exciting card, because if he attacks now, Frozen will go down to 1 life, basically making it almost impossible to spend his last Mindbug, because he might be afraid of Killer Bee, even if there is no Killer Bee in his hand. So after he put him to 1 life and 1 Mindbug, he can play pretty aggressively, being sure or almost sure that he will not get Mindbugged.
But the thing is, if he does something that will win him the game, Frozen is forced to Mindbug it.
Yes, so it cannot win you the game, it can just be... Oh, so it can win you not obviously win you the game.
So you're kind of trying to do something that is good, but not too good, because he doesn't actually want Frozen to spend the Mindbugs.
Which sounds weird. If you play a game, you want to do something that's good, but not too good. That's a weird sentence to say in a normal game.
It is. I mean, maybe it's like in poker when you have a strong hand, you don't want to raise too much because you'll scare the other person into doing the good thing for them.
That's a good example. So we see a second Mindbug for a shield bug in this game. So PetitBOT really wanted to have his shield bugs.
They are valuing those shield bugs very highly. But like now, for example, a Harpy Mother can come down. Okay, it can only steal the shield bug. We can see a Shark Dog come down, 5-power Shark Dog. It's very strong here, you know, it can hunt the shield bugs and kill the Rhino Turtle. I think Frozen is in a really strong spot here.
Yeah, so I mean, PetitBOT is out of Mindbugs. That makes it quite scary for him to see the Spider Owl. He has a lot of sneaky answers in his hand, though. The best answer to, a good answer to a sneaky creature is having your own sneaky creature. So I would think that probably the Spider Owl will come down soonish.
I think so.
Why
He
does
doesn't have any hunter. He doesn't have hunters in his hand.
And
Why
he also
did T-Bug Mindbug the shield bug though? I mean, I guess the two shield bugs put the Luchator above the Yeti, so he feared he would lose the long race.
maybe.
I think that's the reason.
Will Frozen fall for this trap?
PetitBOT just drew the hunter it needs basically in Compost
Yes.
Dragon. Because with shield bugs, Compost Dragon is power 4, which is enough to take down Spider Owl.
Yeah, also allows him to replay a card in his discard pile. So what's in his discard pile? I see the B-Bear in. Forgot what else is in there.
Is there anything in there? Yes, there must be. It's 2 cards in the discard
There's
pile.
2 cards
so
in
one
there.
other card must be in there. Yes.
So Frozen is really considering this.
Yeah, mind-bugging the favorite bomber is quite appealing here.
I mean, if you look at it, PetitBOT only has 5 cards. He has to discard 2 of them. That's only 3 cards left, and he has 2 sneaky threats on the board. So
Sure, but a Kangasaurus could come down and kill both of them.
yeah, there are answers. And you need that. I think that's what Frozen is currently considering and thinking through. What kind of
it is
answers
a
are
four-
there that? Yeah,
It
and
is
put
a
him at-
4-card swing if he steals it or not, right? That's a lot.
Yeah.
So I think he's not too scared of the sneaky part, he's
that's-
more scared of the discarding part.
That's also why we see Ferret Bomber being one of the cards that gets Mindbugged the most often.
Yes.
It's on the top 3 list, I think.
Yeah, now that we have the digital client, it's really nice as a designers, developers to have access to this data, you know, seeing, okay, which cards are actually performing well, which cards are getting mindbugged all the time, that type of stuff.
He's really taking his time to think about it. I mean, he still have a minute. So
It's rare that we've seen the players actually use the allotted time.
this is one of the skills that you have to cultivate in Mindbug and in other games. Tanking at the right moment. There are many moments in the game where if you are experienced enough, you don't need to tank and think for a long time, but you have to recognize the moments where you need to. And this is one of those moments.
It's fun if it just turns out that he disconnected or something.
Yeah, it could be.
So now he's getting the lightning. It means somehow he's close to running out of time, right?
Yeah, maybe the game is over because he ran out of time.
Would be very disappointing.
I hope this is not what's happening.
This is getting uncomfortable. Come on,
Yeah.
Frozen, do something.
You can do it.
He sees the timer and he sees the lightning getting
Yeah,
smaller. So
I think he would have played by now.
Do you think there's a technical difficulty?
No, I think he forgot about the timer, maybe. Even
No,
though
I
there's
don't. Yeah.
But do we know, was there a technical problem or did he... Oh, this is really sad. He was in a good position.
Yeah.
Okay, so Romain is telling us that Frozen... Well, this is not a technical difficulty. This basically
He ran out of time. He became obsessed thinking about this third bumper and somehow missed the timer, and at the end it cost him the game.
Is that right, Romain? He didn't see the lightning or something, or he was focusing on something else. And...
Oh, this is really sad for him. He was 2-0, but at least he's still in the running. He's 2-1 now.
Sure, he can still qualify for semifinals
if he wins his last game.
Yeah.
So that means they are both 2-1 now.
Weird.
And both have the chance to proceed. So, shall we make a short break here before we go to the next round? Or to the next match?
Sure. Do we have some... I think we still have some stuff to show.
We have a puzzle, right?
Yeah, I mean, we can show you. We have a task for the people watching. We have some something that we have prepared for Mindbug. Mainly Christian made them, and Richard Garfield also made some. Are puzzles, and that are basically board states that you can solve without playing the game. Actually, you have a board state, and the question is, how can you win from there? So, what actions do you need to take in which order to win the game? And it can be quite thinky, but it shows a little bit the depth of the game and what you need to consider in order to win at certain situations. So if we have one prepared here, I think it would be good to take a 5-minute break or so and show the puzzle in that time. Okay. So, I think if I recall correctly, the question here is, how do you win from here?
So both players have 2 life. There are no cards in hand. It's your turn to play. And so the question is, what do you do to win? Worth noting is if a player is unable to do anything on their turn, they lose the game. So you can win this game either by getting the opponent down to 0 life or making it be their turn when they're not able to do anything. You're able to defeat their 2 creatures. Okay,
and we will leave you with this puzzle for a few minutes. You can try to solve it, and when we come back, we will resolve the situation, I guess.
All right.
Okay, see you in a few minutes.
See you guys. And welcome back.
So we hope
Sorry.
you had a little break and had time to consider this puzzle. So let's try and walk through it. Let's see if we are able to do it without messing up. So we see here our opponent is only on 2 life. So the first thing we're considering is, okay, we have a sneaky guy. We want to attack with him. So what will happen next? So we attack, they go down to 1, so we just need 1 more attack in. Right, so they're using their killer bee to hunt our ferret bomber. Which is kind of annoying. So we can try hunting the killer bee. And we now have the Gorillion, which is a power 10 versus just a power 2. But the problem is the guy is tough and poisonous. So the first time we fight him, we die to the poison, and he survives because of the tough. And now we're out of stuff to do, so we lose the game. Alright, so we were too stupid. So we want to attack with our ferret bomber, but we need to take out the hunter first to make it survive. So what we do is actually trade our urchin hurler into their killer bee. Now they attack with the plated scorpion. We can block this with the Gorillion. And now it's quite even, but since we attack first and they are unable to block because of the sneaky, we can outrace them. So we attack, they attack, now we're in 1-1, and we attack, and we hit the victory. So that was the winning line. So these puzzles, these can be situations that come up during the game. They can feel a little bit chess-like, where you're considering the various options and trying to see if you can find a 100% win for yourself. Sometimes you can, sometimes you have to take a gamble if they have stuff in hand.
And they're a lot of fun. They are a lot of fun making, trying to solve these puzzles and sitting there and trying each line. And at some point in time, you think it's impossible to solve, but
Oh yeah.
there are ones that are much more complex and need quite a bit of time to solve them.
Yes, we have a bunch of them inside the app. Probably we're gonna add even more. I heard for some players this is even their favorite way that they enjoy the game to, sit nice and relaxing. It's not stressful. You have as much time as you want, and you're thinking through the options, trying to figure out what's the path through all of this. So it looks like we're jumping into round 4 here. We have
Yes.
Educated Collins versus Pete Ingram, and do you know what their scores are?
I think Educated Collins is 2-1 at this point, and Pete Ingram is 0-3-0.
3-0, okay.
And we have not yet watched Pete Ingram playing in the tournament. So he's a professional Magic the Gathering player. He won Grand Prix Washington several years ago. And Educated Collins, we have watched him already.
A bunch of times. He's like the guy we've seen most today.
We've seen him twice. We've seen Frozen twice. We've seen Sam Black and John Finkel twice as well.
But
so
with-
Collins from Hearthstone and Marvel Snap.
But with Sam and John from Magic both being at 0-2, I think they are both not playing. Will not both not playing in the finals. So Pete Ingram is the last Magic player competing here.
Yes,
and
exactly.
Educated Collins is, if you get the win here, he will move on to the playoffs.
So, Educated Collins is on the play. We see his timer is running down, and he has his 5 cards in hand include Snail Thrower, Tiger Squirrel, Compost Dragon, a second Snail Thrower, and a Shield Bug. He decides to open with.
This is a slightly awkward starting hand. Often we see players throwing out I feel like power 8 creatures are often what you see. In the start, it's like if they can Mindbug, you can go above them. So here Shield Bug is not putting on so much pressure. We immediately see the Luchasaur answer, putting the pressure back on Educated Collins, who is able to answer back with his Tiger Squirrel. The problem with Tiger Squirrel is it's not so fun to open with because it's more of an answer. Takes out the Luchasaur, so now the pressure is definitely on Pete Ingram. Oh, but he has a strong answer with the Kangasaurus Rex, defeating both of these creatures. So, will Educated Collins steal this? He does not.
No, he does not.
We might see another
squirrel? No.
squirrel come down here. No. He goes over the top with the Gorillion. these guys are playing at a crazy pace.
That's true. That's true. But I think it's better play here to play the Gorilla than the Tiger Squirrel. I think that you can find better targets than an already used up Kangasaurus Rex.
Yeah, it's
Definitely.
like only
Yes.
power 7, so it most of its power comes from the play effect, not so much from the body.
Yeah.
So here we see the Ferret Bomber, the most Mindbug creature in the game. Will it be Mindbugged yet again?
Yes, we have
It's good-
statistics
it-
that show us that. Yeah.
I don't think it will because Educate Collins has like 3 good answers in hand. Still, he decided to take them. Okay.
He mind bugs it.
So I think he does it mostly for the effects, the card advantage, and not so much for the... I mean, the sneak is still good. He doesn't know what kind of answers Pete has.
Yeah, so Pete has several answers. He has a Hunter. Now he doesn't have it anymore. He discarded. But he has a Sharky Crab Dog Mummipus, which is a creature we have not seen yet today. And it is also a very good answer to Sneaky, because it has Sneaky when your opponent has a Sneaky creature. Same is true for Frenzy, Poisonous, and Hunter. So basically all keywords except Tough. And it is power 5, so it has the potential to be the biggest Sneaky there has ever been, which is power 5 Sneaky, right?
Now the problem
Yeah, and
is...
there's
It's
and
not,
there's a
it's not the only thing threatening him, the Ferret Bomber. We also have this 11 power Gorillion.
Yes.
So if you play down the Sharky Crab Dog Mummipus, the Gorillion could start bullying you.
But yeah, Plated Scorpion is of course a very good answer to Gorillion.
But that doesn't answer the Ferret Bomber. So you kind
I
of
know.
need both.
I know.
Yeah.
And you can play only one card every turn, right? So
There's a fun story about the Sharky Crab Dog Mummipus. I think we did a naming session with Scaff and Richard when we went over the first set of the cards that we released, which is this set, and they said, what kind of creature is it? And I said, I mean, it's a shark, it's a crab, it's a dog, it's a mummy. And they said, okay, then let's call it like that. And I immediately said, so, no, we cannot call it Sharky Crab Dog Mummipus. And
We have
and
to
everyone-
make a special layout to fit this ridiculous name.
But everyone was laughing in our session, and it was already late for us here in Europe. So at some point in time, we said, okay, let's just do it. It's funny. It's a lightweight game. Let's just call this stupid thing a Sharky Crab Dog Mummipus.
Almost sure it was Scaff Eliza's idea. It's really a Scaff name.
It's a Scaff name, yes.
and it's a name you cannot read on screen here.
Yes. All right. We see more Sneakies developing. A Spider Owl's coming down. Now we see the Snail Thrower, also a really strong card. We've not seen shine yet today, so it gives your other creatures with power 4 or less, both Hunter and Poisonous. It combos particularly well with the Shield Box, which you see on screen.
Totally.
And
It's
the Sharky Crab Dog Mummipus copies the Hunter from the Shield Box, which it got, and use that to clear up again.
that's a thing that's pretty difficult to see for Educated Collins. You know, you have a creature that does not have Hunter, but when you play it, the opposing creature gets Hunter. You know, that's not easy to see.
Yeah.
And now we see kind of an offer for a trade of the two sneaky creatures.
Yeah, 3 versus 3 power value.
Expect the offer
I
to be taken here. I think Gorillion would have been a stronger attack, although...
No, he wanted to keep that because it's the strongest creature on the board.
I mean, don't you want to keep... Aren't you happy if you get to keep your sneaky guy instead?
Yeah, maybe because he has so many sneaky creatures in hand, or had so many sneaky creatures in hand. Now one only.
He still has 1, yeah. And he has a Hunter in hand that he can play before playing the Sneaky.
Do you take that here?
Played Scorpion.
Probably
it's
not.
like a great card in value trading. It will often go 2 for 1 because it's tough and poisonous.
But it often does not win you the game on itself, you know?
Yeah, I
It
mean,
gives you a big advantage, and maybe that advantage helps you to win the game in the end. But that's why it's often an underrated card, I think.
and I mean, any tough creature can trade with it. Here we see another Shield Bug, for example.
And it is a return of Turbo Bug.
Turbo Bug.
So this card is a one-off in the deck. But it appears like it seems like it's secretly like a 4 or something. Today, at least.
So Educated Collins is considering taking this. I mean, so this gives Pete the option of bluffing. So like, if he puts Educated Collins down to 1 life, now Educated Collins kind of really has to respect the killer bee and not use his Mindbug for other stuff.
Yeah. Pete Ingram is
I think-
bluffing the killer bee. That's good.
I think the Tiger Squirrel is, if he gets it down, it's really good here because it allows him to start attacking with the shield bugs into the plated Scorpion. When the Kangasaurus is gone.
Sure, but like, it's a pretty strong steal also for Pete. I mean, now he is actually able to win the game, right? Because
I don't say it's the best play. I think it's pretty good if he gets it down.
Yeah.
I would mind that because, as you said, combining a Turbo Bug with any sneaky creatures when your opponent doesn't have any sneaky, that's basically a game-winning combo.
Yeah, not here because he has a hunter in hand. So
But
Educated Collins has the answer in hand for the Tiger Squirrel.
Yeah, because it takes 2 turns for a hunter to go online, basically, but it takes 2 turns to realize this combo.
And this is not just any hunter, it's like a really good hunter here.
It's a pretty good hunter here that comes not alone. He brings back another card, which is getting rid of the entire hand of Peter Ingram. So,
and this is the win from here for Educated Collins, right? I mean, I think he saw this line when he played the Tiger Squirrel.
Nice. He still has a Mindbug and cannot use it. Useless Mindbug for Collins. The second Mindbug will not be used.
Yeah. So now he doesn't. Now he must make sure that he hunts down the Tiger Squirrel and not makes a mistake by attacking with Parrot Bomber or something. But he's seeing that.
Really expect. I mean, even if he doesn't hunt it down, he can still just block with the Ferret Bomber.
He can still just block. Yes.
I think basically he cannot mess up from here. Oh, he goes for the cocky play.
So we can see both.
Now he shows us a bit of the combo potential in this game.
So we see Grave Robber play a Grave Robber from discard pile, which plays an Urchin Hurdle from discard pile. See emojis.
This is nice.
I believe this is what they call like a bad manners play.
Yeah, so Compost Dragon allow you to take a card from your discard pile. Grave Robber takes a card from the opponent's discard pile. You can chain them, of course, and all those cards that you take from discard pile, you are playing them from discard pile as part of a card effect, so they cannot be mind-bugged.
I mean, I think this Tiger Squirrel play was a really good play because, I mean, even we seeing both hands were just seeing how juicy it is to steal it because you have the perfect partner for your Turbo Bug. So I think this was, again, super well orchestrated by Educated Collins. And I mean, we saw him lose the first game, I believe. And now he has won 3 in a row and actually qualified for the playoffs. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. And we see that Pete Ingram did not let the game finish. He still has 3 life, but he recognizes that he loses this game. So he conceded. So we see the defeat screen. And I think Collins is crushing it.
But since if I'm not mistaken, both are qualified. Since Peter Ingram was 3-0 before, so he's 3-1. So both are now in the finals.
That is my understanding. The semifinals, right?
Semifinals, sure.
Yeah. And here's a juicy play. I've been waiting to see Todd Reklev all day. He's like a legend in Pokemon. And we have Tanguy, our own Mindbug world champion.
This is Tanguy, not Tanguy.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, Christian. I'm sorry. Yeah, so this is a French first name. Tanguy Vilcot, so the Mindbug world champion. And yeah, when you think about it, he's supposed to like crush the entire event, and maybe he will. But we thought it would be cool to have him at the tournament as well.
I mean, let's see. It is also best of 1 game, so a tiny mistake or taking a chance that doesn't pay off or something can also cost him big time.
And I'm sure that Todd has practiced before going into this tournament. So Todd, the Pokemon legend, against Tanguy Vilcot, aka Evil Guy, which is a play on his first name and family name, and nice. So Todd is on the play. He's having Ferret Bombers, Shield Bugs, Mermaid, Sharky Crab Dog, and Axolotl. Which one do you play here, Christian?
That's not a super aggressive starting play. I mean, could you play the Sharky Crab Dog Mummy Puss here?
I usually don't play that one on turn 1. I mean,
it's quite good against both hunters and sneakies, and I don't expect it to be mind-bugged.
I think this is reasonable. Axolotl Healer, turn 1.
It
Don't you
is.
It is
I
a
mean,
safe play. It's a safe play.
It is safe.
he has the mermaid in hand, so he's fine to. He hopes this gets mindbugged actually,
Yeah.
which it probably won't.
No, it is rare that. I mean, Axolotl Healer is a very, very good card. It gives you a lot of value. Again, Turbo Bug, come on.
Another turbo bug, which might now be interesting to see this one attack and then a Mysterious Mermaid come down. Mysterious Mermaid is setting your life points equal to the opponent's life points. So if Tanguy managed to attack with a turbo bug, Todd will go down to 1, and then he might play the Mysterious Mermaid.
It can be a card to really bring you back from the brink of defeat, and especially if the opponent makes the whole plan to try to do this 1 point of life to you.
He mindbugs it.
Hey,
Because why not?
because you spend a mindbug.
Yes. Well, you have to recognize that Turbo Bug is a very good answer to Axolotl Healer, in a way, because you undo
It is.
the life gain, so it feels a
It
little
is.
bit bad. So he decides to mindbug that. Now, Snail Hydra is very good when
but
you
not
have
a-
no creature and your opponent has already 2.
Not as good as you think here, because
Turbo
Turbo Bug attacks, so Snail Hydra is forced to block, and then you don't want to attack with it, so you have to develop more stuff.
Oh,
So
yeah.
it's missing, like, it's a card
Yes.
that has a certain rhythm to it, and here it's not quite in the good rhythm.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, you're right.
But it's a card you don't want to see on the board of your opponent, because at some point in time it could get into the rhythm and then become super, super strong.
It is a
But-
strong card. You're not
Yeah,
sad to have
but
it,
here-
but at least
but-
it's not shining immediately.
Yeah, but here the attack is quite obvious.
Yeah.
You do 2 points of damage and deactivate the Hydra, so there's no good attack for Tanguy now.
Yeah. Explosive Toad is a good counter, I think, to the Hydra as well.
Yes.
Tusk Extorter.
So
So-
yeah, but now it could get into the rhythm because of
Yeah.
course.
I will
Mindbugging
never
is-
mindbug that. Don't mindbug that. Yeah.
Mindbug is not a good option here now.
Yeah.
I mean,
He
you're
could
making
even
your,
he could even have put another, maybe a stronger card in there if he would
Yes.
have liked to.
Like, you're pretty sure it's not going to get mindbugged, but I
It's
mean,
Yes.
Yeah, it's not even a bet. If you mindbug it, it's power 8, your opponent already has a power 9, and now Snail Hydra is online, so that's
but
bad. So-
what do you have played, like Grave Robber or something?
Yeah, or maybe.
I mean, you can use Grave Robber to get Turbo Bug back. It's actually not a horrible play.
Yes. Maybe. I mean,
I think
Le Chateau.
I think Tusketorta is not bad here.
Mm. Yeah, the thing is, this Axolotl is doing a lot of work on defense.
Getting the Tusketorta to trade with the Axolotl Healer is quite good. It will get like 2 more cards into the discard pile, making the Grave Robber stronger that he has in hand.
But I mean, right now
I
it's
think he's
asymmetrical. It's only working for him.
Yes, exactly, but still, I think he's mindbugging that to keep the Grave Robber asymmetrical and give you more options to steal from. I think that's a good mindbug here.
Could set him up for a really good Grave Robber play.
He might not do it because he has
But I mean, I think Turbo Bug is already pretty good to take from discard pile when opponent is at 5 life.
Yes.
I am amazed that Todd Reklev chose the 2 cards to discard so quickly.
I think he thought about it already when he played the Ferret Bomber, I guess.
Yeah,
He was expecting that.
that's the pro way to play. When you play the
Yeah.
card, you already consider your options. So what do I do?
And
with
I
this
think
next one?
I think he's following up with a Shark Dog here, which is pretty good on that board.
Shark Dog is a great option here.
Mm-hmm.
It's
just
a really
so
great
good.
option.
You can get rid of Snail Hydra and Ferret Bomber. That's a great option.
Yes.
It lines up very well with this board state.
But that means he will get, which will happen anyway, he will get attacked by the Tusketorta.
But I'm not sure. Tusk Extorter attack here is really painful. So Axolotl blocks and Shark Dog cleans up both cards, not dying itself.
Maybe Evil Guy has to mindbug that to respect the power of Shark Dog here. Doesn't.
He's at 1 point, he's at 1 life, he's not mindbugging here. With his last mindbug. He played
on,
a
you
lot
have-
of
you have-
mindbug.
And
You have to live dangerously.
And here comes this Grave Robber we talked about. This is a really good play for him. Allows him to place a card from the opponent's discard pile. His own discard pile is empty. So Tord is probably not mind-bugging this. Or if he is, it's only to deny the effect.
I mean, he could take the mermaid, bringing him down to 1 life. No, he would bring down Tanguy to 5 life. Sorry.
Yeah, but that's pretty good as well, right?
Yeah, it's pretty good as well.
Makes for a longer game, maybe. Yeah? So you're correct in assessing Grave Robber power here. His discard pile is empty. So this game is all about creating asymmetrical situation.
I think he's taking the
if you Mindbug it, you don't get it.
I think he's taking the mermaid here, yeah, because he doesn't want to live his life in fear. He wants to be able to use his Mindbug in a free and fun way, not live under the tyranny of the hypothetical killer bee.
Which Tord Reklev doesn't have, but we have the privilege of seeing both hands. What we don't know yet is Evil Guy's last card in his deck. Yeah. He still has 1 card. We don't know what it is.
Yeah, but still this must be a Shark Dog attack.
Yes.
Very strong.
Versus Snail Hydra and Ferret Bomber. He could even go for the Tastix Torta if he wants to protect his hand.
Might even be the way to go.
I think so, because
he's
he
not
has
afraid
not
of the Hydra right now.
Yeah, and he has not many. This shows that he's a really good player. I think that he needs to protect his hand because he does not have so many options left, and the Snail Hydra is not super dangerous at the moment, and he can get rid of it next turn anyway.
Yeah.
Pretty good play. Pretty good play.
I think so.
Attacking with Mermaid. Sure.
I think this Shark Dog is basically what's keeping Tord in the game, you know. Just looking at the game 1 turn ago, Evil Guy had a huge board, all these cards in hand, even a card still in his deck. But taking away 2 of them every time, it goes faster.
And he decided to spend his life, not his axolotl healer. Yeah.
Evil Guy has cards.
Makes a lot of sense, right? He has plenty of life.
Yes. He has a Tiger Squirrel and a Brainfly that are, I will not call them dead, but they have a play effect that is here not valuable right now. He has to wait for his opponent to play bigger creatures. And there will be only 1 of those that can be targeted by Tiger Squirrel and or Brainfly, which is Gorilla Lion. He's waiting for the right moment, but it might not come.
Yeah, but I mean, you're pretty happy if you get to attack with these 7 power creatures and have a strong attack.
Yes.
Normally, 7. It's not so often they get to be the biggest dog in the park.
No, Mysterious Mermaid normally sucks at combat. Very often. I mean, power 7. It is rare that it is in a strong position. It's the same for Kangasaurus Rex, right? It's all about the play effect.
Yeah.
So when you get this opening, you have to take it, I guess. Now he has to recognize, Explosive Toad could explode and kill Snail Hydra.
Kills the Hydra, right? That's what he's afraid of. Because now he can, from his point of view, he can develop his Gorillion freely, for example.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think it's super good. Now he can play his cards with power less than 4. With a Shark Dog in play, it's so nice to play them safely.
I mean, what do you play?
I mean, it's just the Compost Dragon, which might be a bit risky to play here at the moment.
The Compost Dragon, isn't that too... I mean, I don't know.
You wait.
Yeah, I wouldn't play it here.
What's in the discard pile? I mean, he's okay, I think, with the Snail coming back.
I would need to look at it, so to be honest, because if all of them are, for example, above 6, it's a pretty safe play.
Well, Mike, can you show us the content of Evil Guy's discard pile? Ferret Bomber is the one you're scared of.
Yeah, you don't want to play the Ferret Bomber for sure. Then you're out of options.
Yeah.
So Tord Reklev wants to wait until Evil Guy has no Mindbug left in order to play Compost Dragon. Definitely.
Oh, sorry, and he did develop his shield box, but it's leaving him in this annoying position where these 7 creatures keep getting to attack and be big, even though they're not really big.
Yeah, but
you can take the hit. You are at 4 life. Doesn't
sure, really but it also doesn't what's his route from here? I think he's running into problems.
He's constructing a board state.
Yeah, it's not so fun cashing in your poisonous creature against the the mermaid is very happy to get that trade. I mean,
Yeah.
Gorillion is kind of his way out, but the problem is that you guys' hand is kind of full of answers to this.
Yeah, he has very good answers. So he's not mind bugging that.
Especially not when your opponent has a shark dog, you don't mind bug the Gorillion.
I mean, which answer would you play first? Brainfly or
I think I would play the Brainfly because the Tiger Squirrel can just be hunted by the shark dog.
Yeah, but if the Brainfly is mind bugged, you lose the Grave Robber. So Tord is then starting to have a big board.
But is the Grave Robber an issue here? I mean, you still have a lot. You have like 2 creatures that are more powerful, that are not a problem. So I don't think losing the Grave Robber is an issue here.
I mean, you're losing a jump blocker. You then have no board.
Yeah, but
here comes a Brainfly.
But he has super strong follow-ups, and he could play the Rhino Turtle, for example.
Does Tord have to mind bug this?
Probably, and it's not. I mean,
if he doesn't, he does have a good attack with the Shark Dog, killing both.
And he.
But he cannot deal with the Grave Robber.
Yeah.
So now he's all in.
I think he has to.
Tiger Squirrel getting rid of Gorillion.
Yeah, but that's not an issue for him, so he can
Shark
hunt
Dog
it down. He can just hunt it down.
But the problem is that there's no sense of urgency here. Ilga is at 5 life, and there's not even a frenzy creature in play. Like, this is where you really want a frenzy creature.
Yes.
The mysterious mermaid really impacted the game.
It really did.
With
because of the life totals, yeah?
The life totals especially.
Yeah, it changes the dynamic of the game in a way, because...
It would be very different if Ilga was at 1 here. He still has... I mean, he can still play his Sharky Crab Dog Mummy Puss.
So Tord is considering several options. That's funny because I would have immediately attacked with Shark Dog, but he's taking the game very seriously. He's thinking about other options before deciding for what I would call the obvious one, but you know.
He's probably looking at, okay, so what happens if I play Compost Dragon? What happens if it's Mindbug? What options do I give my opponent? Is it something I can handle or not?
Yeah, he's thinking about everything. Yeah, Tord Reklev wants to make it into the semifinals, definitely.
So now we see a strange barrel from Tanguy. For basically forcing Tord Reklev to trying to play around it.
Yeah, it's not. So how do you do? I mean, probably you play now, but what do you play? Like, you can play the Sharky Trap Dog Mummy Puss and accept having the Compost Dragon stolen. You can also play the Compost Dragon and
pretending to have something better. That's like a bluff.
No, I guess it doesn't work because it immediately plays the Ferret Bomb, but taking away the final card. And then I believe he has the hand to lock this out. So...
But you cannot really play around it because he has the Strange Barrel and the Mindbug, so you will lose one of those cards to him.
Well, no, because you play the Shark Trap Mummy Puss first. And now, Evil Guy, if he Mindbugs this, he's vulnerable to the last card.
Yes.
So this way, he at least gets the 1 card in play.
I don't think he will Mindbug that. The value is not that high. This Sharky Crab Dog will be just Hunter right now. It copies only 4 out of 5 keywords. That's a bit tough.
But it trades with the Shark Dog, and Shark Dog is kind of a very big part of Tord's board here.
It is, but I mean, Compost Dragon will be the only thing that. Yeah, I think he took the right decision here, Evil Guy.
Yeah, and he's in no hurry to cash in the barrel. Oh, interesting. Tord actually plays this.
This is a mistake, isn't it?
Not completely sure.
I mean, of course,
he gets another turn.
He gets the turn.
Yes, and Ferret Bomber doesn't have so much value now, so he takes Nail Hydra instead, and Strange Barrel.
I think he has considered it. I think he would rather play it now than to have it go to the hand of Evil Guy.
Okay. And he played around Strange Barrel successfully.
Which is so that's another very strong Shark Dog attack.
Yes, I mean, is he winning from here? Can the Shark Dog pull it off? I mean, Strange Barrel will just die. That's not really a matter. Rhino Turtle and
Oh,
Grave
there's a
Robber.
Luchador still. There's a Luchador
Yes,
still.
but there's also a Shark Dog.
So Shark Dog must get rid of...
I mean, Shark Dog can kill Luchador here if you want to, and you kind of have to.
He has to. He has to kill it here now, I think.
Because it's the only way he's getting rid of it, as far as I can see. I mean, yeah.
That's a very close game.
It
Evil
is.
guy has all informations at his disposal.
Yeah,
Yes.
so it's like a puzzle for him.
Yeah, it is, and he has
Well,
one card that Todd
it's a-
doesn't know.
It's a little bit subtle, but actually, I mean, the information he doesn't have is how Todd is going to play, because he doesn't have all the information.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
But
I mean, so he can try to devise a scheme where he wins whatever Todd does, but even if it's not possible, he could still win because Todd is missing this information. So anyway, this seemed like the right trade, right? Shark Dog, taking out Luchador.
Yes.
So
And so
this Snail Thrower actually grants a keyword to the Sharky Crop Dog Mimipus.
yes, I think Todd may be winning this.
but what is he doing now? He must attack with the Sharky Crab Dog Mimipus now. He
You
cannot
mean-
attack. He cannot attack with a Grave Robber because he does not. He
You
cannot
mean
trade it with the Rhino Turtle.
if Snail Thrower blocks Grave Robber, then Rhino Turtle dominates everything.
Yes. So he must attack with the Sharky Crab Dog Mimipus, I guess.
And
right?
that just trades. Oh, and that's not a good attack. That just trades with the barrel.
That trades with the barrel.
But okay,
But
let's
still,
say
you
it
should be
trades with
fine. You
the
should be
barrel.
fine then. Yeah, if
I think he
you
wins.
yeah,
he
if
wins.
but only if he attacks with the Sharky Crab Dog Mimipus now.
I think he will. I have a lot of faith in him.
No, he's not.
Yeah, that's with
Ooh.
Brain Fly. Okay.
Then he loses from here, I guess.
Not sure.
And he does that just to pass the turn, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, advantage is on the blocker, so he loses just one tempo here. He says he would rather
Yes.
choose the trades.
Okay. So
And he
Rhino
blocks.
Turtle still has his shield and Grave Robber as well. Now they both lose it. They are both exhausted, as we say in the rulebook.
I'm confused. Is he losing?
Now he's Now he's
So
Why
he's losing. He's losing because he did the wrong attack, I think.
think you may be right.
Yes.
Could have,
now
he could have won. He could have won the game.
yes, he could have won the game.
No, wait a second. He is winning, right? Why are we so stupid?
No, why is he winning? He's it's his turn, and he has to attack with either of the creatures. And if he attacks with the Sharky Crab Dog Mimipus, the Strange Bell is the strongest creature on the board.
Yes.
And if he attacks with the Shield Bugs,
He can attack with the shield box, get them blocked by the strange barrel.
and then Tanguy will attack with the Strange Barrel. What do?
You have to. You take the hit.
Right.
We can take the hit. Yes.
It's
You
like
see, there are only 4 cards in game, and it's still very difficult to see who is winning. That's full information now.
I mean, we have been sitting here for a few hours. These guys are also both just doing the stuff. Yes, Todd figures out he has to attack with the shield box. I mean, I think the line you described earlier, where you attack immediately with the Shark Crab Dog, I think that was winning.
I think so too.
And this
Maybe I'm
game is
wrong,
not
but I
about
think-
life. This game is not about life. This game is about running out of cards.
Yes.
Sure, I mean, so they can both block or choose not to block a couple of times if they want to change the tempo.
Now he has to play he has to block with the shield bugs, and then the Sharky Crab Dog Mimipus is not power 6 anymore. You know, it's power 5 because the shield bugs are gone. Then you lose from here. He can still decide to not. I think he shouldn't block here. He shouldn't block here. So
Yeah.
that's the
Yeah,
right decision he made.
This is. I mean,
Oh,
this game
What the
is
hell is
close.
going on?
This is a very good game actually. Now
It
he's
is very
attacking.
close between the best Pokemon player in the world and the best Mindbug player. In
Yeah, and now he loses from here.
We see the trade.
Yeah,
And that's
the
it.
trade. That's it.
I think
This was it.
I think there was a line if we go back a bit.
Yes, I think there
sure.
was a.
Yeah. And
I'm not sure at all, but I think so.
I'm also not sure because Tanguy, there was no reason for him to block, so he could also just have taken the hit. I didn't consider that, so maybe that was the line for Tanguy to win from there.
Yeah,
as
it's a
well.
bit tricky to figure out when they both have so much life. They can choose
Yes.
to ignore the attacks a few times. I would
Well-
have to go back and analyze that one like they do in chess, you know.
Exactly, but I think it shows that Todd and Tanguy are really good players because they I think they both thought all of those things through and took a lot of time making their decisions and saw on lines we didn't see. So it was a really good game. Really good.
Tanguy is the world champion, so I guess credits to Todd here being a new player, being able to get such a close game. This was maybe the craziest game we've seen today.
It was. I mean, Todd Reklev started playing Mindbug like this week, and now he takes on the Mindbug world champion and almost defeats him. I mean, it was very, very close. Come on.
That's really cool. So where does that leave us? So what are the scores?
I would, but first I would like to show another match in round 4 because we did not showcase Jules Gregis. We did not feature him.
All right.
He's the only one that we did not feature for some reason. We missed it.
Yeah. So we can show another part of the Richard Garfield interview if you want, and find the video footage or the game and then commentate the game. That reminded me what you said about this emergent situations that come up. Reminded me of the 2v2 Mindbug game that we just recently played, where we worked on the design of those cards, but when we played it after a lot of games again, we still find out new combinations of cards that we haven't seen before, and each game has the potential to become a rememberable moment that you haven't explored before. That's what I really like about these games, and that's also something that keeps me bringing back to these kind of games that I want to create them, because that's what I want to do. I want to create single individual pieces that someone else can put together in a different way that I maybe didn't even thought about, and create something great from it.
I think it's just a treasure when that can happen. I used to use that as one way to distinguish puzzles from games. With a puzzle, and this is too trite, but I think there's some truth to it. With a puzzle, you cannot exceed the creator, but with a game, you can. And I love giving games where there's enough general tools that I, as a designer, can't anticipate what's going to happen and how people will use them.
Yeah, and that's something one of the other reasons why we push tournament play with Mindbug, for example, and that we have seen that with many of these games in this card battler, TCG, dueling card game area. A lot of those games have a strong competitive scene with really good players that can do things with these little cards, unique cards that we have created, which definitely is more than I as a designer could do with them. And it's always so exciting to see them play on a high level for stakes and see how good they are with those cards. So why do you think that this is? I'm sure it is also available for other games, but for me personally, I see it more for the card battles and dueling card games and TCGs, that there is a strong competitive scene around it. I don't see it too often for, I would say, classical board games. Why do you think that is the case, especially for these dueling card games?
I think there's a few things which make these games lend themselves, I guess, to that sort of play. One is that so many of them are 1v1, or they play very well 1v1, and a lot of games try to be good for like 2 to 5 players, and that's a much sloppier situation when played competitively. So, for example, you don't find serious Scrabble play except 1v1, and so that's one reason. The dueling card games also tend to be short, which works very well for tournaments and things like that, because you want to be able to play a lot, and so if you've got a game that takes a couple hours to play, that's really hard to do a tournament. But if you've got one that takes 20 minutes to play, you can play a lot of rounds. And that makes it also very appropriate to have more luck in. Players have players have an interesting relationship with luck and skill, but one thing is certain is if you've got skill in the game, then you can have a lot of luck, but to have that skill shine through, you just have to play a lot of times, and that means that a game which takes 2 hours with a lot of luck, it's gonna be very hard to shine in that. A game with 2 hours which has very low luck, as a skillful player you can shine. Chess. But a game which has a reasonable amount of luck and is 20 minutes, you can shine over the course of a tournament easily.
Yeah, I mean that goes a long direction with, if we look at the win percentage of the top players in these kind of games, it's not that they have like 95% win percentages, right? They are more like, I don't know, at 60, maybe 65, 70%. I don't know the exact numbers, but it's not that they are so good that they can't lose, because all of these trading card games or dueling card games, they have some luck involved. But over a couple of tournaments or rounds, they still have the same kind of players that evolve to the top of the ladder.
And we are back, and Marvin's beard has grown a lot.
So this is Romain we were talking about, who is doing everything behind the scenes, but now also commentating, and it can only go well, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So still round 4. So the last round of Swiss.
And Julio was the runner-up to the Mindbug World Championship.
And remember that the Mindbug World Champion, Evil Guy, the first thing he said in his interview after winning the World Championship, he said Julio is actually a better player than me. That's what he said. So
That's very
Julio
humble.
yeah, I mean they practice together before the World Championship, because they basically live in the same area in France. Romain, we cannot hear you on stream, says Marcus.
That's true. I totally forgot to unmute myself. Hi.
Hi, Romain. You were muted.
I
Okay,
mean,
cool.
The technical guy is not so technical.
Well, yeah. Hopefully, one of us is like watching the YouTube stream.
Yep.
To tell us if something goes wrong, because otherwise that could have gone like for 30 minutes like that or something.
Yeah.
Thank you, Marcus. All right, so let's jump into the last match of round 4 that we want to showcase. So this is not semifinals, guys. This is round 4, the last round of Swiss, between Jules Gregis, aka Julio in the top part of the screen, the finalist of the latest Mindbug World Championship, so he knows his ways, and he's playing against Frozen, the finalist of the latest Digimon card game World Championship.
And Frozen had a strong start today. He went up 2-0, and he was in a good position in that other match, and then he lost on time in a very, very sad.
It was a bit
so if Frozen from Hamburg wins this game against Julio from Lyon, he will actually advance to the semifinals.
So let's see if he can,
Same thing
can
for
redeem
Julio,
himself, or maybe he's tilted after timing out the last match.
And Julio already has 2 losses.
Yeah, he's already out,
yeah.
Unfortunately. But Frozen can be qualified if he beats Julio. So
Julio is just trying to spoil the fun of Frozen now that he doesn't get to have fun himself.
Yeah, especially since Frozen lost because of the timer. It's a bit sad, that you are like on the line to be to be out of the tournament, because you being paired against Julio and lost one match because of the timer. But yeah, let's see.
All right, we see some fast play here. We had the Yeti come online. Frozen's actually stealing the Bladed Scorpion, putting his Yeti back offline.
That's the usual play. If you play the Lone Yeti and you let it, you play the Plated Scorpion, and if you do not want to lose your Lone Yeti because of the Plated Scorpion, basically you Mindbug it, which disables the Lone Yeti power. So
Yeah.
So
Good.
Romain, our viewers have to know something about Romain. Romain, you know all openings of Mindbug First Contact of the first set of Mindbug. So you know those books about chess openings?
Kind of, I should write a book.
You should do that, yes, please.
Yeah.
And Bladed Scorpion is one of the cards that can actually trade against a fully powered Lone Yeti.
I think basically that's the only one that can.
I
one
believe
card
so.
against one.
Yeah.
That's quite smart. From you want the Plated Scorpion to be defeated in there, so you can enable the Lone Yeti. So just perfect to attack with the Plated Scorpion if there is no threat on Jules.
And it's interesting to see because Bladed Scorpion is normally a tool you use on defense, but here it's actually trying to just get it in there, get some kind of trades with it, get it out, and then have the Yeti dominate the board.
Yeah, so and Frozen recognizes those kinds of situations. He has practiced Mindbug for several days already. I think he started practicing last week, even.
Not blocking Julio or RP Mother.
Julio is taking the more passive approach, throwing down the Harpy Mother, wanting to steal both these creatures.
Yeah, and now that's super annoying for Frozen. I mean,
totally.
If you want to keep those two cards, you basically need to Mindbug because both of them will go to Julio's side. There is no way you can save them.
But if you Mindbug it, it's like your last Mindbug, and it gets traded immediately with no benefit.
Sure, I mean no benefit. At least the Hunter will be defeated, so that's kind of good. And because Julio is at 2 life, if you continue attacking with your Plated Scorpion next turn, you will be down to 0, to 1, or not have any creature. So I don't know. It could be something. I could see the RP Mother being Mindbug there. But now for sure you don't want to attack anymore with the Plated Scorpion. You don't want to give the Lone Yeti and Snail Hydra. I mean, the big issue is you need to wait for Julio attacking to lose the Plated Scorpion and Lone Yeti if it does not attack with the RP Mother. But if it does, you basically have no choice to give them.
Probably starts pushing with the Harpy Mother here. It's so tricky because both the Lone Yeti and the Plated Scorpion are tough. Normally you can make some kind of trade avoiding this steal ability from the Harpy Mother.
I was thinking a lot about Snail Hydra. I think. Do you really care about it? I think.
Yeah, he has to think. I mean, that's the right moment to. Okay. That's a critical play. He doesn't Mindbug it. So they are at parity with number of creatures here. Snail Hydra is not online yet. Tusk Starter attack. This one is power 10 thanks to Urchin Roller's buff. The opponent discards the card. So Frozen.
Little unexpected for me. Yeah. Would expect to see the Harpy Mother attack, but I mean, for good players, they can also just keep the Harpy Mother around and have this passive threat.
Exactly.
But here you can block with Lone Yeti, for example, but I guess the point is that you still discard a card from hand. So maybe block with Bladed Scorpion is the play here.
But I think he just tried to get the most value out of the Tusk Distorter. You remove one card from the opponent hand and you know that you have a good trade.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Sure, and you don't mind it dies because it gets a bit harder for the Snail Hydra to activate.
Yep.
I mean, Tusk Extorter is basically worth it only when you get to trigger its ability twice, at least.
Nah, I think once is okay if you get if you don't get cleanly blocked. If you get blocked by Gorillion or something, once it's not, then it's still okay. 1-for-1. It's not horrible. Spend a bit more tempo. But if you trade, for example, into a Bladed Scorpion or something, then you're pretty satisfied.
Like the comparison with Ferret Bomber's play effect is quite telling, right?
Yes, I mean, sure, if you can get it to trigger like 2-3 times, you are very happy.
Yeah. Definitely.
I don't know what you discard here, but I think Mr. Usmay made, I think that's something you can discard.
I think he already discarded the Axolotl Healer. the block
Okay.
duplicated scorpion comes in.
Yeah, okay, yeah, sorry, it was a block phase. Oh,
Right, so here
to be honest,
could see Harpy Mother block to steal the Yeti, but could also just block with the Urchin Hurler and develop board.
because you know that if the RP Mother attack, it has 7 power, meaning that you can still block with the Lonieti, you know, and defeat the Lonieti by the RP Mother attacking, and then maybe giving nothing to Julio in that case. But now you just accept to give the Lonieti to Julio. I mean, you have the Plated Scorpion.
Oh, but now the Snail Hydra is online.
Yeah, I think it's quite good. Not anymore with this Explosive Toad, but... I mean, if you think you are very good on the table, I think mind-bugging an Explosive Toad is always good, because it gives just a very good value out of its effect. But here, in that case, you have only one Mindbug, so I'm not sure it was that good. Oh, that's a good answer. It's not that often that we see the BBR having like very huge impact, but in that case...
We didn't see it shine today, but it does,
with the right
it does
board
shine now
set,
then.
yeah, here it will shine. All creatures have power 5. This is kind of the board state where you don't want to play Shark Dog, but you want to play B-Bear all day. Awesome.
They are pretty good here. I mean, Explosive Toad really wants to kill both of these, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
I mean, in a B-Bear's evasion effect is sometimes even better than having Sneaky, depending on the board state.
Yeah, I mean in that case, if you defeat
it is
the
very
Hydra,
strong. Yes.
It's pretty bad for Julio, because next turn BBR can attack. It's like a Sneaky, and then you have to play something strong.
It's like a Sneaky, yeah, but it's power 8, so as well it can... it's a good blocker as well.
Oh yeah, I mean
it can block the...
I would expect Explosive Toad to attack and to... Oh no, it did not do that. Oh, okay. Why not?
But this still gives a clean attack for the B-Bear, doesn't it?
Yes, and the Lonieti will never trigger. I have this feeling, like, if you have like that many tough creatures on the table.
What's his plan here? The shield box.
Yeah, because even the Explosive Toad is only 8 power, so... okay, so choose to defeat that. I mean, why not?
Ooh.
And then...
I was surprised by that. I expected B-Bear.
Yeah, me too.
Shenanigans.
Maybe he forgot about it. But yeah, B-Bear was like pretty good. Like 1 hit down.
It was very clean, and the opponent didn't really have a good response.
Yeah, so you expect Julio to have a clean answer the next turn, else he's down, right?
I mean, he really wanted to get rid of the Urchin Hurler.
Now that B-Bear is shining in this game, this is a good time to reveal a piece of trivia. B-Bear was the very first artwork commission for Mindbug.
Yes. That was the one, Dennis, our artist, the first one he did, and we all liked it, and so we went with him as the artist, and now he has drawn, I don't know, 150 Mindbug creatures or something.
It's between 150 and 200, I believe.
Wow.
It's only 32 with this set that our viewers are seeing, are seeing today, but there are other Mindbug sets. This is the first one. Now we have like 5. 5, yes. 5.5.
Mindbug. Yeah. Mindbug into Plated Scorpion. Okay. I mean, he was scared of the Lonieti being enabled at some point. Something I believe, but... And now the BBR cannot attack anymore. I would love to have seen Frozen forcing this play, like quite bad play, but having the Conqueror's Rex, you know, going down without any benefit, just because he wants to block the BBR. But he did not. Explosive Toad. Julio did not Mindbug yet, so I think now it's start to be pretty hard for Frozen to play cards, because any one of those can be Mindbug.
Yeah, so it's 5 in hand, 2 of them can be Mindbug.
I would see next turn like Frozen playing the Chameleon Sniper, because now he have this explosive toad being able to defeat the.
A little bit like a hunter, he can blow it
Yeah,
up.
yeah, and then you know that you remove one Mindbug from Julio, and maybe continue playing something. That
You
may
will
be
see
annoying. Oh.
Grave Robber
Oh.
into Compost Dragon.
That's pretty insane, and then
The classic chain.
oh, RP Mother.
Harpy
Harpy
Mother.
Mother, wow. So I mean, the card advantage from this sequence is if you can make use of
Crazy.
your RP Mother, then it's crazy.
But Frozen's fighting back, so by using Snail the Hydra, he's actually getting advantage of Julio having a huge number of creatures on board. Doesn't get away with it though, gets mind-bugged. Chameleon Sniper's no longer available because of the Compost Dragon.
Which one do you defeat? Snail Hydra? I think so.
Maybe.
But I mean, it will be pretty hard to. I mean,
There's just too much stuff there.
You cannot play the Plated Scorpion until the RP Mother is defeated.
Can we see
cannot
the other
attack.
creatures on the left side, maybe?
Yeah, it's
The
Shieldbug
Lone Yeti and
Lone
Chillbugs, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there is no obvious choice with Explosive Toad here. I mean, Snail Hydra,
Nail Hydra is the
Might-
one with the most potential.
yes, mostly not really because of its attack trigger, but because it doesn't really matter right now, but because of its high power value, I guess. You want to get rid of it.
I
But
mean,
even
the
so,
attack trigger could also eventually do something.
I mean, the Snail Hydra is very far from being able to activate his effect.
very
Yeah.
far.
Yes,
indeed.
but the Yeti is even further.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know what to do in that kind of situation. I think.
Maybe he will time out again.
No. I
Oh
hope
no,
so.
no, come on.
No.
I think he has learned the way of the timer. It won't happen again.
Yeah, sure. I think he gave this advice to everyone in the chat, like, please,
Yes.
as a pro tip, use the timer
tip.
and check with the timer.
Respect the timer. Yeah.
So,
So if you see lightning, don't ignore it.
yeah,
I guess.
that's it.
But it can also be some good feedback to us developing the app, that maybe there should be something in the center of the
Sure.
screen, or it should flash red the whole screen,
I mean,
or something.
that was one of the things that was not done for this event. So
Yeah.
it was okay, but exactly not as perfect as players would expect it to be.
Yeah, it will be improved. We got feedback in the YouTube chat about how it's sometimes for the viewers difficult to see whose turn it is. I mean, you can see that with the timer, but it's not that obvious. So there are a few things that may be improved, and we welcome any kind of feedback.
Yeah.
So Frozen is really deliberating this choice. Like,
Yeah, I don't know, but
maybe he's seeing something we don't, or he's just checking to try to find a line that allows him to win.
yeah.
I mean, is there a world where you get rid of the Compost Dragon? Because then you can get a sneaky guy through. Could also be the play.
Yeah, but there is this hunter to defeat, and I think maybe the RP Mother is fine because he gets more life point.
Yeah, so probably the Happy Mother would be too slow to outrace him.
He cannot play the
Maybe.
third bomber. He cannot afford to discard 2 cards if the opponent, if Julio Mindbug gets.
He could play Chameleon Sniper. If only he had taken that attack earlier with the Bee Bear, and Julio would be at 1 life. Chameleon Sniper would be so much better. Of course, what he doesn't see is the Shaggy Crab Dog Mummy Puss.
I'm just
Oh, here we see
worried-
the lightning.
Yeah, but I'm worried that it was more a replay issue than a normal game here, from a normal gameplay here.
So you think there's something not being shown accurately?
I mean, yeah, I think it should have played the next move, but did not. I mean, yeah, I do not expect for them to lose a second time to it. Okay. Yeah, I think
10 seconds. 9,
I think that's
8,
an issue.
7, 6. And you see the lightning getting smaller and smaller. This is kind of a rope. Oh my god, this is so disheartening. No.
Yep.
I can't believe it.
We will fix it in the replay. I think find the replay of this stream. Yeah. So sorry guys, but so we have to tell that at that point, and I will give you the result. But at that point, it's quite hard for Frozen to came back. Thread Bomber not being able to be played right now because you don't want to discard 2. And if it's Mindbug, then the Chameleon Sniper can do nothing because it cannot pass the Thread Bomber. So I think it's to me it's pretty over there.
Yeah,
really
I mean, Julio would have won the game.
Yeah.
Julio is a very good spot. He still has a Mindbug and stuff. This feels very different from the other games that Frozen lost on timer because he was in a winning position then.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that was
And
the
this
result.
one-
Julio ended up to win there.
Yeah.
So I think
But I mean, just to be clear, do we know? Like, did he lose on time, or was it a technical
no.
problem?
He lose because of attacking. He basically lost every character he gets,
Okay.
and then have nothing
Okay.
much to do.
I understand.
So yeah, sorry guys.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. So congratulations to Julio for winning this game, and this is not enough to make it into the semi-final. So Julio, the finalist of the latest Mindbug World Championship, ends up going for 2 wins and 2 losses in this tournament. So it seems that I mean we have a lot of respect for Julio, and we know him quite well, a good friend of ours. But we do not see this tournament being crushed by Mindbug champions like Evil Guy and Julio. One of them, Evil Guy, is in the playoff.
And they are also up against tough opponents, these super experienced trading card game players.
Yes, and Evil Guy had a very hard time against Todd Reklev, which is kind of fun because Todd Reklev said in the chat he started playing Mindbug 3 hours before the tournament.
Oh, really?
So
he did very well.
Yes. And Evil Guy said in the chat as well that he had a very hard time beating Todd Reklev. That Todd Reklev felt he was insanely good.
Yeah. I think it was pretty close to win the game from
It was such a close game, you know. We were all discussing it and unable to figure it out, even though there were 2 cards on the table. Man, I would have loved to see Todd go to the playoffs, but sadly he ended up with 2-2.
And yeah, and it was quite short. And I'm sure, I mean, Todd Reklev probably had he did not have the time to practice more than the 3 hours that he could dedicate to it. Well, I know, for example, that Educated Collins had practiced for 3 days, which is more than 3 hours, still less than the experience that Julio and Evil Guy have, you know. And but yeah, so you can think if Todd Reklev had maybe more time to practice, he might have crushed that tournament. Because he was very short to defeating Evil Guy in the previous round. So really, so this is the playoff here. Pete Ingram as a professional Magic player against PetitBOT, the Keyforge champion. And in the other side of the bracket, we have Educated Collins, the Hearthstone and Marvel Snap champion, against Evil Guy, the Mindbug World Champion.
Yep.
So we have all different games represented here, right?
Yes, we do. Yeah.
But somehow in Mindbug, there's always so many French people, you know, in the semifinals, in the commentators. It's somehow this game, I think, connects somehow with the French people.
Yes, and so these semifinals, both semifinals are French against American.
Oh yeah, that's true. Okay, so we can start
now
watching.
To be fair, 1/3 of today's participants are from the USA. So Tanguy Vilcot against Educated Collins for the first semifinals. Oh, and we know that Collins is streaming his matches on his Twitch channel. So maybe there might be many more viewers over there than on our, probably more than on our small YouTube channel, you know, which is not a big one. It's new. Okay, so Evil Guy opens up with Urchin earlier. Starting with a Hunter is always strong. I like to do that when possible. And now Collins is thinking whether to Mindbug it or not.
I can allow him to get, for example, a safe play with the Turbo Bug, which has been so hyped creature today.
Yes. We see only one. We have the privilege of seeing both ends, and we see only one sneaky creature in all 10 cards. We actually see 11 cards now. This is a Spider Hole from Heavy Guy. To be fair, there is also a sneaky Shark Dog Mumipus in Collins' hand, which might be sneaky. Tusk Extorter is a fine
Also
answer to
classic early play, because that's when you can kind of get 2 attacks in from it if the opponent doesn't have the answer.
Mm-hmm.
And we see Luchator is the answer coming down.
I think Luchator attacking with 11 power is quite strong.
It is.
So you don't care about like basically the 2-card Educated Colin in hand, the Snail Hydra or the Gorillion.
Yeah, normally Gorillion is often play you see after the Luchator, but not here.
Oh, we choose to trade. I think it's not bad. So
yeah,
enable
he
the attack next turn.
Doesn't want to give over the Hunter. Probably this was also what Educated Collins expected. And now the Luchator is down to 9, so Snail Hydra and Gorillion can challenge it.
Yeah. I mean, it's not that bad to take the Luchator. To take the Snail Hydra besides the Luchator, you get two big threat. But he got 1 also in hand, so...
He plays his own Snail Hydra, and here you have to look at the rhythm of the game. Somehow this Snail Hydra is doing more than the other Snail Hydra.
Yeah. I mean, I could see Educated Collins attacking with next turn with the Tusked Distorter. So letting the Snail Hydra attacking with the Tusked Distorter, so you basically enable the Snail Hydra and make the opponent discard. That's
goes with the double Snail Hydra, so that's a total of 6 heads.
That's a lot of 9 and 8 power on that side.
Yes. On both sides.
I mean, Evil Guy have a plan, I think. It's Turbo Bug into Killer Bee.
That's a good plan.
But
we have seen that before today.
Before
classic
that, you
1-2
need
punch of first
to
contact.
get rid of the last Mindbug of Educated Collins. So
there is one classic play that we have not seen. It is Turbo Bug into Chameleon Sniper. Something like that, you know. We have not seen Chameleon Sniper really shine today. I mean, we have talked many times about Turbo Bug being an exciting card when you read it. Because it reads like a broken card. Chameleon Sniper is exactly like that.
Yeah.
When you read it, it's broken. And they are both only one-off in the deck. And Turbo Bug has shown like 12 times today. And Chameleon Sniper only once, I believe. And it didn't really shine.
Yeah.
So these things are weird. Yeah. So Sharky Crop Dog Mumipus now has 3 keywords. You get to respect that.
Yeah.
Turby Bug coming down.
Doesn't have a Hunter though.
Doesn't have Hunter. So on which side of the board will this Turbo Bug come down? By the way, is it a bug? I mean, it's a mosquito, right?
It is.
The French translation of this card says that it's a mosquito.
I forgot where the name came from. I think we just liked the sound of it.
Yeah.
We are clearly not zoologists making this game.
But come on, it's a mosquito.
It's a mosquito. I think the French version says Turbo Stick, I believe.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. No Mindbug there.
Oh, that's pretty good. That means the Killer Bee can be something soon?
Yes, but Collins will keep his Mindbug. Collins has practiced Mindbug for 3 days straight, so he knows the power of Killer Bee. He knows that he has to respect that, keep his last Mindbug.
Yeah, maybe he knows that he need to be careful.
Well,
the issue with the Evil Guy is he cannot play the Axolot Healer, because if he attack with the Turbo Bug before playing it, it's quite bad. So you have to play it before. But I'm not sure Collins will mind it.
Elephantopus looked like a curious Mindbug from Evil Guy.
Yeah.
But the thing is,
agree.
if he doesn't Mindbug it, the Sharky Crab Dog Mummipus can attack. It has Sneaky,
Yeah.
and Spider Owl is unable to defend.
Yeah,
So
it's a bit sad. I mean,
it's a very cool combo.
and I like Educated Collins attacking with the Tusker Starter at that point. You know, he's like not in a hurry, and just say, okay, let's try to remove one card out of the hand of Evil Guy. And I
Just
think
put his snails online.
I do not see Evil Guy winning from there.
Yeah. Snail Hydra is a beast.
And two of them are double beast.
I mean, you can Turbo Bug here. Isn't that a good attack?
Yeah, but
I
then
think
what do you do?
You hope that Collins makes a mistake with his second Mindbug, and
No, but
then
I mean,
you.
I
This
think
is
you
your
should
out.
play
You
this
have to
before. Or at least this one. I know, but I mean the Snail Hydra. Yeah, if you play this one, it's okay because then you can attack with the Turbo Bug, and
Yeah,
you
if-
can
if
block.
they mind- yeah.
You can block
Yeah,
the
so-
Snail Hydra attacking.
Smart play.
Yeah, like Collins will not Mindbug the Axolotl Healer because you have a Turbo Bug. So
Now Snail Hydra attacks, but you have two things that can beat it.
what do you
Luchasaur
kill?
and Axolotl Healer. I mean, you kill one of them
Yeah.
and the other one will block.
Yes.
No, he kills the sneaky guy.
Interesting.
I
mean,
can understand that. I can understand.
Somehow he sees that as the way he's losing. Turbo
that. Yes,
Bug plus
Turbo
Sneaky.
Bug plus Sneaky. Yeah. Okay, so Snail Hydra is out. At least the first one.
So Luchasaur attack here, force the other Snail Hydra to trade. Yes. I mean, not quite forced, but it's so uncomfortable not to do it.
Yeah. But I mean, Collins have like plenty of strong card in hand, like the Beer and the Gorilla can do stuff. Also
Yes.
this guy. And I think now we basically have to Mindbug this guy. That's a bit sad, but if you do not Mindbug it, he will lose card from hand, and you have nothing to block it except the Snail Thrower. But
I mean, Turbo Bug and Snail Thrower is also kind of a cute combo.
yeah,
but
but
he
if you
doesn't
do
quite have
that,
the time for it.
then this guy became Hunter and Poisonous,
Yeah.
so he can easily hunt down the Snail Thrower.
And Hunter and Poisonous is like those are the
yeah.
two keywords that work very well together.
That's a Mindbug,
that ma-
so
Yeah, it makes sense. And by the way, this is the semifinal, so it's a best of 3, right?
Yes. So Swiss rounds were best of 1 to make it short, and playoff is best of 3. So both the semifinals and the finals and the third place playoff
Okay, we
will
see
be
the
best of 3.
barrel come down here, but the thing is that Evil Guy has so much life that he can just take the hit if it attacks. But it kind of prevents him from attacking. Like, he would like to attack now with Tusk the Extorter, but he doesn't want to give up the 2 cards.
I think that one is the only one you can play right now, and you hope that Colin will Mindbug the Snail Thrower. I think that's the only hope Evil Guy have. So you can play Kangasaurus Rex to defeat the Snail Thrower if needed, or just attack directly with the Turbo Bug, and that's a win. And that's maybe the most straightforward play. But I don't know. I think I really do not see Evil Guy being able to win from there.
The cards in his hand are some of the strongest cards, but they're not doing a lot in this position.
Yeah. He did not manage to put pressure, in fact, on Collins. That was a big issue. If you have Killer Bee and Turbo Bug, you want to put pressure, so you can play cards that get Mindbug, and then you can bring the combo. But he did not manage to do so. And he needed to Mindbug an Elephantopus and a Tuskade Starter, which is not really good at putting pressure. I mean, not in that situation. Not against 2 Snail Hydra. Yeah, I think that's over. I think he's thinking that is he losing if he lets the Snail Thrower being there? But if you think, well, the Sharky Crab Dog can just hunt it, then 2 cards in hand, so you are not that scared too much about, like two crazy play one after the other. Could be the only thing, like 2 Killer Bee here, it could have been a win. So you attack with Turbo Bug, you play in 1 Killer Bee and then the other one and you win. But
you play around 2 Killer Bees.
Yeah.
So the infamous double Killer Bee which we did not see today.
No, we did not see that today.
Killer Bee is a duplicate in First Contact, and sometimes we see that, and some people are really pissed off when they see it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it doesn't happen that often.
So as you predicted, Romain, we see Shaggy Crabdog trade off.
Yeah. I think he think a lot of time just to be sure to not do a mistake at that point, because I think he gets the game. He knows that he's about to win, especially because of this guy. Huh? I think the Gorilla will make the game.
Yes, which is nice.
Yeah. Well, which is really super cool.
Yeah, super cool to see.
Yeah, there's just no way through that.
Yeah.
I mean, from Evil Guy's perspective, he's still doing fine, you know, playing out some of the stuff he doesn't want to use against him.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, you can consider even, do you really care so much if your opponent gets the Killer Bee and the Kangasaurus Rex, because they're not doing that much?
Yeah, no.
So we might see a resignation here.
Yeah.
Yep.
Evil Guy concedes. He has 5 life.
He knows. Yeah.
And still a card in hand, but he doesn't want to show it. And he knows that he cannot come back from this situation. So congratulations to Educated Collins for winning this semifinals.
I think he played super good on that game.
I mean, my respect to Collins here.
Yeah.
You just beat the Mindbug World Champion.
Sure.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It's kind of an
this is pretty cool. Collins started playing Mindbug 3 days ago. I invited him to the tournament 3 days ago. And he told me, come on, dude, this is a death sentence. I have no practice here. You know, how can I mean, and look at the opponents, they're all pretty good. He was the latest addition to the lineup. I want to be honest here. And because I didn't know him. And I found him, I found his show, his Twitch show, and I thought, okay, this dude is so cool. And I have to invite him. And now he's here, making it into the finals of TCG Invitational. This is great.
And he even lost his very first game of the day, being on the brink of defeat. I feel like he is the protagonist of today. You know, we watched so many of his games.
Oh, this is not best of 1. He's not in the finals yet.
He's not in the finals yet, no.
Yep.
He just won the first game of the semifinals.
I think I need to go to sleep. I'm sorry, my mistake, guys. So this is game 2.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay,
so he's up 1-0.
So Evil Guy could still make it. Okay. So you did not yet bested the world champion. You won one game.
You beat him in a...
You won one game. This is nothing.
Sure. I mean, also like the pressure you are putting on the guy that is, you know, like 1 game behind. You have two games to win straight, and Collins only have like 1 game to win out of 2. So for sure, it should be confident at that point that he could make it, and he did it 1 time. So why not 2 times?
Yes, I mean, to be fair, Evil Guy is. And if you had to bet, you would bet. Anyone would bet on the Mindbug World Champion. But Collins has shown that his skills are real. And you said, Christian, that Marvel Snap is. You compared the 2 games.
I mean, they're quite different, but they are, from all the games here today, they are like the 2 simplest games rules-wise.
Yes. Okay. And Collins has already experienced switching from 1 game to another, because he kind of switched from Hearthstone to Marvel Snap last year. I mean, he's still playing Hearthstone, mostly Battlegrounds mode, but he was a recognized Hearthstone champion, and now he's mostly a Marvel Snap champion. He still does both. So he knows how to navigate and play 1 game and then another one. So
I think that helps.
I think so. All right, so this is a very cool match. I'm glad that this is a best of 3, actually, because it adds some gravitas to the semifinals. I think you were right, Romain. Thank you. I wanted the semifinals to be best of 1, just to, I don't know, to make it shorter.
Yeah, I mean,
but best of 3 is very entertaining for our viewers as well. So this is cool. Mindbugging the shield bug. I love that.
Has been mind-bugged a lot today. Somehow it's not the most flashy creature, but it flips a lot of trades in your favor or against it.
I mean, I'm
Exactly.
quite surprised, especially that early in this situation. Do you really need
Well-
Elephantopus to be at 8 power?
I don't know.
I mean, why not?
Shieldbugs.
I mean, it is pretty strong. He can
Yeah,
start
for
pushing
sure.
with it now.
Yeah, but Shieldbugs shine when you have a large board.
Yeah.
Obviously, its effect is stronger there. So in the very early game like that, Collins is really investing into this Mindbug. He needs a payoff. He might get it.
Yeah.
But he might not get it.
I mean, he could just have played like a Snail Hydra or something. Would have been a strong play. I think.
Yes. Oh, when you start combining the buff effect, like 2 Shieldbugs or a Shieldbug and an Urchin Hurler, then it's good. But Evil Guy doesn't want that, so he Mindbugs the Urchin Hurler.
Makes
So
sense. I mean, Urchin Hurler can bully the shield box.
Yes, definitely. Now Killer Bee comes down, so you don't always wait for your opponent to have 1 life to play a Killer Bee. Sometimes you play it earlier. I actually prefer to play it like that, because you can use its keyword.
Yeah, I mean, being a 5-power hunter is certainly good. So here I expect
Yes.
seeing... Oh, we see a double Mindbug into the 2 5-power hunters here.
My god, yeah.
So he's on the brink of tournament beat and he spends both his Mindbugs.
Do you think, Romain, do you think this is a mistake from Tanguy here? I mean, is this a... Did he...
I think he really want to put something out of all the cards he have in hand, and he doesn't want to lose a hunter.
I mean, the problem I see with this play is like, it's his board. He has 4 creatures, but like he cannot defeat a power 9 creature really.
Yeah, I disagree with Mindbugging the Killer Bee. I strongly
I mean,
do.
it would be a
And,
Killer Bee with 6 power because of the shield bug, meaning the Urchin Hurler can just be
fair.
trade next turn.
Sure, and I mean for him it is a killer bee with 7 power when he hunts with it.
Sure, so it's even better.
So it can kill a lot of stuff. But yeah, for example, this Snail Hydra.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Okay, he has the buff. So he does get now a clean attack with the Tusk Extorter.
Yep.
Yes.
So I guess that's why he really wanted to keep the Urchin
I
Hurler
think
alive.
that's the only thing you want to do. Because you know it will not be blocked, I think. You don't want to trade with the Snail Hydra. I think with the Snail Hydra you want next turn to attack. So I think here he will just block with the Shield Bug.
Yeah.
That means next turn you can hunt the Shield Bug
Or
down.
maybe the Elephantopus.
Do you think so? Maybe, yeah. Maybe.
I
would
actually
maybe
think
value
so.
more the Elephantopus, the Shield Bug than the Elephantopus.
I mean, the thing is, the Elephantopus can also be used as an offensive tool. Because this Urchin Hurler buff is only during Evil Guy's turn. Ooh, he discards the Death Weaver. Another card we didn't really see shine today, even though it's
Yes.
like a super good card.
Yeah. Okay, so blocked with the Elephantopus.
So Snail Hydra
okay.
taken out.
That was the goal here.
Yeah.
So I think you can block with the Congosaurus Rex, so you are able to play something next turn without being threatened by the Snail Hydra effect. So we
This is
recall
being
that this effect
very
is
well-
strong and is applying only if you get less card than the opponent. And why did he not block? I do not get that. Why not blocking with the Congosaurus Rex?
I mean, do you want just to turn off
Oh,
the
let-
Snail Hydra a bit more?
Yeah, I mean, I think he will do that turn. I think he was okay. Yeah, it was just like he decided to block. I would have decided to block first, just because why not? But yeah, it's the same.
I think Educated Collins is winning this. He's navigating this extremely well.
Yeah. Yeah, he's doing great. I think now you get a lot of pressure out of this Snail Hydra. And
I mean,
the
even-
Elephantopus is just preventing you from playing Plated Scorpion Axolot Healer. If you do any of those, the Snail Hydra will not be affected because they will not be able to block. So, and now... Okay, so you want to lose. I don't... Ah, no, okay. You wanted... Okay, I see what he did. Okay, but it's super dangerous to go down to 1 with
It's
no...
true. It's really
Very, very risky.
Yeah.
From
But
So
I
what
mean,
is
he
the
was right.
the
He,
idea here.
he needed to trade
Play-
the Elephantopus.
So what do you play here? Bladed Scorpion, Tiger Squirrel? Oh, Axolotl.
You could
I
have
think he did-
played
he-
the Tiger Squirrel first.
He just drew it.
Ah, yeah, sure. I mean, like, yeah, he was not there before. Bit sad, because if you got this first, you can play it, then maybe Mindbug, and then you can follow with the Axolotl Healer, and have
Would be a
time to
good-
play a Compost Dragon or anything to try.
Would be a good play.
Yeah, but here, I mean, it's okay because it's just trading the Snail Hydra.
I mean, if he can lure out the Mindbug from Educated Collins, he has Compost Dragon, he has Grave Robber, he has everything he needs to get back in the game.
Yeah, but also the hand of Educated Colin is pretty strong. Like 1 Ferret Bomber, so discard 2, and no Mindbug on Evil Guy.
Yeah.
You know what
Can
what I would done in there? Like playing this guy, defeat it, play the Compost Dragon, and discard 4 out of the 5 card in.
Would be very strong. He brings back his Elephantopus.
I think it was so annoying for he understood. That's really smart from Collins. He understood that it costs so much to Evil Guy to trade it that he knew that it was the thing that that could make the game. You know, if the opponent is like putting so much effort into it.
Oh wow!
And that's
finally
super strong.
we see the Snail Hydra go down. Insane value from Kangasaurus.
What
wow,
do you
Colin-
do? Wow, there
Collins
is like
is
so
doing-
many cards.
Yeah, Collins
Still has
is
one
going to
Mindbug.
win that game.
So he has to play Compost Dragon or Grave Robber, let it be Mindbugged, and then play the other one and pull something insane.
Yeah, but do you really want to give any card from any discard to your opponent?
I think you have to.
Yeah, you have to,
can,
but
can you play Bladed Scorpion? No, you can't because the Elephant.
Is there? Oh, Killer Bee. I mean, you can play Grave Robber, play the Turbo Bug, then the Turbo Bug goes down to 1, and then you play the Compost Dragon to bring back the Killer Bee. So
I mean, you're only getting one of them, right? Because Educated Collins still has a Mindbug.
yeah, but you don't need the Grave Robber. You play the Grave Robber, you give it to your opponent.
But if your opponent takes it, he can take Axolotl, for example.
But you don't care because of the Turbo Bug. If you play it first, if you don't attack with it first, oh, that's done. That's done. You need
this
two
is
cards
just
to win.
this is just a win, right?
Yeah.
This is over.
And also he understood that it was the right timing to wait for your opponent having 3 cards in hand, so you can discard 2 and the other one is yours because of the Mindbug left on this side. So
Yeah, the Mindbug World Champion is out.
really smart
Beat the
play
champions,
from
whoa.
Collins. And it's 2-0. That also means Collins did not lose a single match since his first match that he lost. But then every match then he won them.
He just had to warm up and then he.
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
went all the way to
Now
the
it's like
final.
unstoppable.
Wow, I am awesome. So all my respect to Collins here. I mean, okay, so I may have spoken too early before, but now you have really bested the Mindbug World Champion.
He did.
I mean, 2-0. This is quite a performance. So congratulations to Collins, and my sympathy goes to Tanguy. He's the Mindbug World Champion who now is out of the tournament.
And just one remark for Collins also. He comes into this tournament as a bit of the underdog. So all the other ones have all these tournament accolades. And he's like, okay, he's a streamer, doing very well, having high MMR and stuff. But I think coming in here, you see all these World Championship and stuff. He comes in a little bit as the underdog.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit. I mean, because he has not won like a World Championship or something. But
Sure.
I mean, last year he was like at some point he was like the highest ranked Hearthstone player, or was it Marvelous Snap? I forgot. I mean, no, he is an accomplished player on Hearthstone and Marvel Snap tournament-wise. He's not only he's also a very popular streamer as well. But underdog. I mean, you are right, Christian. He was the underdog in this match against the world champion. Definitely, and it is a surprise to us to see the Mindbug world champion being defeated this way in the semifinals. Cool. I mean, we want to see surprises, and
it shows how many people are still discovering Mindbug, and that there are, these other people out there that can even come in and challenge the best players we have. I love seeing that.
Oh, and so Evil Guy as a message here to the community, but we will read that later after because we are now watching this game.
Yeah.
Yes. So we have a Rhino Turtle opening and Lone Yeti coming down the other side. It's not something you love to see.
Turn 1 Rhino Turtle is a gamble. A gambit, not a gamble.
Yeah.
And the thing is, if PetitBOT is mind-bugging this, we don't really see any good answers in Pete's hand, right?
Yes.
Like this Rhino Turtle will just run him over, basically. I mean, okay, he can try throwing out a barrel or something.
Yeah, but you can still continue to attack and you can make a lot of value out of it.
Just like he doesn't have a Luchator or Gorilla or anything like this. So I think this play is a little bit of a bluff, or at least a risky play.
It is quite fun to see a professional Magic player against a professional Keyforge player playing Mindbug. Like Richard Garfield should be so proud right now. You know?
That's true.
So, okay, so we see the Mindbug on the Yeti. We immediately see the barrel play. And like as PetitBOT here, you're like, I mean, sure, I would like to have the barrel as well, but I'm also pretty scared. Spending my second Mindbug already in my opponent's first turn.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't know if those player knows how strong the Strange Barrel is, but it's a very strong card.
I think they do, like, I mean...
But normally you understand it if you know that you have only 10 cards and you can
I mean, they know everything about card advantage,
Yeah.
so... I mean, if you show any Magic player just this card, even though they don't know anything about Mindbug, they will say it's a very strong card.
Yeah, I just want to say that card advantage is not so important in Keyforge.
True.
Yeah,
I mean, in Magic it is, of course, even though it's not the only important thing. But in Keyforge it's different because you are drawing many cards at the end of each turn.
He takes it. All right. This is going to be a good match.
Yep, I think now...
Nice.
So PetitBOT has already gone all in here.
All in,
Yeah, but
no
it's-
Mindbugs left.
It has a quite strong board, because even if Sneaky doesn't do anything, because the Rhino Turtle can just,
Run them over.
Yeah.
I mean, what you need here is like a Brainfly.
Brainfly would be insane, but unfortunately for Ingram he did not get one. But he got like pretty good hand.
Shark Dog is too slow.
Spider is not that good at the moment. Yeah, Rhino
Good.
Turtle can do the thing.
Just be ran over.
But then you can play these Tiger Squirrels that will defeat
Play
the
Tiger
Rhino Turtle.
Squirrel.
Yeah. And put some pressure with Sneaky in the future.
I mean, I'm not sure if it's a lot of...
Oh yeah, well, I mean, this
Ooh.
one is okay. The only
Okay,
thing
now
is
he
now
also
you can attack
drew the
with a
loot.
Strange Barrel.
Yeah.
So I think that's the play here. You just attack and you expect to take some good value out of it. And you may
Yes,
be
I
disappointed
think so
if
too.
you give like the Grave Robber or I don't know, even the Tiger Squirrel to your opponent.
Yeah, Barrel is a great play here, I think, because it also gets your Yeti closer to being online.
Yes. Yeah, attacking with barrel. Come on,
And
block
Pete
me,
is-
block me.
And Pete is playing around it by actually taking the hit. He really doesn't want his Tiger Squirrel to be stolen. And he's in no hurry to have this barrel cracked, since it also means the Yeti will be back online. Do you think we'll see a barrel push again here? I mean, he has
why
to
not?
block.
I mean,
has
it's
to
good
block it.
because it's even blocking up with the Sneaky or blocking with the Rhino, both are fine. So I mean,
think that's the
Pinguin
play.
can continue to just play card, to not give any card to the opponent, but it doesn't help too much. At the end, you still need to win, so you cannot put every card you have on the table and lose them just to
Yeah,
defeat them.
I mean, sometimes it's particular cards, like he really didn't want to give this Tiger Squirrel up.
Yeah.
If you want to sacrifice one life to play that first to make sure it's not stolen.
I mean, here, I think I mean, I cannot think that you can avoid giving card to your opponent. So I think here you should keep the sneaky, but then you enable the Lonely Yeti, which is also quite painful. So in fact, I don't really know.
How do you handle the Yeti?
Oh no, I would. Yeah, I think I would block. You will steal 2 cards, and you really hope that he do not steal the Grave Robber. I do not see Ingram winning now.
Oh, because you wanted to take
bring back the Strange Barrel, so you get some card back. But now it's over. I think.
That's very sad for him.
Yeah, but
Shark Dog is not really a great answer.
No. You just attack and.
This Lone Yeti is a beast.
I mean, there's no stopping this Yeti, right? I mean, he banked on keeping the Grave Robber, I think.
Second attack. So I think our viewers know now that frenzy means can attack twice.
Yep.
I hope we have emphasized the meanings of each of the 5 keywords enough.
I mean, otherwise they maybe just turned it off. They're like, I don't understand how these creatures keep attacking twice. I'm not gonna watch this anymore.
It was supposed to be easy to learn. Someone on the internet spammed everywhere and said it was easy to learn, but it's not. No, it is, guys. I mean.
All right. So PetitBOT wins. There's no answer for this Yeti. Yeah. Well done.
Yes.
Yeah,
and
so
we can
did
remember
the right choice at the beginning to Mindbug those 2, right?
Just like, I mean, he basically didn't play any cards, right? He played 1 card that game.
Yeah.
He only played the Rhino Turtle.
That's true.
That's pretty. That's some kind of achievement, right?
Yeah.
So the 2 he stole, Lone Yeti and Barrel, were both extremely impactful. Well done.
Exactly. So I mean, this was the right call, actually.
Yeah, he did great. I think it was like Lone Yeti and a Strange Barrel is usually quite good, so you can expect to win out of it. And I think Ingram was not expecting the opponent to Mindbug both, but he got punished for this.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a gamble playing the Yeti turn 1. All right, so PetitBOT's up 1-0, right?
Yep. So.
Congratulations to PetitBOT, which means a little robot.
Yeah.
And
so it's still be best of 3, so we have still.
That was game 1, so 1-0 for PetitBOT.
Yeah. You wanted to say something from.
Oh yes, yes, definitely, because we saw the so Tanguy Vilcot, aka Evil Guy, the Mindbug World Champion, is out of this tournament, and he has a message to the entire, not only the Mindbug community, but to the community of card gamers. And I actually wrote that just to the participants of today's permanent, but today's tournament. So those 11 other players. But I want to read it. It's short. Let me read it, please. So, for all of you that liked the game, practice and go play tournaments. On the same website, there are online and offline tournaments that you can register to in order to qualify for the nationals and represent your country. To represent your country at the Mindbug Cup of Nations, right? You all have great or insane potential, so do not hesitate to register to the next tournaments. It costs nothing and can only bring good surprises. Last year, I was not that good and registered to 1 tournament just to try. This was a tabletop tournament in France, local game store. I qualified to the World Championship and ended winning it. So take your chance. I played really good players tonight. You all have a chance to represent your country. So this is a message of Evil Guy to the 11 other participants after losing the semifinals against Collins. Yeah,
well, that's a very graceful message. No hard feelings there.
Thank you, Tanguy, for that.
Yeah.
And I hope you don't mind that I read it now to everyone watching on YouTube. So this is now game 2 between PetitBOT and Ingram. So let's go Keyforge against Magic.
And PetitBOT is up 1-0. So
Yes.
Pete really needs to strike back here to stay in the game.
Yes.
Let's go.
You sound so hyped.
Yeah, I'm managing also some stuff in
Roma is
between.
taking care of other things on the side.
Yeah.
But we are here. That's why we are free commentators, so that two can talk when one is busy. So this is Ingram on the play, opening the game with shield bugs. All right.
It's a okay play. It's a little passive. You're not scaring the opponent immediately. You're basically leaving them free to do whatever they want.
Yes, and PetitBOT doesn't Mindbug it. And now PetitBOT has 5 cards in hand. So Kangasaurus Rex, Plated Scorpion, Explosive Toad, Cory Lion, and Luchator.
I think Luchator and Explosive Toad are good options here.
I think so, yeah. So,
maybe Luchator especially, yeah.
Because you have Lion, yeah. So that if your opponent Mindbugs the Luchator, you have Lion to block the Luchator because it has higher power.
We have the Brainfly come down. It's not Mindbugged.
This is painful. So of course, playing the Brainfly here from Ingram, this is quite good because if PetitBOT doesn't Mindbug it, then he lost his Luchator. If he Mindbugs it, he cannot take control of anything. Yep. Because it's only creature with power 6 or more. You always try to find those asymmetrical situation where you can take the maximum value of your plays, thinking what happens if my opponent Mindbugs it.
To play the Scorpion here, it's like...
Good.
Yeah...
At least for stopping the Luchator, but not the shield bug.
Yeah, but he's not going to attack with the Luchator, right? Sure. I would expect him to attack with like the Brainfly. But actually he doesn't.
I'm a bit surprised he plays the Explosive Toad. I think he don't need to...
Yeah, I mean...
need to do that, right? He can just attack with the Brainfly, for example.
It's the Brainfly is very happy if it can beat someone up.
Yeah,
because
sure. I mean, that's not the thing is good at, but when you can use it to just remove 1 life point from your opponent or trade with a Plated Scorpion, that's good.
Yeah. I think this is a little bit of this Magic player tendency of like develop board.
Yeah.
I mean, it's I don't really know if it's good or bad, but at least it's a bit different from the play we normally see. See immediately Axolotl come down. So PetitBOT is really just trying to stabilize the board here. Oh, this is like 2 big fronts being built up, and at some point everything's gonna explode.
2 Explosive Toad.
Don't think we'll see this Mindbugged.
But they do not use their Mindbug, so at some point it will be hard to play card. And at that time, I think Ingram is in a good shape.
2 big Luchators, but a lot of... I mean, all these can block the Luchators.
Yeah, but I mean, the shield on there is only the Plated Scorpion and the Axolotl Healer. Then you can just attack with the shield bugs and Brainfly.
I think Brainfly is a good attack here.
Yeah,
really do.
Yeah, I think I would do that.
It's unusual to attack with Brainfly, but sometimes it's worth it.
Yeah, I mean the Explosive is also not bad to attack with for sure. So it's like now everything. Okay, he decided to defeat the. Okay. So
nice.
1 Explosive Toad defeated the other Explosive Toad that defeated one of the Luchator.
I think you're pretty...
I do not expect that. I would prefer to just defeat the Plated Scorpion. I think to me it's much more valuable. Because you know that the Explosive Toad will die at some point, you know?
Well, but I mean, look at his hand. He has like these Snail Hydras, for example.
He has 2 of them, yeah.
Could be a prime target for the Explosive Toad, and so he removed the Explosive Toad. It didn't have a great target, so I think it's actually
it's okay, but
I already know how I want this game to end. I want it to end with a combo of Chameleon Sniper plus Killer Bee.
Yeah, we didn't see a lot of Chameleon Sniper today.
Because this is kind of a good one as well.
Yeah, I mean, this guy alone is a good one.
This guy alone is good, but it basically hits your opponent for 2.
Yeah.
And then Killer Bee for the 3rd one. I mean, PetitBOT has 5 life. Don't get me wrong, but that would be kind of cool. The thing is, in Mindbug, you can never count on assembling your 2-card combo because your opponent might just Mindbug one of the 2 cards. If he Mindbugs both, they might have the 2-card combo. So it makes it for us commentators in the monthly Mindbug tournaments, for example, we see both ends and we are kind of fantasizing of what could happen. Oh, he has that, and often it doesn't happen the way we predicted.
Goblin Werewolf is another card we didn't really see today.
Goblin Werewolf, yes. What was this guy doing? This is a 2 of a duplicate in the set. One of my favorite hunter actually. This one is really good. It is weak to the other hunters because it is only power 2 during the open.
Depends on who comes down first, right?
Yes, exactly.
So
Timing
now we finally
everything.
see the Brainfly
Brainfly coming through.
connects.
And yeah, like in the in the teaser video that we showed at the very start of tonight's streaming, there is this passage that was made by the Rules girl for our Kickstarter video back in the day, and you see the Brainfly attacking 3 times, which is very, very unlikely, especially when you see the creatures they have. But here it happens, so it's very satisfying to see that.
Brainfly gets hunted because it's apparently a really scary thing.
I think having the 2 life from the Axolotl healer earlier in the game
really helped.
Yeah, because now you can just avoid blocking if you want and continue attacking one at a time. The shield bug with the goblin
would be a lot more comfortable for him if he had like a Grillion or something. Like these guys.
Sure.
So the Brainfly did his job, and it did it very well.
Definitely.
It did even more than that. Oh, and now we know what Brainfly is afraid of. Brainflies are afraid of mind frogs. And if you guys watching the stream wants to know what a mind frog is, just go to the game front page and check the updates. I won't tell more. There is a picture with a Brainfly and a mind frog. And no, a mind frog is not the same as a mind bug. So okay, enough said. This has no relevance to tonight's tournament. So Gorilla coming down.
You don't mind bug that, right?
You don't.
Don't think you care. Snail Hydra is good, but the problem is that PetitBOT has plenty of stuff to do. He doesn't need to develop his board. He can, can hunt down these shield bugs or something.
And if you defeat the shield bug, the Snail Hydra can activate, but which is okay because Gorilla and Plated Scorpion are
You have
managing.
2 things that can trade with it, yeah, so probably it's fine.
So I think you can let it and continue attacking the shield bug, so...
Hunting the shield bug is also kind of just a way to skip your turn right now, which is a nice thing because either Pete will have to develop his board further, or he will have to make an attack, and none of the attacks are great. Yeah, so we see immediately Goblin Werewolf hunting the shield box, skipping your turn. To beat Ingram here. He has a lot of strong stuff in hand. I mean, he also has the Snail Thrower, which turns the shield box into a really crazy power tool. Could that be the play here?
Yeah, I think so.
Sharky Crop Dog Mimipus, which would be Poisonous and Hunter.
And
Is that a
if it's
miss?
Mindbugged,
really annoying.
Oh,
yeah,
it's
there
poisonous. I was just thinking, is it a misplay because it will just get hunted? But okay, it doesn't.
No, I mean, it's
Yeah.
a good trade.
If PetitBOT Mindbugs that, then it will have Frenzy.
Which is not amazing.
Not amazing for a power 5 creature, no.
But so the Snail Hydra is now online, which is fine.
But it's more than that. It's a solution to any sneaky that Pete Ingram might play.
Yes.
Because then the Sharky Crop Dog Mimipus will have sneaky too. Now Snail Hydra decides what to remove.
He gets rid of the goblin, which has been causing him a lot of headaches.
Yeah, and now PetitBOT has to decide whether to block or not.
Yeah, I think he would definitely block. He'd love to get rid of this. Probably with the Plated Scorpion, I think.
Yeah, I guess. Yes, and Plated Scorpion now becomes exhausted because it has lower power value, so the shield is off. And Snail Hydra dies.
Yeah. Don't know exactly, but I feel Ingram will win from there. One Mindbug left from Ingram means like the Conqueror Restricts is not doing anything, and he cannot play the Ferret Bomber, meaning if he plays first the Spider Hole, and that is Mindbug, or he can still conquer the Resurrect and do the Ferret Bomber. So maybe.
I mean, this one's still open.
Spider Hole right now.
Another Snail Hydra, and it's
that's
annoying. It's annoying because if you play cards, it will attack.
No, I think you can play the Spider Hole.
You can play Spider Owl, yeah.
Because if it's Mindbug, then you can. Oh.
You can play Ferret Bomber.
Yeah.
All right. He takes the Mindbug here.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it's winnable from PetitBOT, maybe. I mean, this you don't really care. Oh no, you care because of the Killer Bee. Oh, I think you will get it, Alex.
He will
get what you want.
So he will not respect this Chameleon Sniper, and he will win with the Killer Bee.
Thank you, Pete. Appreciate it.
Oh, he should have. Yeah. Could have tried to bluff, but I mean, I think it was not just. I think at that point you say, okay, let's see, I need to put some pressure, and if you have the Killer Bees, then that's it. And that's what happened.
Oh, yeah, yes. I was just thinking, was there a play with the Ferret Bomber? But there was not, since Pete Ingram still has a Mindbug up.
Yeah.
Boom. Alright, so that brings us to 1-1.
1-1.
Fighting for the last space in the finals.
Yep.
I love it. This is a very nice semi-final here between Pete and PetitBOT.
Yep.
Yes.
This is cool.
This is pretty cool. Yep. Should we make a short break and maybe show one of the next part of the interview? Long time we did not show anything.
Yes, let's see Richard.
So it's part 4,
and
right?
at some point, I think there is another Mindbug designer who wants to show something on the video.
Yeah, maybe, yeah, we can do that. Let's see, short break.
All right.
No, that's my favorite place for a game to be is at that place where there's a lot of skill, like there is in a game like Mindbug, but enough luck you can play it with a really broad audience. And then if you want to measure that skill, you just play a bunch. And that's great because it's a fun game. You're happy to play a bunch.
Yeah. So when it comes to Mindbug, it's I mean, we invited a lot of known TCG players from other games, very successful players. But Mindbug itself is not a TCG, so we chose it to invite them, to give them some kind of neutral ground where they can compete against each other. But what is it that you like about Mindbug, and how would you compare it with all these other famous games in this genre?
Well, Mindbug has this simple elegance which is hard to beat. I was first drawn into this project by this amazing idea of the Mindbugs themselves, which you can steal your opponent's play twice in a game. That's a very strong mechanical hook to base the game on, and the fact that you've got this emergent complexity with this very simple structure, and we found that the games work very well with just 10 cards each, and that you constantly have these interesting skill testing decisions throughout them is very intense experience. I also like, so with trading card games proper, part of it is building your deck. And while I think that's a fun exercise and really appeals to a lot of players a lot, I think there's something to be said about not knowing exactly what you're going to have to deal with, not knowing what the tools you have are, and not knowing what your opponent's tools are, and adapting to what you find. I find that exciting and fun to revisit. And that's one of the things that led me to do Keyforge, was that I wanted players to become to not have as much control over building the deck, but to figure out how best to play what they have. And that's what's going on in Mindbug, where it's just, it's exciting every time you play. You've got this amazing hit of a 5-card hand, and then 5 more secret cards in your deck, and it's a very refined, exciting experience. And referring back to the 2v2 game, it was like it was very exciting to me that we went even further with that and got it down to 3 cards in your hand and 3 cards in your deck. Wow. It's just the game feels very different every time.
Yeah, it really does.
And we are back.
All right, we're going into the final game here in the second semifinals. PetitBOT and Pete Ingram fighting for the other spot in the finals to challenge Educated Collins.
Yes. So this is game 3.
Yes.
Best of 3 match, and they each of them won 1 game. So the decisive game is now between PetitBOT, the French Keyforge champion, and Pete Ingram, American Magic the Gathering professional player.
Yeah, and one is going to the final.
And the final will be against Collins, with Hearthstone Marvel Snap professional player and streamer.
That did a great run until then, so I think the final will be great. Anyhow, if Ingram of PetitBOT is going there,
yes.
I think it will be great.
Yeah, so Pete Ingram is opening with Spider Hall.
The hand is pretty low in power from PetitBOT. Like nothing above 5. It's quite unusual.
Yes.
That means Ingram can put some pressure just by playing, Runeterra into the Chateau.
I see Kerwex there. The Kangasaurus Rex can
I
be
think
quite
it's also super good just to manage everything.
He takes the Spider Owl,
which
somehow a bit surprising to me.
Yeah,
but
it's
I'm
really
also
surprising.
I'm also not sure what he should have played.
And now he's super annoyed by the Rhino Turtle.
And it makes Kangasaurus Rex even better. I mean, PetitBOT doesn't know that Pete Ingram has Kangasaurus Rex in hand. We know that. We know that's one of the reasons Pete played Spider Hall turn 1, because he knows that he has Kangasaurus Rex later down the road, and he has 2 hunters in hand. So, but PetitBOT, with experience, he would know what a turn 1 Spider Hall signals, basically.
But this is very bad start for PetitBOT, I think. Like
bad, yeah.
What's he gonna do? Is he gonna trade both of these to the Rhino Turtle? Looks like it. But, it basically means he's down. It's a 2-for-1, and he has spent a Mindbug. It's a horrible start.
Yeah.
Oh, he's not trading.
Why?
He wants to play the Tiger Squirrel.
Yeah, but losing 2 life points after... I mean, he got 1 killer bee, so he knows that maybe the other one... Oh, but okay, he got 2 of those.
Okay. We have a game here.
We do. I'm glad.
So...
And he even has the Compost Dragon, so it's like 3 killer bees.
I think, if you manage to get... I think that could be something very funny to see. Like,
Pete Ingram has to be basically super careful about his life here, but he doesn't know that. And the thing is, when you have so many killer bees in hand, you don't have a lot of other stuff That's
I
what
mean,
people
you need to
sometimes
be not
forget.
careful about life, but about Mindbug, because if he got 3 life and no Mindbug, he's dead.
Strong Kangasaurus Rex here.
Yes,
Do you
he's
mind
super
bug?
strong.
Do you mind bug just to try and get
Yes,
some
I
hits?
do.
Get some hits in with these sneaky guys, because you don't have so
Yes.
many options in hand, because it's basically 5 killer
I mean,
bees.
yeah, you can.
I
would
mind bug that.
I
mind
think
bug that.
so.
I think you do. Just think about if you don't do it, what the hell are you doing here? You can't even beat a 7 power.
I think we have a game right now. I think it's like, how do you handle that? Because he answer with this. He can put 1 attack.
Yes.
One
Just
attack, 2
hit.
attack, 2 attack.
Let's go. Hit with this
push
guy.
it, push it.
2 attack then. Yeah, now Shark Dog trading.
So Shark Dog kills Tiger Squirrel and Kangasaurus. Spider Owl attacks again.
You need to remove 1 Mindbug out of Ingram then.
Yeah, the thing is, like, if you play Killer Bee, then you just lose because both will be Mindbug.
And then you cannot also bring back with the Compost Dragon, so you need basically to play 1 on its own. Okay.
Oh, in fact, he does not attack. So do you discard Shieldbox and Sharky Crab Dog here?
I think so. I think you really don't need Shield Bugs, and I think the Sharky Crab Dog is not doing that much. It's quite good against the Shark Dog, but...
I mean, it could be a Mindbug bait.
It could be,
because it annoys the Shark Dog, it blocks the sneaky guys. I think it could have been a Mindbug bait, but I think he's really all in on this burn plan with the double Killer Bee Compost Dragon. So Pete Ingram really has no idea what's in store for him here. Like, the game looks completely different from his side.
Grave Robber.
And he takes...
Sharky Crab Dog Memipus. Poisonous Sneaky. So this is basically a spider hole, just bigger.
Yes. Can you play the Compost Dragon here to lure out the 1 Mindbug?
Yes.
So Pete Ingram will take it. He will replay his Ferret Bomber. Yeah.
Definitely.
I think that could work. That's... I mean, now we'll see the Shark Dog take out both of these, right?
Yeah. It's pretty bad. You need to get rid of...
I mean, but can you still do Compost Dragon to bait out the first Mindbug and then hit him with the double Killer Bee?
But you need the 2 Killer Bee, right?
Yeah, so first you play Compost Dragon.
Yeah, but then he Mindbug 1, and then he can still Mindbug the second Killer Bee, the first Killer Bee. You have 2 Mindbug left, Ingram.
Ah, yeah, okay, you're right.
So I think it... I mean, depending on the last draw...
I mean, Snail Hydra and Gorillion are horrible plays here.
Yeah, he just cannot play them. So okay, yeah, I think that's the only way to play something. But now you know that it's over. You know that it's over. Nothing to do from there. Especially if he Mindbug, I mean. If he does not Mindbug, maybe, but now...
So he Mindbugs, takes the Ferret Bomber as we predicted.
Yeah, that's how it ends.
Oh, thought he might win with this crazy hand.
Yep.
So what do you discard here?
Um,
Extorter because it's trash, Gorillion because it's not better. Okay, yeah. You play Snail Hydra and you hope to ride to the win, but it will be hard.
Shark Dog just kills it and hits your face.
Yes, thank you for reminding us about that, yeah. Oh, wow. Yes, so...
And now you're forced to kill yourself.
Yeah.
PetitBOT is out. But you're forced to kill yourself with your own Killer Bee.
He did it with style. He did not lose
tricky.
like in a normal way.
I thought he would win with this play. You know, he had the 2 sneaky guys, the 2 Killer Bees, the Compost Dragon.
Sure, me too.
Go wrong.
I think, you see what? He should never have discarded the Momipus to avoid the Grave Robber bringing that, and I think he should have discarded the Composed Dragon, maybe.
I think it could also have worked as a Mindbug bait.
Yeah.
But it was so tempting to keep all these 3 key pieces in hand.
Sure. But
wow, well played by Pete Ingram.
Well played.
It's not so easy being up against this type of hand.
Sure.
Well, so Pete Ingram advances in the finals of the TCG Invitational. So congratulations, Pete.
Well done.
Well done against PetitBOT. So that was an interesting match between champions of Keyforge and Magic.
And a comeback from Pete Ingram being down.
Yes.
1-0.
Yeah. So in final, Pete Ingram against Educated Collins.
All right. So the 2 French guys got eliminated in the semifinals.
Yeah. So only
what's going on?
Only American guy now.
Yeah.
And they are playing really good since the beginning of the tournament. I think Pete Ingram did also. Well, it was a 3-1, but he win everything except the last match against. I think it was against Educated Collins, right? So I think it's a rematch. I think they.
Really?
Yeah. Let me.
They played in
I don't remember. Can you check?
I forgot that.
It was. Yeah. The last round was already one game.
And
of those
Collins won against Pete. Okay.
So I think it's a rematch now in final.
Okay.
Oh, that's super cool.
Yeah.
So. Yeah.
Awesome. So we have Pete Ingram representing Magic the Gathering and Educated Collins representing Marvel Snap and Hearthstone.
Yes.
Cool. That's cool.
That's
super cool.
Should we do the last video before the final? The last part of the interview with Richard?
Yes, and I would like to see another video as well.
Yeah,
I think we cannot keep the finals off for too long. I think.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do the interview, and I think we can put the super video in between 2 matches for the final.
Yes. Okay. That sounds good to me.
Yeah. Let's go. See you soon, guys.
We currently see some kind of TCG renaissance, I would call it, where we see a lot of new games coming out with, I don't know, Lorcana or Star Wars Unlimited, where a lot of, let's say, very well-known IPs create or are used to create new TCGs. And they seem to be very, very successful with them initially. So how do you see the current market for these kind of games, with some of the old competitors that have been there for ages and some new competitors entering the market? And how do you think the next 5 to 10 years will look like?
Well, I don't know that I would hazard the next 5 or 10 years. I've been surprised many times in my career. It's exciting to see these games come out and be so well designed and get such an audience. I know that when I first did Magic, I believed it was a new genre of game, and I wanted to make other trading card games to flesh that out, and I did. I made Netrunner and Vampire: The Eternal Struggle and BattleNet and some others, and but we quickly figured out as a company that while it was true that it wasn't a new game form, it was also true that it was different from board games because people were less likely to dabble in a lot of different games of this nature. With board games, they'll play a bunch of different board games, but with trading card games, they'll play one. And that was just because with the amount of skill, effort, knowledge that has to go into constructing decks, learning the environment, it's just you don't want to do that twice. You're getting such good ongoing payback from the game you're playing. And so now these days, I think the formulas that people are using, they've simplified the game to be easier to get your head around. Not so much about building large collections and choosing which deck you play, but like in Mindbug of just being dealt some cards and having a bunch of different sets you can draw on, but not burdening the players with constructing decks. And with the other popular IP games, perhaps you are constructing decks, but you're dealing with sort of simpler mechanics, and you've got a lot of players now who understand how the genre works and are looking for something like that. So I think there's a lot of possibilities going forward. I think that the hobby games themselves, it's going to follow the same category, which is that it's hard to dabble in a lot of different ones. You'll have one and it'll be your favorite. But still, I think there's a lot more room that hasn't been for games that haven't been explored, and it's exciting to see them being explored.
Yeah, absolutely. And with you having brought so many innovations to this genre, we of course, I and maybe most of the viewers also hope to see some new games in this area from you too in the future.
I love designing, and I hope to provide them. And I also enjoy playing other people's games. It's a wonderful field to be in.
Yeah. So then, the only thing that remains to be said from me is thank you for creating these games and bringing so much pleasure to all of us. And yeah, we are excited to see how the best TCG players of the world compete in the Mindbug Invitational tournament. Thank you for your time, Richard.
I can't wait to see that. That's going to be exciting to watch. I think a lot of them who are sort of coming into contact with this game because of this tournament, I think they're going to be really happily surprised by that game and the depth and interest that it'll offer them.
Then thank you very much, and yeah, see you soon.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
What do we need to do?
Hi, and we're back.
And we're back.
Hello.
So we get back Marvin and
Christian
dropped off. I mean, it's still there in the background, so
yeah, he's still here. He said he will watch the final, but on his phone from the bed. If I'm allowed to say that, Christian wants to go to bed. I understand. I mean, we are in Europe here.
Can you switch your camera on again, please? Yeah,
this is like thank you, Christian, and have a good night. This is like midnight here in Germany, Denmark, and France for all of us, the NerdLab team. The players in America are enjoying a sunny afternoon, I hope. I don't know if they are on the East Coast or the West Coast. I have no idea. But we here, this is evening. This is already Sunday, actually.
Yeah, it's Sunday. Past midnight, and we are here for beautiful final, I think.
I'm really excited about that final, to be honest. After watching the entire tournament, it's a great final with Educated Collins. I don't know, losing the first match and now coming back. It's like a great underdog story. And Pete Ingram has done some amazing plays today, so he really deserves to be in the final. And I think it's even a rematch between both of them. So it's a perfect story, and I'm really looking forward to see who is going to win.
Yeah, that's a good introduction to jump into the game, right?
Yeah, and maybe just one word from me to the last match. I think it's pretty awesome to see that even if you have 2 killer bees plus a way to get one of them back, it doesn't win you the game.
That was kind of
so
insane
there's a good answer for it. It can be answered if you are a good player. So.
Yeah, we was all pending to this situation happening, but it did not happen, and I think he played really well to work around it. Okay, let's jump into the first match of the final.
Excited!
So Ingram against Educated Collins. Let's see. Oh, I really like the hand of Collins in there. Like 1 Luchator, 2 Rhino Turtle.
Ooh,
That's
Wow.
a lot of pressure.
This is
that's a lot of
bonkers.
pressure.
Yeah.
Tusker Distorter, I think it's a medium play for opening.
Yeah. It's pretty obvious to follow it up with a Rhino Turtle, right?
Yeah.
You hate this card, Romain. This is not your favorite card from the set.
I mean, no, me, I like it. It's the other French people that do not like it, but I like it.
Okay. So, Mindbugging aggressively here. Pete
that's
Ingram,
super
Mindbugs,
good for
Rhino
Colin.
Turtle. Now, Rhino number 2.
Yeah.
That one you don't Mindbug.
I think
now-
here you can just attack with... I think you can attack with Tusker Distorter one time, so you get a good trade. you know?
Yes. Yeah, that's the obvious play here. So you bring your Rhino Turtle gets a little bit of an advantage over the opponent's Rhino Turtle then, and of course you get rid of a card from Etiquette Colin's hand.
So we didn't say, but the third, we will not broadcast
There's-
the third and fourth place final, but it will be available in replay later.
Yeah.
But Peter is he's considering doing another play here, so maybe playing Shield Bugs, bringing both of your creatures out of range.
That would be super
For the
good
Rhino
for
Turtle?
Ingram to get it, yeah.
Oh.
Surprising.
Axolotl Healer.
Surprising. I would have loved to see that, to be honest.
Well, you know what's the best part about Axolotl Healer?
Oh.
The artwork.
So cute.
I don't know. Yeah.
Especially, it's a favorite card of all. If you talk to girls like in the age range of 10 to 14 that play the game, they really love this card. It's always their favorite.
I love it too. And
Yeah, that doesn't mean you cannot love it too, but it's just in that target audience, it's pretty like an almost 100% favorite card artwork.
iconic artwork now.
Yes.
And finally, it was pretty good, in fact, for Ingram to play this Axolotl Healer. Yes. Because the answer was RP Mother, and now he knows that he don't want to play the Shield Bug right now.
Yes.
You know? So, I mean, you can just play the Goblin Werewolf and trade it during your turn if you can. That's quite good. Oh, and I did not see, but Collins draw the Brainfly. And the Brainfly could be game-changing.
What do you take? The Rhino Turtle right away?
I mean, no, it could have been really good also to play the Luchator, you know, and then play the Brainfly if it was Mindbug, and then you can also choose to take the Rhino Turtle or even the Tusker Distorter. I don't know. But now also 2 Killer Bee. I mean, what is the hand of Colin there?
It's a pretty strong hand.
You have like
especially given the board. I mean,
and too sneaky. I think he got something really strong. But there is one Congosaurus Rex.
Yeah, and the Strange Barrel. So maybe he does not end up with all those cards on the board. You know.
Yeah. I mean, if you play the Strange Barrel, the thing could be like the Brainfly coming down. That you have to Mindbug.
It's such a nice target for a Brainfly.
Yeah. It's the hated play, you know, first turn you play the Strange Barrel and your opponent just answer with the Brainfly and you just want to break the table.
I don't know if this ever happened to me, but it's devastating.
Yeah. Especially if you Mindbug the Strange Barrel and then he follow up with one, and then you need to spend
that feels even worse.
If Strange Barrel was power 5 instead of power 6, the card would be actually better.
Yeah. Or it could
be immune to Brainfly.
But the RP Mother can do something. So
RP Mother, that would be fun, yeah. and also it would be easier to get it defeated, which is what you want usually.
So I think
there is a very interesting dynamic here between those cards.
That's really true, and I think we had. I'm not 100% sure if I recall correctly, but we might have had the same discussion when we did the final balancing for the set.
Okay.
Because we were talking about some defeated cards and that they would actually get weaker when we give them more power. Yes. And Strange Barrel might have been one of them, but I'm not 100% sure.
Well, there are only 3 cards with defeated trigger in First Contact best set.
You know that by heart?
Well, yes, I had to do some analysis at some point. So we see two of them here, the Strange Barrel and the RP Mothers that you mentioned. The third one is
It's an explosive toad.
explosive toad.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I knew it.
Exactly.
So, but here the decision, you see, he's taking quite some time to make the decision whether he wants to take the Strange Barrel or not, and he spends a Mindbug on it. Even so, he has the Brainfly in hand.
I mean, the Brainfly, if you play it and then it's Mindbug, then you have to give the Luchator to your opponent. So
Yes.
maybe he wanted to avoid this. But anyhow, it's just super good because it's a Strange Barrel. So now it basically deny Ingram from attacking. Whoa. Okay. I think you're really searching for making all the Mindbug of Ingram going away.
Yeah, but Ingram has five life points, so the Killer Bee tactic does not work on its own, you know?
Yeah.
He needs to put some work into it before he can pull them off.
I think
he
it's
could already he could also have started to attack aggressively with a Strange Barrel. But he wants to shut off the Snail Hydra, I think, with Tiger Squirrel.
Yeah, I mean, the Strange Barrel was quite good.
Yeah, and here goes the Snail Hydra, I guess.
And there is not so much good target for the Kangasaurus Rex, so he may just play it at some point to get rid of the Tiger Squirrel. I would attack with the Spider Hole, trading the Mummy Puss, and then playing the Kangasaur, you know, so basically you can play the Kangasaur without having the drawback.
Andrew Collins still has a Mindbug. He could, I don't know, play a Tiger Squirrel, try to lure him into spending his last Mindbug.
That's true, but
he is not good. No real reason to Mindbug it for Educated Collins here.
I would maybe. I mean, Collins got so many good plays, like attacking with Barrel or Mother.
Yeah, he has a lot of good plays here. I think the Harpy Mother is super threatening here now.
Yeah. Now you let this Tiger Squirrel go,
yes,
and then you
don't Mindbug it.
Harpy Mother.
Yeah. You don't Mindbug it, and you attack with Harpy Mother and try to get both of them.
I love that Collins,
one of them at least.
Yeah.
Collins is keeping his last Mindbug not because he's afraid of a late game Killer Bee or something, because he has both Killer Bee. He has both, but he still wants to keep it for, you know, to prevent something going wrong. Because
we don't know. Maybe he takes it. We don't know. Maybe he takes it. He's still thinking about it.
Yeah.
Maybe he's thinking about it to let his opponent believe that he's thinking about
it. That is next level play. Using the timer to.
He took it.
Oh no, he is actually using it. So now we see a good Kangasaurus.
And I'm a bit surprised that he didn't.
Make me lie.
I don't know. I think he's maybe too scared of losing the Luchator. I mean, he's not bad. He's not so wrong about it, because if the Luchator goes down, then there is 2/8 power against 1/8. And basically nothing to defeat it in his hand.
Well, one card to defeat it.
Yeah, but one Mindbug though.
Yes, exactly.
That's
what you always have to do. You need to count your answers and count the number of Mindbugs, and you should have more answers than Mindbugs, and then you're good to go.
But I think that maybe he did it like properly. He thought that it was just a losing play to let the Tiger Squirrel goes down.
Marvin, you're making it sound like this game is easy.
Well, you know it isn't. But this is the baseline you need to do.
It's the baseline, I agree.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, now comes the Kangasaurus.
That was the play. He did it.
Makes sense.
I was just thinking I think he cannot delay it, right? No reason to delay it.
And now you see that's the swingy part of Mindbug. Now the Harpy Mother actually is not good anymore. Though attack with Harpy Mother doesn't make any sense now. Strange Barrel, however, is still very good, and maybe Pete is trying to play around it now. He's just 3 cards in hand and 4 lives, so he could basically play all 3 of them, take the hits from Strange Barrel.
Yes, I think he will do exactly that.
Yeah, but if he does that, he will lose to the 2 Killer Bees in hand.
I mean, a play from Colin is just to play this. Then
Ferret
it's
Bomber,
Mindbug.
right.
You discard the 2 killer bee because you know that 5
Yes.
life it's not enough,
Yeah,
and then you keep the Brain Fly to take 8 power and win out of it.
But he's not. Yeah.
But he doesn't need that at the moment.
Yeah, but I mean,
I think the Lucha
he
will
has
win
still
it,
a
right?
lot of life. So
I mean, the Shield Bug can. No, I mean no, you cannot, because if you play the Shield Bug, then you have a very good power on Rhino Turtle and Tuscanus Starter, but then the RP Mother can block, and the Shield Bug is going back to Colin. So I don't see Ingram winning there. I mean,
doesn't look good for him.
Spider
I
Hole
agree.
and Mumipus are both trading, I think, at some point.
Yeah, he's
Especially
not getting
the-
rid. I mean, what about playing the werewolf and hunting down the?
You cannot. This one will become Hunter, and then it will.
I will hunt it down before. Yes, you're
So
right.
that's why it's like completely
Absolutely
locked
true.
from playing something, because of this
No.
guy is super strong in that position. And then you have like this RP Mother and Strange Barrel to just pass the turn and just say, okay, I just attack, do what you want, but if you block with something, I can take all your card. That's super funny.
Yeah, he wants to hunt down the shield bugs, right? So we see a killer bee, not because the 1 point of damage that it does, but for it being a 5-power hunter.
But I mean, you don't know at that point, but you can mindbug the killer bee so you can trade the Mumipus, and then you
Yes.
feel that your hunter is safe.
Yeah.
But it's not, because there is 2 killer bee. And here the killer bee is just a normal hunter. You don't really care about the love's life.
Yeah, but if he
because
mind bugs now, I think Edward Collins will probably follow up with a.
the second one?
Do you think so, or does
No, I
he
think you follow
does
with
he
it.
play the ferret to get rid of the last cards in his hand? Just to be sure.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think that's the right play. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Every time you have the possibility to play it and just deny the last card in the opponent hand, that's it. You do it.
Yeah,
So I
With
think-
Ferret Bomber, yeah, this is my favorite play in the wall first contact, actually.
That's something that happened quite
He
quite
takes it.
often.
I mean-
okay, so that to me that's the play now. You're right.
Yeah,
You play
now we
this
see a
first.
ferret bomber.
Ferret Bomber! Come on.
And you are even not scared of the 2-8 power just because you have everything to answer it. The shield bug will become yours. If the RP Mother dies, you get the brain fly. You don't scare of sneaky. There is no more card in hand of the opponent.
Yeah,
No, I think
Yeah.
that's it for.
Educated Collins, yeah, he's in a good spot.
Yeah.
the path
But
is clear.
it's only because also we see the entire board, you know. For the players,
course.
it may look completely different, and that's super funny about Mindbug. If you a lot of times you can ask the players, do you think you are ahead? And both players will say yes, or both players will say no, because for them it looks really different than if you don't have full information.
So this Ferret Bomber was backbreaking. Like we saw it coming, but for Pete, he knows these cards exist and stuff, but this is still like a very bad surprise, right?
Yeah, can he win from here still?
I don't
He
think.
can
I don't
He
think
is
so.
he is hunting down the Sharky Crab Dog Mumipus. Now
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Then-
you lose the killer bee.
you lose the killer bee, yes,
It's-
but
it's
then
spider.
you have the spider owl
Oh.
being the strongest sneaky creature, right?
Or
You just need-
you attack with the spider hole. Now, so if it's blocked by the Sharky Crab Dog Impulse, then you keep your killer bee 6 power. That
He
could be
could
something.
also. I
I
think
mean-
this is the simple play here. That's the one that I would have made.
Yeah, but this one,
Not
I
sure it's the
think
best one.
You expect Colin to do that on next turn, to me. So I do not see why you should lose one turn doing this if it was a target of Collins. You know, Collins I think he really want to. Oh no, because he wanted. Yeah, I think you just want to kill the spider hole in that case with the Mumipus. The Mumipus was a hunter.
Yes.
So you can let it and you lose the spider hole. And I think the only way to win from Educated Colin is, okay, he's right, from Pingram is right, is to win with the
think-
spider hole.
Yeah, I think Peter did a correct choice here, but he didn't know that there's another killer bean in the hand of Edward Collins.
Yeah, no, I think yeah, he did it just to win because I think it's the only.
Because he could have played around the Harpy Mother and from here because he had enough life and chance blockers.
And the shield bug also that can block. I mean, yeah, it was quite close. In fact, from the point of view of Ingram, if you ignore.
It's really close.
It's really close.
And let's appreciate the fact that Pete Ingram successfully played around Strange Barrel in a way. That's because of Ferret Bomber also. But I mean,
yeah, he lost 2 cards, and I think I think the Snail Hydra would have been something to me.
Yeah. And also the double killer bee. When we saw the double killer bee, I thought, okay, well,
I think that's
this might be an unfair way to win a finals, but this double killer bee was not a double killer bee that kills you on the spot. It was played in a different way. That was quite interesting.
Yeah, the game was pretty close.
It was close.
Yeah.
And Educated Collins is leading 0-1.
Yeah, 1-0.
Yes, you're absolutely right. 1-0.
First game for Collins. We want to show a short video before we go to game 2,
because
right?
we really want to show this one.
Yeah, we didn't. So Christian might be gone, but he's not gone completely.
He made a recording a few days ago. So Christian Kudal is one of the co-designers of the game, and well, let's just show it.
Let's see.
Hello, I'm Christian Kudal, one of the designers of Mindbug. Today we're reading Mindbug reviews on Board Game Geek. Some good ones, some bad ones, a little mixed. Let's see what we have. Right. M. Dean from New Jersey, United States. 1 out of 10. First of all, this game looks terrible. That's it. That's the review. Can't say much to that. Next one. Phil Beard. 1 out of 10. Would rate it a 0 if BGG would recognize it. Great art, enraging and nonsensical gameplay. Okay. Little harsh, but fair enough. Next one. Dan90 from United Kingdom. 10 out of 10. Mindbug is what I wanted Pokemon trading cards to be as a child. I never actually learned to play, but I'm pretty sure it's not as good as Mindbug. Thank you, Dan. I actually did play Pokemon as a child, and it's a really good game as well. Iron Raven Storm 004. 1 out of 10. This game is basically someone punching you in the face and telling you to stop hitting yourself. My opponent just killed me with those sneaky cards. I had nothing to stop it. The game is as much fun as putting your hand in a blender. Okay. Pretty harsh. Colombian 85 from Germany. Gekauft 15 euros. Verkauft 5 euros. 10 out of 10. Okay. So it means the guy bought it for 15 euros and sold it for 5 euros. But it's still a 10 out of 10 for some reason. Okay, I'll take it. Hendrik Rassmann from Germany. 10 out of 10. 2014 era Magic the Gathering Legacy Delver mirror feeling. I don't know what that means. So he's like a Magic fan and plays some particular deck Delver from 2014 that feels exactly like Mindbug. Okay, take it. Happy to bring you 10 years back in time. And the final one, Ran A209 from United States. 10 out of 10. I'm biased because I grew up with Yu-Gi-Oh! I love this game. Not really sure why you are biased if you love Yu-Gi-Oh! But alright, I'll take it. So, bit of mix of everything. Thanks everyone, enjoy the evening.
Well, that was fun.
And we're back, yeah. That was fun.
I think that's so much fun. It's so funny to see this and reading these comments all the time. I hope you enjoyed it as much as we did.
Yeah, I mean, and we appreciate any feedback on the game, be it good or bad. Don't get me wrong, we're not making fun of the people who posted that on Board Game Geek. This is cool. Nice to see that Christian is taking all these ratings with a good spirit.
Yeah, sense of humor.
Like
True.
as a designer of the game, sometimes maybe those things are not easy, right? But cool.
I mean, it absolutely isn't, but I think in general, people should love more about themselves. So
Yes.
that's good. You cannot make a game that's everyone loves, so
No, that's not possible.
it's
Yeah.
okay if someone doesn't like it.
Yes. I mean, okay, I have an opinion on that. Is that sometimes when I see some bad ratings on Board Game Geek and some comments, I think that people misunderstood maybe one important rule. Like when your opponent Mindbugs a card you just played, you're supposed to play again. And it is written in the rule book, and in the latest edition, it is even underlined, but maybe that was not enough. And so, because if you miss this rule, the game doesn't function. And I am often I think when I see that maybe they missed it, and so.
Sure, I mean, yeah. I mean, not every game can be liked by every people, so basically...
Of course. No, of course.
That's okay.
Sure. I mean, if you don't like dueling card game, if you don't like attacking your opponent or being attacked, well...
I mean, just funny that they came to say that they really don't like it. Okay, yeah.
That's fine.
Thanks.
Perfectly fine. I mean, we are happy with average ratings that we have on Board Game Geek. We are very happy about that, so that's cool.
Absolutely.
So let's jump into the last game.
I'm excited.
Next game, I would say.
Yeah. Game 2. So yes, game 2.
Collins
is leading.
Ahead, yeah.
So this is best of 3. So we might still have 1 game or 2 games depending on the result, and we'll see if Pete can come back.
Yep.
In this match.
Let's go.
Okay.
Okay.
What was that? Tiger Squirrel and...
It was an Elephantopus. Elephantopus is a one-off, and we have seen those that they have been revealed as a cards to determine who is going to start. And Elephantopus is a one-off, and it's a card that we have seen it decide a lot of games, not today, but in the World Championship, for example, and a lot of high level players really respect that card. So knowing that this one is out is important.
This is important, exactly. Yeah.
So we have seen 2 creatures trade, so both players lost a card, not much happened.
We've seen that already, that I think it was Ingram not having anything above 5, or maybe it was PetitBOT in the
and again,
game.
only small creatures, but this time his opponent doesn't have Kangasaurus Rex in hand.
Yeah, but he has actually his hand is really interesting because he has a lot of sneaky creatures, and he can, if they get Mindbug, he can answer them with either Harpy Mother or with the Sharky Crabstock Mummifus. So it's an interesting hand.
And there is a lot of card advantage potential with double Ferret Bomber plus Harpy Mother. I mean, this can bite you because it can backfire.
But look at the hand from Educated Collins. He has like the Kangasaurus Rex, which can be devastating against his hand.
Oh, he just drew it.
If you lose 4 cards out of your hand, it's still really bad because even playing the Kangasaurus Rex will not help too much.
Yes. But, I mean, if the Ferret Bombers hit the table, they have already done most of their damage.
So
they might not.
I would have like Mindbug the Shark Dog.
I know, Romain, everyone knows that you always Mindbug the Shark Dog because it's your favorite card. Everyone knows that.
Yeah, it's, I cannot resist. And I think it was also a good call for Collins to follow up with this Kangasaurus Rex.
Yes.
I mean, you play it, you have like 2 targets, and nothing on your side, so it's
perfect.
But to me,
asymmetrical board stats.
Yeah. Yes, for me, this shows that Educated Collins is a good player and understood the game, because he could have cashed in the Kangasaurus Rex before, but he lured
exactly.
Peter into using a Mindbug and getting even more value out of it. And that's what you want to achieve. You want to get the most value out of your cards, and he's doing a great job.
So I think it's for Ingram. I think it's quite painful. He's just thinking a lot on, should I Mindbug also this card and like keep alive the Shark Dog and the Tiger Squirrel? And in that situation, I would say yes, because the Tiger Squirrel can put pressure and the Shark Dog can manage every big card or hunt anything.
But we often see people not doing it because it feels
it
somehow feels wrong
Yeah,
because you don't get the benefit from the card. But in this board state, I think the Shark Dog is so good in protecting the Tiger Squirrel.
Yeah, sure.
I will Mindbug that.
I
And
mean,
I
yeah.
agree with you. I remember myself, 2 years ago, I would have never Mindbug that.
Oh, it's not Mindbug. Oh,
He's
But
not
then
doing
I
it.
learned
He's
that
not doing it.
no, I think it's a mistake. You are yeah.
I mean,
You
it's
have
hard
to
to
do.
tell,
You have
but
to do it.
in that situation, I would have personally do it, but I don't know. I mean, I think he say okay, it's
It's still early in the game, you know.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
he thinks I don't want to go all in. I mean, I'm already
You see how fast
behind.
Mindbug the Fred Bomber? I think he already know that it's okay. Let's remove you 2 cards and put a sneaky on my table.
I'm surprised that Collins didn't play the Death Weaver first. I really thought
Before what?
earlier in the game somehow.
I mean, but you disable the Conqueror's Rex if it's Mindbug, so I mean, you are so safe. If you get like Tiger Squirrel and Shark Dog, and you give to the opponent Tiger Squirrel, I think it's so good.
Yeah.
So here we see on this board state why Frenzy is a counter to Sneaky in some situations.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
if Educated Collins attacks with Ferret Bomber, it's a free attack basically, but he loses the race against the Rhino Turtle. So he has to follow it up with something else.
Yep.
And cannot just be aggressive.
So beginning players often overestimate Sneaky. They say that Sneaky are overpowered and there is nothing you can do about that. And actually, it's not true. So they're all hunters. Congasaurus Rex, Sneaky, Crabdog, Mummipus. All these cards are very good against Sneaky. And Frenzy as well, just as you said, Marvin. Because Frenzy wins the race against the Sneaky, actually.
But that doesn't mean a Sneaky is not threatening at all. It's usually something that makes you win the game. But before being able to do so, you need to put it.
Why did Peter play here Sharky Crab Dog Mummy Purse instead of Axolotl Healer first? So he was playing an answer to Ferret
Maybe
Bomber
he expected
instead
a
of
Mindbug?
playing an answer for Lotchoton.
Oh no, I think he wanted a bait. Like you
Oh,
play
you
the Mummipus.
think it was a bait?
Yeah, and I think he's told
Maybe.
like, oh, it's my only answer to the Sneaky. So please Mindbug the Mummipus, you know.
I mean, now he's in a pretty bad spot because he cannot play the Ferret Bomber. It's an instant mind bug. So.
But it's fine, right? Because if you play the Snail Hydra and you can keep it, it's also okay. And if it's not, I think you can just because this one is Frenzy and Sneaky, meaning you can defeat the Ferret Bomber at any time. Not anymore with the Spider Hole. But I mean, there is, you know, that one Conqueror's Rex went down already, so you can take the risk to say, okay, there is not 2 of them in there, and I will just Mindbug the Spider Hole, so I can win the Sneaky race.
Frenzy and Sneaky is quite the keyword combo.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it will go away after the first attack.
Yeah, I
the
know.
Sneaky,
Sure, but
so
I mean,
it will only be Frenzy anymore, so you don't have to attack the
You
second
know
attack.
you do a good trade, so it's also
An
okay.
illusion.
I think it's a strong mind bug here,
Yeah.
but it's also a gamble.
But I mean, only 4 cards in there, and you need to put some pressure. You know that the Luchator will be annoying at some point.
Not as long as you have the Axolotl Healer.
Yeah, but I mean, 4 cards, I would expect that like anything else. I mean, any hunter can put it down or.
The chat has asked where the people can see the number of mind bugs. So currently it's below the life points. There are these little mind bug icons. They are temporary still, so it's not final art. There will be more visible art there in the final version, though it's still in the beta phase.
Pixel art mind
Yeah,
bug
currently it's a
dancing.
pixel art mind bug that's moving its tentacles a little
It's
bit.
dancing.
Yeah, so we have seen a mind bug coming down actually. So Spider All has been mind bugged by Peter Ingram.
I think it's a good call in there.
Yeah, so he's putting some pressure.
I think you just lose if you do not do that. Because the Sharky Crab Dub can attack, it will be trade with the Spider Hole, and then the Ferret Bomber do the win, right? And you know
Yes.
that, so I think it was kind of a forced mind bug.
If you
No choice on that, right?
no, if you get the Snail Hydra down,
I mean,
You are
and not Mindbug.
no, it's they have traded, so it's still 3-3, so you don't
Yeah.
activate it. Okay.
No, I think it was. I think you was forced to take the Spider Hole. But I would not feel so confident from Ingram point of view. 4 card in hand for Educated Collins. You have no card basically playable. Okay, that's super good. I think that's a mistake from Collins. Because Sharky Grabbed Up can attack the Ferret Bomber first for free and then trade into the Killer Bee. I think that's a good, very huge mistake from Collins.
You mean playing the bee?
But I think Peter is seeing it.
Sure, he's seeing that, but...
So now he uses Sneaky because there's no opposing creature with Sneaky anymore, but, I mean, there is a Hunter and he can trade with the Bee, that's pretty good.
They both die.
Yeah,
they both die.
I think...
This Death Weaver will not matter, I mean...
But still, look at the head from Educated Collins. It has a Plated Scorpion plus...
this guy...
Plus the Snail Thrower, this is just an insanely good combo.
I think that's a win.
I think this combo will win him the game.
Yeah.
Snail Thrower to win the event.
But
I rarely see this card shine.
And he have exactly those life points to put that in place, right? Because else the Spider Hole will just make it over.
If he would have had 1 life less, he could not do it.
I think Collins recognized that and he had a long-term plan for this endgame combo. I think this was his plan all around. So, Snail Thrower grants Hunter and poisonous small creatures.
So...
he decided...
He decided to play the Snail Hydra here.
I'm not sure. Okay, I see.
I mean...
Maybe say, okay, it will be Mindbug, and if it's Mindbug, I play the Ferret Bomber, and I know I win. And that's a good play. That's a good play.
Yeah, I think I think it's a must play actually.
Yeah.
This is the only hope.
Yeah, I mean, you expect.
Well, no, it's not the only hope. I mean, we have with our information, yes, but with his information, no, because he doesn't see the problem with a Plated Scorpion.
But he sees that Snail Thrower is played for a reason. He probably suspects that, okay, no Mindbug there. Well...
now you know you can put 1 life point, but it's not enough.
I'm just answering another question in the YouTube chat. So Jeffrey asked how he can determine whose turn it is. As said, this is still the beta version, though not all animations are final. At the moment, you only see it basically which timer is ticking down. That's the player whose turn it is. But in the final version, of course, there will be like a color shining of the different buttons on one side and so on, and there will be animation when the turn is handed over to another player. So this will definitely be improved in the future.
Although to be fair, when you see a timer going down, it doesn't necessarily mean that this is this player's turn. They might just be thinking about whether to Mindbug or not.
Yes, it's this player making a decision at this time.
Yes.
Yeah, we have seen.
It might be maybe they're thinking what to discard to Ferret Bomber or things like that, for example.
Yes. Yeah. So we have seen the combo going into place. So Snail Thrower plus Plated Scorpion. And yeah, I mean, Peter cannot play the Ferret Bomber because there's still a Mindbug left. This card is basically dead in hand.
And he cannot
while Educated Collins can still play the Death Weaver.
Which does... which will be a small hunter poison.
Which will be a poisonous hunter, which is just what he needs to win this game.
Well, I mean, he doesn't need to play it to win. I think he can just attack with the Congosaurus Rex. And then, next turn, he will be forced Ingram to attack, and then you can do the...
Because Peter is forced to attack here.
He got that game.
Okay, he does the same. He attacks himself, and he knows that.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Well
so
played.
I think that's a win for Colin. I think that's he lost only one game in the whole tournament?
Yeah, it's
Because
insanely
2-0
well
and 2-0
maneuvered.
for semi-final and final. Whoa, that's super great.
So I think we have
I'm
a
pretty
very
sure.
good,
Yeah, I
a
think-
very good champion.
Or maybe Collins. Yeah, okay, he didn't Mindbug, you know, like by mistake, and but no, okay, yeah, that was it.
Yeah, but that's wow! Congratulations to Educated
Whoa,
Collins.
that was super
Collins. Collins for the win. Collins, winner of the very first TCG Invitational. Congratulations, Collins.
cool.
Well, this is a deserved win. So Collins lost the very first game of this tournament, and then he was on a winning streak,
Yeah.
basically.
So we can
That's
do
what happened.
we can do a short break and then we will interview Collins.
Yeah, winner interview going right up. We are calling him, and yeah.
Yeah, we are preparing that in like 5-minute break and then we come back to you.
Sure, 5-minute break.
I will also thank Peter Ingram. I think it was a very good final, and overall a lot of very good matches from him. So congratulations on a very good second place.
Yep.
Well, Pete Ingram has defeated the two Mindbug champions. He defeated.
He did great. He managed to put out those two strong
the
guys.
Mindbug World Champion and the Mindbug Runner-Up World Champions. They were both defeated by Pete Ingram. So huge respect to Pete.
Yeah.
And congratulations for second place, because this is huge achievement.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I have to say we have seen a lot of French champions in the last time, so maybe America is catching up, and
maybe it's their turn.
The next world champion could be from America. We don't know.
Let's see.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, exactly. So the World Championship Finals was two French guys. We saw them today, and there were still two French players here in the semifinals as well. Yeah. So okay. So let's make this
let's
very
make the short
break.
Stay tuned. We are coming back in 5 minutes and
For
with Collins for
the interview.
Yeah.
We'll call Collins. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
And we are live. Oh, wait. Sorry. The sound yeah. The sound is not there. Let me fix that. Yeah, that should be okay.
Okay, now we are back with sound, and we have the winner of the first TCG Invitational Mindbug tournament. Congratulations to Educated Collins.
Thanks so much. Once again, thank you for having me. Really appreciate the opportunity. And to play and learn this game, I really had a lot of fun times. It was fun to play, and also just fun learning, like the learning process as well.
I mean, we invited you just a few days ago. So how did you manage to become so good at the game in such a short time?
3 days, man. I mean, it's crazy.
It's kind of a long story. That I like learning games and I like playing games, and I've played in tournaments where I had to learn very quickly. Recently, the first one was like Storybook Brawl, where I had like a week to learn the tournament. I played it and I did very poorly, right? I was like, oh my God, what am I doing? So the next time the opportunity came up, I decided to get some help. So I had someone who actually played that game, like kind of teach me. But even that wasn't very good, because the problem there is like they kind of assume you know stuff. Like, hey, can you help me? Like they don't assume you're clueless. They're like, oh, you should know you should do this. You should know you should do this. So it's actually not that quick to learn, and it's also with another person. You can't like nonstop. I pretty much spent my free time learning the game. I've actually watched every single VOD of the first contact in your YouTube channel. Like I went through all the like 7-hour VOD, the 4-hour VOD, 3-hour VOD. Even
That's amazing.
When the champions finished, that VOD, like that whole VOD, I was kind of sad because like I don't have more games to review. So when I went to the live and I was like, oh, there's even more games there, I was like, so like, yes, it's very good. So I really spent a lot of time like learning and trying to figure out like what's good. So
awesome. Well, we do have a lot of footage. I mean, because we started online tournaments on YouTube last year. Yeah, 1 year ago probably. So small community tournaments like 30 persons, and then a little bit more. There was a World Championship last December. And now we do a monthly tournament every month, basically. I think there is a lot to learn from. I kind of envy you to like having watched everything, because this is something I want to do, and I didn't find the time to do it. But yeah, I'm sure there is a lot to learn.
Yeah. So kind of my process is I will, pause every turn essentially, and like think, well, what am I going to do, and then see like, are they doing what they're doing? And especially at the beginning, I'm clueless, right? So whatever you're saying, I just agree with. Like, oh yeah, you just trust the experts, right? Like, what they're saying, like, this makes sense, this makes sense, this makes sense. When I know I've really learned is when I start to disagree or have my own opinion. Because only when you can actually like, oh, I would rather do this because of this line, is when you really know you have learned something, right? When you can argue your point at least to yourself. So I was doing that consistently through the whole VOD, and getting to some points. There were still some points where I was like, I don't know what to do. They have like 7 cards on both boards. Hopefully I don't get into that situation, right? So simplifying the board is pretty good in that scenario. But and it was a little bit weird because there were no games of first contact by itself. It was always with the new servants. So I had to kind of keep that in mind. Like, there's no hamster line. Like, I know a lot about hamster line, but I've never played a single card about it because I've watched all the VODs. I know about Bug Zerker. I know all of this, but it's useless to me.
Oh man! I mean, yeah, that's a good point. I mean, we could have included the new servants add-on pack for this tournament, and we decided that we thought that okay, let's make it simple. Only 32, actually 31 with a Giraffodile creatures to know. But now that you are telling how you learned how to play the game well, that makes a lot of sense. I don't know if the tournaments we made last year, like in August, September, was that with new servants?
Maybe I couldn't find a single one without it, so probably
it was not.
Probably was.
You know.
I do think like it was good to simplify. Like I can't imagine like learning even more because I did a lot of practice with the AI as well. Like I played that constantly. I'm like level 50 on that, you know. So just game. A lot of intricacies, like you know, they will lose to like some cards, like so weirdly, like Snail Hydra. Like I have won a game where this like killed 8 cards. Like they just play a card, I kill. Like they have one card, I have a Snail Hydra. They play something, I kill it. They play something, I kill it. I'm like, okay.
He's not that good to it.
Over and over. Yeti is the same thing. That's probably my favorite card. I know that's probably not super. Oh, you were okay.
It's also my favorite.
The Lonely Yeti is my favorite card. I didn't get to play it a single time in this whole tournament. I was like, oh my god, like you stealing it. Like if they play it for me, I steal it and I just like attack, and get like there's not that many answers. At least with the first contact. Once you add Berserker in, then it loses a lot of shine. But in this, like, it's the best card. Like, there's nothing really contesting it. So I really liked that card in there. But there are a lot of little things. AI is so sneaky focused. Oh my god, they will always try to kill you with sneaky. Every time. If you mess up, if you don't have the right health, you're dead. Like, that's killed me so many times in the AI. They just, like, they have one extra point more than I need. And it's just like, okay, I'm going to make sure they are not dealing damage to me randomly. So the AI kind of taught me, like, some of my weaknesses, like in terms of like, what do I do weird? What do I lose to? I've forgotten Death Speaker or the one that prevents play effects. Death Swarmer.
Death Weaver.
Yeah. I've died to that accidentally, like very easily. So, and when I play it, it's useless. When the opponent plays it, it's god tier. So I'm just like, I'm not playing it. This card is just dead in my hand. There's so many like little things. It's like, there are a couple cards, like the defeat effect as well. They can be good, like the barrel. Like I pretty much took every barrel they gave me, but I never triggered it. But because when I have it, it's useless. They have it, they get 2 cards every time. Because you have to kind of like trade inefficiently, and a lot of times, like I'm not stealing people's healing, so they have like 5 health. I'll try to attack, and they would just block 4 turns and set up 4 turns in a row, and then their board is like too strong. So I just like I've lost to that a couple of times. AI like does that every time to me. Like I'm not gonna do that. So there's a lot of like AI helped, VODs helped, and just like grind the game, learning and making sure that I was paying attention. You know, so that really helped, and I'm glad. Like, and also not being cocky, right? So I've lost all these tournaments before, so you go and respect all your opponents. That first loss, I don't know. I was kind of in a bad spot, but definitely should not have played I wasn't respecting the Mindbug, right? So how I kind of look at it is all your cards are your opponents, you know, and they are letting you choose which ones to let you play, right? So even though you have the card, you shouldn't look at it like, oh, I'm gonna get to play my Killer Bee this game. Like, no. They get to choose if you get to play the Killer Bee, because at the end of the day, they have the final say. Like you have the card, but with the Mind Bugs, they always at the end of the day say, like, let's say there was a card that says I win the game, right? Like if you have in your hand, you can never play it.
That's very good. We have actually discussed that this Mindbug might be one of the only games in the world that could actually print this card, and it wouldn't completely destroy the game. I mean, it would still be a bad card, but it would actually not be completely insane.
It's called Giraffadol or something.
Yeah.
That card. I mean, the AI testing, they have it, right? So the way I play it, like I've used my Mind Bugs. They play at turn 7 or like whatever, game's over, and I'm just like, yeah, I can't do anything. There was this one game where they played it. They drew 8 cards, and I still won because Snake Hydra is OP or something, something like that. And I was just like, wow, I can't believe it. We still did it. Like they got to play like 20 or 18 cards, and I still got through it. I felt like giving up as soon as they played it with no Mind Bugs. I was like, oh, it's over for me, but I'll just play it out. It worked out. So those are kind of cool. I was like really proud of that game.
I am incredibly impressed how much insight of the game you have generated in such a short amount of time. So that's really, I think for newer players, if they listen to the last 3 minutes of what you just explained, I think that will help them so much to become a better player already. So one can see that you have put a lot of time into learning games in the past and being able to express how to play those games quite well. I'm really impressed.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
You know, thanks
definitely.
for-
And to put it into perspective, I mean, Collins, you were the last player to be added to the
Right.
lineup.
Right.
So
right.
you had this. I mean, that's still a downside compared to the other players who, in theory, had a few days or
right.
sometimes a few weeks more time to practice than you did. So I think I contacted you 3 days ago or something, or 4 days ago.
Yeah, the 23rd, but I got access to the game client 24th, right? So
I mean, this is crazy.
Short amount of time.
That's 3 days. Yeah. So kudos to you. I mean, because the story tells is amazing. You just went all in the preparation for tonight's tournament, and it got rewarded for it. So it's awesome. How many games did you play against AI? Do you know? Was it like 50, 100?
200 or something like that. Well,
200 games.
yeah, because like you don't gain a rank for winning. Like it's not like that, you know. So I would play like 6 games, you know, and then like I wouldn't climb or I'd get like 1 point. I'm like, geez, you really have to play a lot. And I went up to like 46 or so, I would say, before I stopped. But like near the end, like 1 point was like 4 or 5 games. You know, I wasn't winning everyone, right? The AI still beats me probably now, right? So for sure it beats me. So I played quite a lot of games, like just you know, all my free time essentially. Just
So basically, the just for the benefit of our viewers here, they might not know that the AI gets increasingly harder to beat the more you win. That's basically different AIs actually, and
I actually did not really feel that at all.
Really?
It felt the same the whole time. I didn't really feel like it got better. I also saw it like make some mistakes. It would like kill its own units.
Yes.
And maybe I got better, but like
I think so.
There were always scenarios where I would say it messed up. Like I would be like, "Oh, you messed up here, AI." Like, you know, like in some games, like where I'm like, "This is just wrong." You know, like I would never do this.
At some point, you should play the max level AI, and you will see.
I wanted to. I want to see 100 versions and see how hard it is.
Like we can activate it
really
for
hard.
you, and you will see how hard it is.
Now, is it cheating? Does it know my hand?
No cheating.
It's not okay. Then I'm fine with it. Then I'm fine with it. If it knows my hand, then I don't know if I can win.
No.
Okay.
No. Okay, so we will make a special setting. So especially for we will call it the educated Collins setting or something, so that you can play against the maximum level AI, which is like almost impossible to beat, at least for me. And it's very interesting what you say, that you did not really notice that the AI was increasingly harder to beat. I think you were making progress faster than the AI. That's what it tells me, basically.
I think the way I play, I keep sending traps until you mess up, right? So it doesn't really matter what you do. You're going to hit something where you did something wrong, and then I punish, you know, or I get punished. Like, you know, usually for me, it's like I didn't respect the sneaky. That's like how I would die to AI. Like, oh, they love tiger scroll. Like, I will just play a tiger scroll. They're like, yes, mine for today. Like, okay, and then I'll attack you with it 3 times, and I'm like, I just lost to that. Like, I empty tiger scroll, and they beat me with that. Like, that's happened. So, I just like, oh, will I lose to a tiger scroll? No, okay, I'll play the card. Will I lose to this? Like, so essentially, it's like, I just keep playing until like, it's like a domino of like, if you do this, then I win. If you do this, you know. So essentially, either you run out of cards and you're still in the domino where if you mess up, I win, or like you found a break point, you know, somewhere where I didn't do something well, or the cards are bad. But I really haven't found the cards being bad a loss condition, because I'll always review the games after I lose, and almost every time I could find a different line that increases my odds, right? So I don't know like how the AI would go afterwards, but I could always find, oh, I could have done something different that would have changed the game. So in my favor.
Very, very, very great advice to go back to games, look where you kind of lost and what you could have done differently. Yeah. So if you want to become better, you have to. But I think not many people are doing it.
Yeah, when you're losing a game of Mindbug, it is usually because you made a mistake, and often you can backtrack it. You can know what it is, the wrong Mindbug decision, or something that you did at the wrong time or something. So yeah, this is cool that you recognize that. Yeah.
Well, I guess another thing, like just a little advice, little nugget for the fans, like play your opponent. Like, what does your opponent want to do? What is their win condition, right? Like, I'm always, I guess it's something people would naturally do, but I'm always thinking like, what do they want to do to me? Like, how do they want me to play? Like what would be good for them if I do this, right? So very often, because I lose to this, I'll have a card that's good, and I think about playing it, and then I'm like, if I play this, are they happy? Like, do they like this? Will they steal it? Like, how good is their steal, right? Like, so there are some good lines that just won't do because I know if I steal it, now it's a lot harder game for me. Like, even though I play, like I've lost to like a goblin werewolf on one. Like, that's it. That's all it took for me. Like, I reviewed the game. I'm like, I played this on one and I lost because I had no answer. And now they have a hunter in the game with me, and I have hunters in my hand, and they're all useless now. I can't do anything. So like those kind of things, I'm always making sure to at least review.
So you have played a lot of different games in the past. You already told that. So how would you describe Mindbug in that journey of yourself? If you compare it to other games, how did you like it? The process of learning it and playing it, and is it a game that you would basically recommend to others?
Definitely would recommend, which is good. I definitely wouldn't have tried it if I didn't like the game, right? Like, even if the game was boring, I'd just be out of here, right? But I basically spent all my free time, so you could say, maybe I was a little addicted because it was so good. So it was definitely a ton of time. I struggle to imagine learning the other sets. Like, how long will that take? And I heard there's like 2v2. Like, in my regular game, I'm playing 2v2 with another streamer friend of mine. So, like, that's like 2v2. I love that. So there's definitely, it seems like there's a lot of pool here. And
I need to interrupt you here because I don't know if you watched our stream from the very beginning, but actually there is a giveaway contest at the moment, and the winner is going to play with Richard Garfield in a 2v2 match. And we said in the beginning of the stream that we also would ask the winner of the tournament if he wants to participate in that match. So if you are up to it, we would like to invite you to play against the winner of the contest and Richard Garfield with someone of us in a 2v2 match.
Sure. What's the time?
Well, we don't have a time yet, but we need to discuss it afterwards. Right. But you don't have to say yes or no now. But since you seem to be into 2v2 games, I think you will be really, really liking this one.
Yeah, check me. We do have to make sure the schedules are aligned, because I'm technically on EU time. I actually sleep like 2 hours ago because I wake up at midnight for me to play with my friend. Because he's in Belgium. So I have the same schedule as him, kind of, but he sleeps weird too.
Shady, right?
Yeah, Shady Bunny.
Yeah. So I figured that you are living on European time because I watched your stream. Was it like the day I contacted you for something? Yeah. I was thinking, well, when is this guy going to bed? I know he lives in America, and this was clearly night, So I figured that your buddy was maybe in Europe, yeah. So I mean, this offer from Marvin, this will probably just be one game on your schedule. We'll have to check with Richard's schedule, right? Right. But that would be cool. So
it's probably fine. Sure. So, I won the tournament. Yeah, why not?
Sure. So really, it was super great to have you in the tournament and to do the interview with you. And we really hope to see you in the future of Mindbug, because we have a lot of people in the chat actually already calling you the GOAT of Mindbug and asking if they want to see a live stream of you playing against the level 100 AI. And so I hope we see more from you in the future here in this game.
Right. Yeah, I'll definitely, there's a lot going on for sure, but if you just keep me informed, I guess, I'm pretty easy to contact, I think. So
Cool.
keep it.
Well,
Then
yes,
thanks a
we
lot
stay
for
in touch.
everything, and enjoy the rest after this days and hours of learning Mindbug.
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
No.
I got a little like sidetracked. Like I had like some work to do, and I barely did it. I did do it, but I was like you know playing my like right before I had to finish. It's like oh, maybe too much. But yeah.
You did great.
This
Okay,
is great.
then
Thank you, Collins.
thanks and goodbye.
So yeah, take care.
Take care, man.
Bye-bye.
See you.
Bye bye.